the decrease for the coalition. On a two-party preferred basis, Labor is slightly up. If this was the actual election result, it would be the lowest vote total for the coalition ever since the Liberal Party was formed in 1944. It comes just days after a new MRP poll released by Accent Research and Redbridge conducted between February and April, showing Labor on track to win at least 66 seats in the House of Representatives, while the coalition is winning or ahead in 55, and other parties, such as the Greens and Independents, are likely to have 15. The range of likely outcomes for Labor stretching between a worst-case situation of 67 and a best case with a majority of 78. 14 seats across the board are meanwhile too close to call. An investigation has been launched after a body was found in a burnt-out car following a kidnapping in Sydney's southwest. At about 10:30 p.m. local time on Thursday night, police were called to a home in Bankstown following reports for kidnapping. Officers were told a group of unknown people had forced their way into a home and kidnapped a 45-year-old woman. During the incident, police were told kidnappers armed with a firearm assaulted an 8-year-old boy with a baseball bat before forcing the woman into a car. The boy was treated by New South Wales ambulance paramedics for serious head injuries and was taken to hospital for further treatment, while a 15-year-old boy in the home at the time was taken to hospital for assessment. At around 11:30 p.m, emergency services were called in Beverly Hills following reports of a car fire. The vehicle was destroyed, and following an examination, police located a body. It was yet to be formally identified yesterday afternoon, but police said they suspected it was the 45-year-old Bankstown woman. A crime scene has been set up at both locations, and police have commenced Strike Force Bushfield to investigate the incident. A New South Wales father who spoke on the ABC's Q&A program about his experience facing homelessness has set up camp outside Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's mansion on the Central Coast. Morgan Cox says he's taken the action in the hopes of making a difference. He spoke to 6 News.
3.5 million people are in poverty, facing homelessness, and the situation is untenable. The future is looking really bleak for all our children, and even now, a lot of people are suffering pretty horribly, and I need to do something about it. Nothing's happening. The politicians are all talking, but nothing is happening. So I just wanted to see if I can get them to listen to us.
I know you spoke on Q&A about, your obviously you're a father, you've been facing potential homelessness. Can you just talk to us about kind of the reception that you got to that to your appearance on Q&A when you asked that question? How have you felt about some of the feedback you've gotten?
Do you mean in the from the panel or?
Oh, from the public to your question.
Okay, well, from the public has been mostly positive. Of course, there's been a few people who accuse me of racism or whatever, but for the most part, it's been greatly, positive and encouraging. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think literally millions of people feel the same way, and that's why it sort of blew up.
It is something that you've talked about, children facing. As I said, you're a father. I, as a young person, I can obviously attest to the fact that the housing market is not something I'm looking forward to dealing with in a few years. Especially for young people, why is it important for you to be standing up and taking this kind of action? Because obviously there's one thing, there's asking a Q&A question, but now you are taking some kind of real life action about this.
Yeah, well, the situation is desperate. There are homeless people living in my street. There are tents and in the bushes. There are people living in cars, elderly, vulnerable people living in cars in my local park, and all over the Central Coast. And I have no doubt that it's all over Australia. Um, Real people are really suffering, and it's getting worse, which makes me really fear for my own children's future as well. So I guess I felt that I had to take some kind of action. I didn't really know what to do. It's a bit of a guess, but I just hope that I can get the politicians to just listen, to just really listen to us, because something needs to change. Something needs to be done. Talking is not working. All their promises of building houses have achieved nothing, and it's time to do something.
I know obviously in your Q&A question, you highlighted immigration as a big issue affecting the housing crisis. And look, you said in your answer just before that, yes, you cop some criticism for that. Do you think, or do you acknowledge though that there might be some other factors as well regarding construction, supply, etc., that are also having a significant impact, and it's not maybe just immigrants?
Oh, of course, it's not immigrants. And just for the record, my partner is an immigrant. I'm not against immigration at all. All I am asking for is that they manage the number of people coming in. And yes, there's absolutely a lot of other things we can do. I would love to talk about short stay rentals. I would love to talk about tax reform, negative gearing. I'd love to talk about maybe universities could build dormitories for some of their foreign students. I think we had 200,000 foreign students in February alone and zero additional houses. And obviously, those people need to sleep somewhere. So there's going to be an effect on all of the people, including these foreign students themselves. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other things that we need to talk about. Red and green tape on building homes. There's tons of it. The reason I went straight for immigration is because that is a thing that could be turned off tomorrow. It's literally, they did it during the pandemic. They cut immigration to zero, and they don't even need to go that hard. All they have to do is just manage the intake until we can talk about all those other things and get the situation under control.
So just finally, you're in your caravan now. How long are you planning to keep up this protest action, and are you planning to do any other kind of or any other real life action as well now that you've established a bit of a profile campaigning for this?
Well, look, I wasn't really planning. I'd love to spend Easter with my family. Actually, that was my intention. But the election coming up, this is really the best shot that we have to move the needle to actually make a difference. So I made the sacrifice, and I think I'll aim to be here until it feels like we're making a difference. It feels like we, getting a response from the government. So that'll be my hope. And as for anything else, well, I'll keep that a secret too, because if I'd rather just keep that under wraps. But I'm hoping that this by itself will be enough to make a difference.
And those are the top stories on Six News right now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website and following us on social media at sixnewsau. Stay with us now for continuing news coverage. For now, though, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. We'll see you a little later.
Good evening and welcome to Six News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Ronan McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
Six News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in six.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation Six News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to Six News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to Six News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on Six News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins Six News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to Six News.
So the big thing, Maggie, that's kind of created a bit of a stir amongst, I guess, some in the freedom movement in relation to these freedom parties are how to vote cards. Now, the obvious disclaimer, as we both know, right, these how to vote cards are recommendations only. In the Senate and the House, they're recommendations only. And a lot of people do not follow them. but still they exist, and it's always interesting to look at. Now you see I've actually got a UAP how to vote card from 2022, and you can actually see some of their Senate preferences off the back. I want to start in the Senate in Victoria, and that's going to be a key race here where you've got quite a few freedom parties potentially in the running. Trumpeter Patriots, one them, two family first, and third, Democrats. What are they doing with the Democrats? Why would they put Democrats over Rennick, Libertarian, Citizens, and One Nation, who aren't even on there?
I think what's going on there is that the Democrats are quite neatly slotted in between Family First and Jared Rennick People First in the ballot order. And so they've been able to have a how to vote card, which goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even if there's a few parties in between, it's still completely in order. And they've decided, you know what, the Democrats not going to get in maybe 0.5%, 1% if they're very lucky. So why not just put them in third for, consistency, making sure voters have an easy time preferencing in the Senate.
Well, yeah, and here's their how to vote card for the Senate UAP in 2022, and it was 615423 in that order, and they had One Nation on this. And what's really notable here, they don't have One Nation on this how to vote card at all. Now, Family First is an outside chance. I still think of the parties on there, the Libertarian Party, I reckon, has the best shot of those six that Trumpeter Patriots has there. Would you agree?
Of the six they've got there, yeah, I'd probably agree. Family First, maybe if they have some big grand campaign, but I'm not aware of. I don't think they do. I'd say the Libertarians have been putting up billboards across a lot of places in Victoria.
Jordan Ditloff, their candidate there. I want to go to the Senate in New South Wales now. This is where it's really interesting, as we've discussed. You've got this Australia First Alliance. That's the Libertarians, that's the Heart Party, and that's Jared Rennick People First on the same joint ticket. That's in New South Wales. And Trumpeter Patriots there, they have Family First second, again, Christians third. Christians aren't running in Victoria, as I understand off the top of my head. And then you have the Libertarians fourth, the Lambie Network fifth, the Citizens sixth, and again, no One Nation. And this is again a spot where One Nation has a realistic chance. They've won a Senate before. They've won a Senate seat before. If we go to Queensland as well in the Senate, it's pretty similar there. Trumpeter Patriots number one. You have Family First second, third Democrats, fourth Rennick KAP, five Lambie, six Citizens, no Libertarians. Gerard Rennick, obviously, he's in an interesting position, Maggie, as this incumbent running for re-election. He's up against Malcolm Roberts, who's an incumbent One Nation senator running for re-election. Does Rennick have a shot?
Honestly, at the start of this race, I thought, I might as well count out Jared Rennick, but I think at this point, he might have at least the slightest chance, something like 5 or 10% chance to win, just because I've seen a lot of people talking about him on social media, but also a lot of people on the ground, a lot of people, even in Brisbane, around me, in central Queensland, a lot of signs up for Jared Rennick People First. He's really been able to get some sort of grand campaign going in Queensland. I don't think that'll be enough to get, 5%, which would probably be, the minimum amount of votes he'd have to get to be able to beat One Nation. I don't think he'd be able to get 8%. That's impossible to beat Labor or the Greens. But I would say at the very least 5%, maybe there's an outside chance Jared Rennick does surprise everyone. I mean, the UAP got 5% in Queensland last time, and that vote has to go somewhere, and I reckon a lot of those votes won't be going back to the Trumpeter Patriots.
Exactly. Yeah, I think one thing that I still don't think that they'll do very well at all, but one thing that might benefit Trumpets here is that they are second on the ballot in the Senate. They're column B there in Queensland. If we go to South Australia in the Senate, that's an area where One Nation could win. You have the Libertarians on that ballot. They're again behind Family First. Then you've got Rennick, Lambie, Citizens. If we go back to WA as well, you have one Trumpets, two Christians. There's no Family First running. Three Democrats, again, four People First, five Libertarians, six Citizens. And if you look at Tasmania, Tasmania is really interesting. Really, really interesting. Look at this. 1 trumpets, 2 Lambie, and look, people say a lot of things about Jackie Lambie's political positions, but for her comments on vaccines, you know, she's not exactly a huge friend to some in the online freedom movement. 3 Libertarians, 4 Liberals, 5 Labor, 6 Citizens. They have both major parties on there. And you remember, this is semi-optional preferential, so neither of them necessarily need to be on there. But you've managed to get Labor on the how to vote. You don't have One Nation. Is it fair to call this a bit of a spat? I mean, Clive Palmer did try to buy One Nation. Like that's like on record, being reported by, I think it was Sky. It seems they've really spatty because they were preferencing One Nation at some point on the Senate ballots as the UAP in 2022.
I really think there's been some sort of conflict with the UAP and One Nation and even Bashuda's Fisher's Farmers Party, because One Nation and Bashuda's have been omitted from every single Senate how to vote card for the Trumpeter Patriots. You know, even the Trumpeter Patriots has chosen to put Labor and the Liberals, but mainly Labor ahead of both parties in Tasmania. So I think Clive Farmer's made a very deliberate choice, and Sue Ellen Wrightson, to, you know, punish One Nation, maybe because, you know, they didn't agree to Clive Farmer's proposition of a merger. And the Shooters Vicious Farmers, I'm not entirely sure, but I think there's really been a lot of preference spats between all these parties on the right. I mean, the Libertarians and One Nation have been having a go at Family First. The Great Australian Party has been having a go at Libertarians and One Nation. Just a lot of a lot of anger on the right and a lot of internal conflict, which I don't think is very good, especially for, you know, mobilizing these volunteers of these parties.
If we look at the House of Representatives, it's particularly interesting. The Greens held seats. Now, Trumpeter Patriots, they're not running in all seats, unlike UAP 2022, but they are running in the 3 Greens held seats in Queensland. Start off with Brisbane, and they've got their 6 One Nation, 4 Labor, 3 Family First, 8, so last Greens. Greens are last on that ballot. 7 Trevor Evans LNP, and then you've got Trumpets, you have People First, and you have, wait for it, you have the Fusion Party second. You have Fusion second on the Trumpeter Patriots ballot, a how to vote card in Brisbane. This is bizarre. This is really, really weird preferencing. Again, Labor over LNP is the main point, but this just seems a bit inexplicable.
I think so. Trumpeter Patriots have made the conscious decision to put incumbents last in every seat. I don't think I've seen any how to vote cards that oppose that. But they have made the interesting decision of putting both major parties last, and then the Greens third last behind both major parties, maybe behind independents in select seats. I don't know how Trumpeter Patriots have put Diley and Fowler, but the point is, I mean, Trumpeter Patriots are essentially directing preferences to the Greens in most of these seats. Anywhere where One Nation doesn't get above the Greens, anywhere where the final count is between the Greens, Coalition, and Labor, which is most seats, Trumpeter Patriots will be directing preferences to the Greens, except in the seats the Greens already hold.
Yeah,
So
like
that
this,
means
and they've put Labor 4th, and we'll see how the final 2 candidate preferred shows up. If we look at Griffith as well, which is obviously held by Max Chandler Mather, Griffith currently has, he's last as you'd kind of expect, but second place, second is Labor on this how to vote card. Again, we know these are recommendations, but still, you have second last One Nation. You have People First 5th, LNP 4th. You have third is Family First, and second is Labor on this. And then if you look at you look at Ryan, the other Greens held seat. The candidate there is named Ryan. No photo, by the way. So there's a bunch of these candidates without any photos. You again have Rebekha Hack, the Labor candidate, second there, and you have the Greens last, as you'd expect. Theoretically, if you have voters following this, and this ends up being a contest, maybe not necessarily Ryan, but in some other seats where it's Labor versus Greens, this helps Labor over the Greens. I mean, this would, if you followed it, go directly to Labor, depending on the final count here.
I think trumpeter patriots have made the very understandable realization that, okay, Labor is the most dangerous party to the Greens in these three seats. I don't think the LNP aren't projected to really gain any ground in Queensland and stay stagnant statewide. That means there'll be some swings to the LNP, some swings to Labor. Places where there'll be swings to Labor will probably be in the inner city. So there's no reason to say the LNP are going to win Ryan or Brisbane, in my opinion. And I think Clive Palmer's also come to that realization. And so he's decided the best way to unseat these three Green MPs in Brisbane, Ryan and Griffith is to direct preferences to Labor, because that's who that's who is the more serious threat to the Greens. I mean, even in Griffith, if Labor just stays above the LNP, Max Mayfield will probably lose.
One other one I want to look at. By the way, you mentioned Fowler. It looks like Trumpets isn't running a candidate there, which is interesting. But I want to look at actually Monash. Monash, I'm interested at. The incumbent there is Russell Broadbent, independent, formerly Liberal. He's third. Last, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head who Tully Fletcher's with off the top of my head, but Russell Broadbent is third there. Behind the Teal independent, Deb Leonard. What? Come on, this looks like random number generators at this point. You've got Trumpets one, the Teal independent second, and the right-wing independent Russell Broadbent third. What is this? Come on, this is even by weird how to vote card standards. This is insane, surely.
I mean, consistently across a lot of these seats where the Teals are trying to gain, and Warren, Monash, Moncrief, McPherson, the only seat I've seen an exception to that is Moore. The Teals have been put ahead of every notable contender, essentially second in most of these seats. Like, Trumpeter Patriots are directing preferences to Alex Dyson and Wannon, or Akana Mara Bartlett and McPherson, Nicole Arrowsmith and Moncrief, ahead of the LNP, ahead of Labor, ahead of the Greens, ahead of almost every right-wing party even. And so I think it's really very interesting. I'm not sure what Clive Palmer's really thinking, deciding that Teals are more palatable to Trumpeter Patriots than the LNP.
Or Russell Broadbent.
He's made that decision, and clearly he's decided to help them.
One other one, just finally, I want to look at here, Bennelong, because this gained some attention as well. Bennelong is, at the last election, it was picked up by Labor. This is obviously John Howard's old seat. You remember when he lost it on 2007, well, neither of us remember, but, as I said, currently held by Labor. Trumpeter Patriots running there. 8 candidates. Last place, Liberals in Bennelong. Now, the only explanation, by the way, second last is Labor in this seat, but it is going to be one of them. And if you follow this how to vote card directly, it's going to end up with Labor almost certainly. The only explanation I can think of this, Maggie, and you follow redistributions closer than I do, is that because it's notional Liberal, they're putting the Liberal candidate last, even though the incumbent MP is definitely Labor and is not last there. Other than that, I cannot think of why they do this.
I think what's going on here is Clive Palmer hasn't done his research. I say Clive Palmer, Trumpeter Patriots hasn't done their research. Maybe they've gone to some Wikipedia seat pendulum and just seen which seats are notionally Liberal, which seats are notionally Labor. They've put the Liberals ahead of behind Labor in Bennelong, but they've put them They've also put the Liberals last in Menzies, which is notionally Labor. So I don't really know what's going on. Bedlong seems to be the only exception. Um, I just don't think they've done their research. They haven't really looked at, I mean, what party even that the MP Jerome Lexal is from, which would be Labor. And so they've made the mistake of putting Labor second last instead of last in Bennelong.
I really appreciate that they have just recycled the exact same UAP 2022 template. It's an interesting campaign they're running. Look, just I want to get your thoughts on this just quickly, without doing our full election predictions, which I'm sure we'll both do at a later date. UAP got 4.12% House of Representatives nationwide in 2022. What will Trumpeter Patriots get?
I think probably about 2%, just courtesy of, I mean, I'd say maybe 3% if they were running in every seat. I think it'll be 2%. I mean, last election, the UAP shot up in the polls, went from 1 to about 5% just before the election. I think something like that might slightly occur again, and so they'll go from about 2%, or where they are right now, which is about 1.5%, to 2.5%. And so really, I don't think they're going to get the significant nationwide vote. They aren't even running in a third of the seats. I don't think they're running in any ACT seats.
Neither's One Nation for what it's worth as well. So if you're a right winger who doesn't like the Liberals in the ACT, you're a bit starved of options.
You can either vote Teal or Family First if you're in Fenner. Otherwise, you don't really have many options in the ACT yet.
I will slightly disagree with you on the national vote. I reckon 1% for Trumpeter Patriots. I think, as much as they have the money, it does seem to be less of a campaign than last time. You've had the generic billboards with Tucker Carlson on them, and I know you've got the constant ads. But look, at the end of the day, then as you say, they're not running at about a third of seats. They do not have candidate images for a lot of these candidates either, and ghost candidates aren't uncommon amongst minor parties, but still. And also, the reality is there are more than a few voters who are perfectly aligned to like Clive Palmer and other similar parties, but have said that don't like the name, can't take you seriously with that name. So I reckon One Nation will have a boost. I reckon One Nation could get up to 8% maybe nationwide. They're hoping for more, but I reckon 8% is perfectly reasonable. They got 4.96 last time, but I reckon, yeah, a bit of a nosedive for Trumpeter Patriots, but we shall see on election night. Joining us now on 6 News, Rebekha Sharkie. She is the member for Mayo in the Federal Parliament. Really nice to have you here.
Oh, good to be with you.
So you've been in Parliament longer than actually most crossbenchers in the House of Representatives at the moment. So you've got the ability to see the difference between governments. Thinking back to 2019, I know you've been in Parliament since 2016, but thinking back to the 2019 federal election and the 3 years that we had then under Morrison, now looking at the 3 years we've had under Anthony Albanese, how have you kind of observed and contrasted it all?
Sure. Well, if we go back to that 2019 to 2022 Parliament, we had bushfires. We then had COVID that really changed how the Parliament operated. So it was quite a disjointed Parliament in that sense. You would go over, you would do a block of legislation for maybe 3 or 4 weeks, and then we'd effectively all be flown out, and then not go back to Parliament for some time. So it was that was quite a different Parliament. It's probably easier for me to contrast the one before and the more recent one. One thing I do notice is that whoever's in opposition, whenever they're in opposition, tend to have a very different view of how the Parliament should operate. So, for instance, I remember when Tony Burke was leader of the government opposition business, and he would be outraged when we would have gags on and debate would be rushed through. But then when there's been a change of government just last week in relation to the EPBC Act, in fact, actually I've seen it with both both governments that in relation to environment and the EPBC Act that often debates gagged and rushed through. And we had that just last week with 1 hour of debate in relation to salmon farming in Tasmania. So it's kind of, there's not a huge amount of difference with respect to how the Parliament operates. I guess the other thing is what gets taken into the Parliament. And certainly under when the Liberals have been in, there's been some different legislation. There's been very much a focus, I think, on education in this Parliament and some housing legislation. But, you know, yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same, Leo.
Yeah, definitely. It's also been interesting in that you've seen the crossbench grow pretty significantly since your first election here. There's plenty of I guess, the quote-unquote teal independents. I know you are kind of thrown into that label as well. Have you been able to kind of work with your crossbench colleagues now that, you know, you have some more?
Yeah, so certainly when I started, there were just 5 of us on the crossbench, including Cathy McGowan. And I learned a huge amount from Cathy McGowan, the former member for Indi. Look, I think that you work across the Parliament and not just within, you know, your own crossbench, but across the Parliament on issues that are important to you, whether that's and important to other members of Parliament, and see where you can find commonality, whether that's around telecommunications, whether that's around different consumer laws. So it's been good to have a bigger crossbench. It means that, you know, you can often have a proper vote on a particular bill, whereas if there's less than 5 people, it's not counted. You know, there isn't a formal count of votes if there's a division. So that's been good. And of course, I sit in between Andrew Wilkie and Bob Catter. So I've really enjoyed my time on that front row with both of those gentlemen and learning. You know, I'm always learning from other members of Parliament, even though I've been there for 9 years. I guess I like to pay attention and hear what other people are talking about in the Parliament from, you know, parts of Australia that are very different to my electorate of Mayo in South Australia.
Speaking of you know, hearing people and the electorate of Mayo, what have you really found are the key issues facing your constituents at this election? Would it be fair to say it's like roughly the same as what the nation's talking about, cost of living being kind of the overarching thing?
Certainly cost of living is huge. I've got parts of my electorate that have got a lot of young families in new houses, particularly around Mount Barker, parts of Strathalbyn, parts of Aldinga, and just covering the mortgage, childcare fees, and putting food on the table is consuming people's entire pay packets, and a lot of people are incredibly stressed. With just, you know, making the finances work week to week. I think also I have a regional electorate, so getting access to healthcare support has been a big part of my advocacy over the last 9 years, but particularly over the last 3 years. We now have an emergency department in that very big area that I talked about of Mount Barker. But we know that the difference in spend between someone that lives in regional Australia and someone that lives in metropolitan Australia with respect to health is around $800 per person. So those health inequities and getting access to a GP is critical in my community.
Now, in terms of what's going to happen after this election, I think, you know, you and I both know a hung parliament is very, very much possible. And, you know, we've seen that reflected in the polling, the vibes, et cetera, et cetera. You made the comments, I think, to the Australian, it was the other day, that you'd be speaking to potentially Peter Dutton first if he was in the position to actually form some kind of stable government. Why is that?
Well, look, I think it's really hypothetical, if I can first say that. I mean, every election that I've been part of, and this is my 5th election, people talk about it being a hung parliament. And so far, it hasn't really materialised since 2010. We've had small moments of, you know, for a very brief time when Barnaby Joyce was caught up in the citizenship issues of having a hung parliament. But most of the time, there's a very, very slim majority. Look, I have been very clear that I am open to talking to both sides. I guess it really depends, if that eventuates and whoever gives me a call. I do recognise that underneath Mayo sit a number of Liberal seats, but, I will talk with whoever. I want to see stable government. I think that that's really the most critical thing that we need to ensure. And like every other Australian, I am watching what both of the major parties are talking about and what they're promising to the nation. And I'm also reflecting on what was promised last time, and really just, like everyone else, I guess, keeping a list of what's being promised and how that would impact my community and what my community would expect to see and what they want to see.
Mayo's notional two-party preferred had Labor above the Liberals last time, which was a shift on 2019 and 2016. Do those kind of things, weigh in as a kind of a factor? Because, obviously, and I know your aim is to win the seat and to end up in the two-candidate preferred. We are going to have the ability to see whether Mayo prefers Labor or the Liberals if it was just that chance. Is that a consideration?
Oh, look, absolutely. I would look at that. It's interesting because Anthony Green, I was talking with him at an ABC event in the Parliament, and he really questioned those figures. I think probably largely because, as I said, underneath Mayo, it's largely Liberal seats or non-Labor seats across the electorate. I'll be, keeping my ears open, and I've got to say I do find it somewhat difficult to have this conversation about what happens after the election, because ultimately I need to get re-elected first, and I think it's really presumptuous to say, well, that's going to happen and this is what I'm going to do in a hung parliament, because ultimately everybody's job's on the line on the 3rd of May, and that's democracy, and we then wait and see what the communities say right across Australia.
We will, but just quickly on that, is it just fair to say overall you're not locking in or out with either side at this point? It's really just wait and see.
Oh, absolutely. And the one thing I must be really clear on, for the last 9 years, no matter who's been in government, I've worked really well with them, and I've strived to work well and get as much as I can for my community and improve legislation. But I've always voted on every piece of legislation on its merits. Now, that's a huge responsibility to make sure that you've read the legislation, that you've consulted widely on the legislation as well. So that would be, I will always do that. I couldn't and would never enter some kind of formal agreement that would tie my vote in the next parliament should I be returned.
I'm interested because you made the point before about and you're right. We've barely had periods of minority governments since the 2013 federal election. Do you think under this past 3 years, when they, strictly haven't needed your vote, the Labor government, you still have been able to be an effective local member?
Oh, look, well, I was really pleased that in last year's budget, I was the only regional MP to have funding returned that was cut in the budget beforehand, infrastructure funding for one major freeway that sits within Mayo. So I was really pleased to see that. We've had some pretty significant announcements in this year's budget with respect to a Medicare urgent care clinic and some more road infrastructure funding. But aside from money coming into the electorate, what's been really important is to work constructively with the government to improve legislation. So if I think of some legislation in relation to restoring the rivers, so the River Murray ends in Mayo, and it was a real privilege to sit down with Minister Plibersek and put forward some amendments and for them to be supported by government to have greater transparency on the reporting. So just those little things I think are generally, that's the work that never really gets on the news, but the Crossbench do an enormous amount of heavy lifting in improving legislation. And I'd like to think that that's been a big part of my role in the Parliament for the last 9 years.
In terms of the campaign, I know we're speaking very, very early into it.
Very early. How many days? 33?
30. Who's
Not
counting?
that I'm counting.
Yeah, exactly. It is interesting, and this happened last year as well. Climate 200 are one of your supporters, and they've got your name up as one of the kind of endorsed candidates. Are you hopeful or wanting that to make up a significant amount of the support for your campaign, or are you kind of relying on locals to help you out there? Because I know, right, it is not easy for an independent to campaign, especially with the change in laws which will come in next election as well.
Mhm. Well, firstly, I think I was the only independent that actually supported those change in electoral donation laws. And I did that because I want to see money out of politics. I really do, wherever we can tighten up those loopholes and create more transparency. And while I didn't think the legislation was perfect, there were many parts of that legislation that I supported. So I took a bit of flack from some of the other crossbenchers for doing it, but I thought that was the right thing to do. I'm only taking small grassroots donations this election. I feel more comfortable doing that. And really, we're just running a small grassroots campaign. It's about people in my community. It's about the volunteers that help me out. We have a great time, and we do it on, really the smell of an oily rag. That's just what we do, and I feel most comfortable with that.
Is there any contrast in that statement that you want money out of politics, but you've also, I'm sure you're happy to accept the Climate 200 endorsement?
Yeah. So I've decided I'm for this election, I'm not taking any donor, and it's, nothing against Climate 200, but I kind of made that decision over Christmas. I just thought, I don't need it. I always think we run better campaigns when it's just are people doing, out there talking with people. It costs nothing to door knock apart from your shoe leather. So that's really how I would like to run this campaign. I've also been, saving money. We did a quiz night a few weeks ago, and that raised a bit of money. But ultimately, I've thought, long and hard about it, and I just don't think I want to run a campaign that, has anywhere near $100,000 in a price tag. So, we're running a pretty small grassroots campaign, but one with a lot of heart.
Yeah, and look, as you say, cost nothing in that level, and also cost nothing for Climate 200 to endorse without any monetary. So they'll still have you on the website. Just finally, this is more of a political nerds question, but technically speaking, you aren't an independent. You're still a member of Centre Alliance. You're the only member.
That's right.
You're going to be the only candidate. Why is that? Why does this party still exist?
Well, it's actually really tricky if you've got savings in a party account, which I have a small amount of savings in there, to actually then transfer that over to being an independent. The paperwork's a different level, and I've just, I don't know, I guess I've just kept it as a bit of a legacy thing. People know that I vote independently. I'm not tied to any party lines. As you said, I'm a party of one. Bob Catt is a party of one in the federal parliament as well. Look, it's just more, I guess I'm so focused on my job, and I've got to say, even while we've got this election campaign on, I'm still fielding emails from people on issues from aged care to childcare, and trying to, sort out everyday problems for people as well. So, we're just all a bit too flat out to do anything else.
Yeah. Has there ever been any thought about actually using that existing registration to maybe align with a kind of a formal party for other independents as kind of being thrown out, or is that just not what you want?
Well, I've had a few different parties approach me, but I'm just me on my own, really. Obviously, in the past, I had 3 senators, and many people would remember that prior to it being called Centre Alliance, it was Nick Xenophontaine. That's the way I started, and so, I guess I'm still carrying the torch, just me in Mayo, and working hard for our community here. And it takes a lot of energy to think about how to change these party systems as well. And if you don't have a lot of money and a lot of structure behind it, it can be a little bit tricky to do. So I've just kept things as they are, and it's not until elections really come around and you go, oh yeah, that's right. I'm still just a party of one. So it makes caucusing quite easy.
I can imagine. Really, really appreciate your time. Best of luck with the campaign, which will follow closely. Rebekha Sharkie, thank you so much.
Thanks, Leo. Good to be with you.
It is Saturday, the 19th of April, Easter Saturday. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now on 6 News. Talk of Labor majority, which seemed slim to none only a few months ago, is now not out of the question with the release of new polling. The latest poll from YouGov shows Labor and the Coalition tied on 33% in the national primary vote, which is another decrease for the Coalition. On a two-party preferred basis, Labor is slightly up. If this was the actual election result, it would be the lowest vote total for the Coalition ever since the Liberal Party was formed in 1944. It comes just days after a new MRP poll released by Accent Research and Redbridge conducted between February and April, showing Labor on track to win at least 66 seats in the House of Representatives, while the Coalition is winning or ahead in 55, and other parties, such as the Greens and Independents, are likely to have 15. The range of likely outcomes for Labor stretching between a worst-case situation of 67 and a best case with a majority of 78. 14 seats across the board are meanwhile too close to call. An investigation has been launched after a body was found in a burnt-out car following a kidnapping in Sydney's southwest. At about 10:30 p.m. local time on Thursday night, police were called to a home in Bankstown following reports for kidnapping. Officers were told a group of unknown people had forced their way into a home and kidnapped a 45-year-old woman. During the incident, police were told kidnappers armed with a firearm assaulted an 8-year-old boy with a baseball bat before forcing the woman into a car. The boy was treated by New South Wales ambulance paramedics for serious head injuries and was taken to hospital for further treatment, while a 15-year-old boy in the home at the time was taken to hospital for assessment. At around 11:30 p.m, emergency services were called in Beverly Hills following reports of a car fire. The vehicle was destroyed, and following an examination, police located a body. It was yet to be formally identified yesterday afternoon, but police said they suspected it was the 45-year-old Bankstown woman. A crime scene has been set up at both locations, and police have commenced Strike Force Bushfield to investigate the incident. A New South Wales father who spoke on the ABC's Q&A program about his experience facing homelessness has set up camp outside Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's mansion on the Central Coast. Morgan Cox says he's taken the action in the hopes of making a difference. He spoke to 6 News.
3.5 million people are in poverty, facing homelessness, and the situation is untenable. The future is looking really bleak for all our children. And even now, a lot of people are suffering pretty horribly, and I need to do something about it. And nothing's happening. The politicians are all talking, but nothing is happening. So I just wanted to see if I can get them to listen to us.
I know you spoke on Q&A about, your obviously you're a father, you've been facing potential homelessness. Can you just talk to us about kind of the reception that you got to that, to your appearance on Q&A when you asked that question? How have you felt about some of the feedback you've gotten?
Do you mean in from the panel, or?
Oh, from the public to your question.
Okay, well, from the public has been mostly positive. Of course, there's been a few people who accuse me of racism or whatever, but for the most part, it's been greatly, positive and encouraging. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think literally millions of people feel the same way, and that's why it sort of blew up.
It is something that you've talked about, children facing. As I said, you're a father. I, as a young person, I can obviously attest to the fact that the housing market is not something I'm looking forward to dealing with in a few years. Especially for young people, why is it important for you to be standing up and taking this kind of action? Because obviously there's one thing, there's asking a Q&A question, but now you are taking some kind of real life action about this.
Yeah, well, the situation is desperate. There are homeless people living in my street. There are tents and in the bushes. There are people living in cars, elderly, vulnerable people living in cars in my local park, and all over the Central Coast. And I have no doubt that it's all over Australia. real people are really suffering, and it's getting worse, which makes me really fear for my own children's future as well. So I guess I felt that I had to take some kind of action. I didn't really know what to do. It's a bit of a guess, but I just hope that I can get the politicians to just listen, to just really listen to us, because something needs to change, something needs to be done. Talking is not working. All their promises of building houses have achieved nothing, and it's time to do something.
I know, obviously, in your Q&A question, you highlighted immigration as a big issue affecting the housing crisis. And look, you said in your answer just before that, yes, you copped some criticism for that. Do you think, or do you acknowledge, though, that there might be some other factors as well regarding construction, supply, etc., that are also having a significant impact, and it's not maybe just immigrants?
Oh, of course, it's not immigrants. And just for the record, my partner is an immigrant. I'm not against immigration at all. All I am asking for is that they manage the number of people coming in. And yes, there's absolutely a lot of other things we can do. I would love to talk about short stay rentals. I would love to talk about tax reform, negative gearing. I'd love to talk about maybe universities could build dormitories for some of their foreign students. I think we had 200,000 foreign students in February alone and 0 additional houses. And obviously, those people need to sleep somewhere. So there's going to be an effect on all of the people, including these foreign students themselves. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other things that we need to talk about. Red and green tape on building homes. There's tons of it. The reason I went straight for immigration is because that is a thing that could be turned off tomorrow. It's literally, they did it during the pandemic. They cut immigration to 0, and they don't even need to go that hard. All they have to do is just manage the intake until we can talk about all those other things and get the situation under control.
So just finally, you're in your caravan now. How long are you planning to keep up this protest action, and are you planning to do any other kind of or any other real life action as well, now that you've established a bit of a profile campaigning for this?
Well, look, I wasn't really planning. I'd love to spend Easter with my family. Actually, that was my intention. But the election coming up, this is really the best shot that we have to move the needle to actually make a difference. So I made the sacrifice, and I think I'll aim to be here until it feels like we're making a difference. It feels like we, getting a response from the government. So that'll be my hope. And as for anything else, well, I'll keep that a secret too, because if I'd rather just keep that under wraps. But I'm hoping that this by itself will be enough to make a difference.
And those are the top stories on 6 News right now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website and following us on social media at 6newsau. Stay with us now for continuing news coverage. For now, though, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. We'll see you a little later.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Ryan McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
quite a revolutionary party because we're looking to create a new industry of cannabis, legalise recreational adult use cannabis, and also open up and invest in the hemp market. So basically, cannabis, there's a justice issue here, a moral issue here. I think in legalising the criminalisation of people has been a failure of our society for 100 years. It's unfair and it creates stigma and destroys lives. So we want to reduce harm by legalising cannabis, and we think there's some benefits there economically, as well as also reducing costs and for policing and all that sort of thing. The hemp industry is a potential to be a boom industry, sustainable sort of clothing, biodegradable plastics. There's a whole host of opportunities for hemp, and it's being held back by red tape. So we really want to create that industry as well. So we're more than just one policy. We're a party about change.
All right, Craig Kelly, your opening statement.
Yeah, thanks, Leo, and thanks for having us, and thanks to the other candidates. Look, firstly, I'd say this Albanese Labor government that we've had for the last 3 years has been the worst government in our nation's history. Our real wages are going backwards. Standard living is going backwards. Housing affordability is out of control. We're seeing the extinction of the great Australian dream. And of course, we've seen attacks on freedom of speech. But unfortunately, the opposition in this country, the Liberal and National Party, simply haven't done the job. They are not strong enough. They are too weak. They have let Albanese and his cohorts get away with blue murder. At this next Senate, and it looks like we're going to have a Albanese, possibly Albanese Greens government, we need the strongest representation we possibly can here from New South Wales. We need someone that can get in there and hold those bureaucrats to account in Senate estimates and can really hold the government to account, that can take up the fight on the important issues of net zero, excessive migration in this country, and stand up for freedom of speech. I believe the Libertarians are best placed to do that, here not only in New South Wales but across the country. And I believe I have the track record to show that I can do that, to stand up for New South Wales, to stand up for Australia, and especially to take on what is likely to be an Albanese Greens government with a very weak Liberal opposition.
Thank you very much. Lyle Shelton.
Thanks very much, Leo. Thanks to the other candidates. Family First has a vision for a positive future for our nation, a future where mum, dad and the family, mum, dad and the kids' marriage is preferred in public policy, promoted in public policy. Without strong families, you can't have a strong nation. We're fighting for a reduction in the cost of living so that young men and young women can get married, they can found and form a family and be able to afford a house, which they can't afford at the moment. We want them to be able to pay their electricity bills, which they can't as a result of the net zero policies being pursued by both the Coalition and Labor. We want faith-based schools to be free to employ staff who share the ethos that the parents expect of their school, not to have the government tell them who they can and can't employ. And we want to get rid of the gender rubbish out of our schools. We want to close down the child gender clinics, which are poisoning children, sterilising them with the puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and mutilating their bodies. We want girls and women's sport to be fair. So we have a vision for a flourishing Australia, one where it's economically flourishing and one where it's socially flourishing, with mum, dad and the kids at the centre of public policy.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Warwick Stacey, your opening statement.
Yeah, thank you. And in the 30 seconds that you gave us, I will speak quickly. 25 years ago, there was no cost of living crisis, no anguish over electricity, grocery and fuel bills, no fears over housing and rental availability and affordability, no immigration crisis. 18 years ago, Australia had a surplus of $20 billion. Today, we have a $1 trillion debt with Albanese and Dutton spending like drunken sailors, promising to continue spending. We've had 18 years of spineless, selfish, self-centered, self-enriching, supposed leadership by both major parties. Australia has a leadership crisis amongst all the other crises. One nation offers genuine leadership.
Thank you very much. Now, look, the first question, and we're going to get it to every candidate at some point, but it is on probably the most critical issue at this election, and we've asked this to all the other candidates at all the other debates, and so we'll ask it again tonight. Australians do agree that the high cost of living is one of the main issues facing them in 2025. Mr. Hunt, I'll get this to you first. Why do you believe that is, and what do you propose we do about it?
Well, because it's had a genuine effect on people's lives, the increasing costs. I think people in this country and the world probably see their lives have deteriorated in the last 20, 40 years. There's been certainly recent times, the cost of living, housing costs, things have gone up. The quality of life seems to have deteriorated to an extent, and there are a multitude of factors at play there, not least the systems of governments, the choices made by our leaders, and the way the decisions have been made in relation to a whole host of things. I mean, personally, legalised cannabis is we're a party about reducing the cost of enforcement of law, increasing costs through tax excise of cannabis, and making money for the state in that way. So it's a pretty revolutionary thing we're putting forward to the state and to the country. But yeah, I mean that's the issue. There's a lot of issues at play, and there's not one easy solution, unfortunately. But we have to work as a country and as political leaders to try and make a better deal for the people, and to try and help people be able to afford the basic things.
Mr. Stacey, I'll get your thoughts on this again. What do you reckon has led us to the situation we're in at the moment?
It's been insane ideological madness in the absurd pursuit of net zero, pursuing the 82% renewables target, clinging to failed international policies and agreements such as the Paris Agreement, and this absurd belief that we can change the weather, when in fact this climate change again, or global warming, they change the name according to their requirements, is a complete fraud being perpetrated upon the people of Australia and the people of the world. So this pursuit, we are destroying the environment. To borrow a phrase from the Vietnam War, where they talked about we had to destroy the village to save it. The Greens and Labor are destroying the environment in order to save it. They are covering our countryside with solar panels, with wind turbines. They want to put them offshore. They're destroying farmland, and Mount Kosciuszko National Park, for example, is also the tops are being taken off it. So it's this absurd expectation that we can control the climate, and with solar panels, providing electricity via solar panels and wind turbines. It's crazy, it's absurd, it's insane. That is the reason we have the crises we have today.
Mr. Shelton, it's appropriate with your party's name, because families are the ones we've also heard from really specifically being hit hard by the cost of living crisis. Same question, what's caused it? How do we fix it?
I agree with what Warwick's saying, and I've obviously followed Craig and agree with his position on this. I think there's a unity ticket probably on the panel here. I'm not sure about Miles, but it is the energy crisis that's been politician-induced as a result of both sides of politics, Labor and Liberal, signing up to Paris net zero. The cost of electricity has gone up as a result of this rollout of windmills and solar factories, and of course this rollout of dispersed power transmission out to far-flung places across hilltops, destroying the environment, as Craig and John Ruddick so eloquently showed in a brilliant social media post this week in Kosciuszko National Park. So if you've got the cost of electricity going up, the cost of everything is going up. Family First wants to get out of Paris, ditch net zero, and we want to increase coal and gas in the system. And if it's deemed that we do need to go to zero emissions, well, we've got the nuclear option, and there's plenty of uranium in this country. Australia has an abundance of coal and an abundance of gas. There's so much gas in Victoria, you could give it to everyone for free. We have frittered away our competitive advantage as a nation. We should have sovereign wealth funds like they do in some of the Norwegian countries, where the Nordic countries, I should say, where they've got an abundance of gas. We should be a wealthy energy superpower with a competitive advantage in manufacturing and a cost of living bonanza for our people, but unfortunately we don't as a result of these failed policies. And I think the Liberal Party in particular has a lot to answer for. They were the ones who put Scott Morrison on the plane to Glasgow, who signed us up to this nonsense, and Labor has just doubled down on it in the last few years of government.
And Mr. Keller, your thoughts on cost of living and how we've gotten to this period?
Yeah, I'll give you three basic reasons. Firstly, has been excessive government spending. We've seen, I think, as Warwick noted, originally, this country didn't have a debt when John Howard left office. We've now run that close to $1 trillion. And even in the forward estimates of the government, the next 4 years, whether it's Labor or Liberal, they're both planning to spend another $180 billion more than what we've got. So when you spend money you haven't got, when you print money up to try and balance the budget, as the government has done over recent years, you simply get inflation and costs go up. That's one reason. The second reason, of course, it was Warwick and Lyle talked about there, has been this mad policy of net zero. You are simply, when you are subsidising all this intermittent generation into the grid, it makes the grid less efficient. You've got to back it up. You've got higher costs. You've got all these different transmission lines. Someone has to pay for these subsidies. That has pushed up the price of electricity. And that goes through the entire economy. The electricity is not just your bill at your house. It's what the council pays. It pushes your council rates up. It pushes up the cost of manufacturing in Australia. It makes manufacturing more expensive. Everything in the economy is touched by the cost of energy, and that's been pushed up. Of course, the third one is this excessive migration that we have had. We've had over the last 3 years of the Albanese government, we've had a net migration rate. Let's remember, net is after the people that depart Australia. So the net number has been over 1.3, almost 1.4 million people extra come into this country. Now, you simply cannot build the infrastructure. You cannot build the housing for that massive influx of people coming into the country. This is way beyond any numbers that we've ever had. I said before, I think it was from the end of the Second World War to the Sydney Olympics, we're averaging about 80,000 net migration into Australia every single year. The Liberals kicked it up to 250,000. Albanese kicked it up over 500,000 in his first year, then close to 460, 470,000. And even in this year, if we can trust the numbers, it's still well over 350,000. The economy, you are simply pumping up demand for housing. That is why rents are going through the roof. That is why young people are having such difficulty with rents and so many people are having to share a house. That is what has pushed up the price of housing in this country. So those three factors together, and that's why we've got to have policies to tackle them all. It's got to be, we've got to cut government spending back. We cannot be running these deficits continually year after year. We've got to cut migration basically back to a net zero. And we've got to simply abandon this net zero, abandon all these subsidies for this intermittent generation, and get back to what might give us cheap, low-cost electricity, and that is our coal-fired power generators.
You made a good segue there, Mr. Kelly, so I'll direct this one to you as well about housing specifically. And look, for young people like myself, amongst many other age groups, this is such a key concern at the moment. We saw the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, say that he would like housing prices to steadily increase to protect homeowners. Do you share that view?
Look, no, housing in this nation is absolutely massively overpriced. If you compare what you have to pay for a house here in Australia with a lot of US cities, we're paying double what we should be. Now, look, it's going to be tough for people who've just entered into the market if they see prices decline. But we've got we have a Ponzi scheme that's been going on. We have a housing bubble that's been going on. We've got to let the air out of that bubble slowly. Otherwise, we think it can keep going up and up forever. It will explode, and it will bring down the entire economy and cause absolutely devastating consequences for many people and many households. And I just add, the policies that the Labor and Liberal Party have rolled out over the last couple of days will simply make housing less affordable. They're simply going to push up demand for housing, which will make prices go higher and make it even harder for young people to get into the market. And we've got to cut migration. You simply cannot have this increase in demand every year with excessive numbers of people entering into the country. It's got nothing to do with attack on migrants. I hear people saying that. The point I make, most important, is the people that are affected worst by this are migrants, not only young Australians, but migrants have moved here in the last decade, that have done their sums and worked out, this is how much I need to save and borrow for a house. Those sums have been blown out of the water because of this excessive migration. So you've got to cut migration. And just one other quick point on this. I've seen some of the teals out today talking about, we've got to build more houses, we've got to build more houses, we've got to build more houses. Now, yes, we do. But the thing is, we at the moment in Australia over the last decade, we have been world champions in house building. There's been very few countries in the world that have built more houses per capita than Australia has. So the problem is not lack of supply. The problem is excessive demand, and that is what has to be tackled.
All right, Mr. Stacey, I'm interested in your thoughts as well on the subject of housing. How do you, again, see the opposition leader's comments that he'd like them to continue steadily increasing?
Well, I think that's just evidence of Peter Dutton looking over his shoulder at a constituency that he doesn't want to lose, and that, of course, is homeowners who perhaps depend on the wealth of their homes to continue to rise. So that when they sell, they're going to have a very nice profit. And I think also Claire Neal said the same, almost the same thing, that she wanted to see house prices rising. They talk about it being done in a sustainable way, and of course that's really, it's just the glib cliches, the throwaway lines, looking at a constituency. On the one hand, Labor is talking about opening up $10 billion, I think, for first home buyers. But then on the other hand, Claire Neal is saying that let's hope that house prices keep rising. It's inconsistent, it's contradictory, it's typical of the Labor government and of the opposition. And One Nation, we have policies that are going to help home buyers to get into the market. We are looking at reducing the cost, taking 10% off the GST off building products, so that is going to lower the price. We're going to look at taking away there's an absurd requirement now for new homes to be NDIS compliant and wheelchair compliant, and that adds about $40,000, $49,000, $50,000 to a new home. And we're going to take away that option. This is taking away the option of the owner to design his home the way he wants to do it. It's government interference, which is so typical of Labor and of the opposition. So we have policies that are family friendly, that are homeowner friendly, and that will help people get into the housing market.
Mr. Hunt, I'm not sure if legalised cannabis does have a specific housing policy, but look, if you are elected as a senator, it's something that the people in New South Wales, I imagine, would like to see you address. So how would you be, pushing for action in relation to housing on the Senate crossbench?
Well, I have to say that the policies of the government of the last 20 odd years have created basically a feudal system now, where you have to own, your family has to own land, and that has to be passed down the generations. It's a tragedy that people can't buy housing anymore. And, I've had that struggle and had to move out of the city for that reason. It is really sad. And I think that it started with tax discounts, capital gains changes by the Howard government, negative gearing. There's a lot of tax breaks that were, and efforts made previously to change them were sort of voted out, sadly. So, I mean, it's really difficult to change, and all the policies sort of seem to continue to give more and more capacity for the housing market to increase. There doesn't seem to be any solution beyond increasing the market. So, I mean, we would like to see it. We would like to see people be able to afford housing, and 20 years those policies have made it worse, and it needs revolutionary thinking, changing thoughts, processes, and how you deal with this. And I think our party and the way we're dealing things in a new way is, we'll consider all those policies, but I think we need to be thinking outside the box here, and we certainly need to be not incentivising property ownership by subsidies, and we need to be considering tax breaks for to kind of get rid of those tax breaks associated with property developers and multiple property owners.
Mr. Sheldon, would you like to see more homes built?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to solve this problem. It's affecting young people, their ability to found and form families and to raise children, because we've got a demographic crisis as well. But in the 1970s, when I was growing up in regional Queensland, my parents were able to build a 4-bedroom house on one wage while they're in their mid to late 20s. There were 2 other families in our street. Both the husbands in those families were motor mechanics, and the families were able to raise kids, build a lovely 4-bedroom modest home. None of these were rich people, but back in the 70s and 80s, if you had a reasonable job, a working class job, you could buy into the Australian dream. You could build a house, you could raise a family. Fast forward to the 1990s, when I got married, my wife and I required 2 wages to do what my parents did with 1 wage. Fast forward to today, my daughter and her husband and their two little kids, they're in their late 20s. He's just turned 30. They still can't afford a house, and yet he's got a good job. She works at the local TAFE. You can't do on two wages what my parents did on one wage back in the 70s. So what we need to do to solve this problem, and I agree with the things that have been said by Craig and Warwick in particular, but in addition, we've got to release more land. Australia is the most depopulated country on the planet, and yet we've got a land shortage. The only other continent that's got more land is Antarctica, but no one wants to build a home there. So we've got to release more land, obviously build infrastructure to places where we can develop houses. And the other things we've got to do is cut the red tape, and we've got to cut the cost of government inputs into building and construction. So there's much that can be done if there's the will to do it. And it's got to be an urgent thing, because we've gone backwards as a nation instead of forward in terms of the Australian dream of home ownership.
I want to change pace now and get on to overseas events, but that do directly affect Australia, and it's popped up in recent months following the inauguration of Donald Trump and subsequent tariffs and paused tariffs that have come in effect there. Mr. Stacey, I know your party's leader, Pauline Hanson, she's happy to use terms like "make Australia great again." I know she did a video about that recently in response to some of the criticism that CLP's Jacinta Price got. What do you say to voters who might be a bit weary of bringing in kind of Trump rhetoric into Australia after seeing what's going on in the US?
Well, I think, I heard what Pauline said, and can I say, I also want to make Australia great again. And I think anybody who takes offence at that very simple, straightforward statement obviously doesn't want to make Australia great again. Now, I think Australia has been ruined. Anthony Albanese, when he became Prime Minister, said, "I'm here to change Australia." And hasn't he done exactly that? Look at the social dislocation, the lack of social cohesion since October 7, 2023, and what we've seen on the streets of Australia and our fellow citizens being attacked by other citizens of Australia. And so he has done this. And created this, certainly he's changed Australia. So I want to make Australia great again. I think if anybody takes offence at what you call, and I understand what you mean, Trumpian language, that's their problem. And we are here to rebuild Australia, to stop Australia going over the economic, the social, the cultural cliff over which we're being driven by Albanese and his cabinet. And we are basically, I want to make Australia great again, and I stand for that, as does One Nation.
Mr. Shelton, your party's platform calls for supporting the US alliance, which quote unquote guarantees Australia's national security. With the kind of instability we've seen and the tariffs, do you think that security is still guaranteed under the current administration over there?
No, I don't think it is. I think JD Vance has made it very clear. If nations don't support the sort of values that have characterised the Free West, that are Western Judeo-Christian values of freedom of speech and freedom of religion, well, America's going to ask the question, why should we come to their aid, whether it's through NATO and by extension through the ANZUS alliance that Australia has had in the post-war years. So I'm very concerned, and I agree with JD Vance. I think we as a nation need to make sure we are defending the values of free speech and freedom of religion, and we're not in this country. I'm in the middle of a 6-year legal battle against 2 drag queens who are suing me because they don't like me exercising free speech in criticising drag queen story time. Why would the Americans want to come to a country that puts people like myself, Kirralie Smith, Sal Grover, and so many others through courts for expressing views on biological gender and protection of children? So, look, we very much support the US alliance. We've got to ensure that we do our part by being a reliable partner with shared values. And the other thing we've got to do to ensure that remains at the core of both the US and the Australian end is we've got to increase our defence spending, and Family First has called on defence spending to be increased to at least 3% and beyond of GDP, so that we're pulling our weight. I can sympathise with the American attitude, and this is not just a Trumpian thing. Americans feel like they've been taken for a ride by much of the world, which is no longer sharing its values and isn't pulling its weight on defence spending. And so I think we we must ensure that we prioritise those things, because without the American alliance, let's face it, we don't have a hope against an assertive and aggressive China, which has just circumnavigated our nation and conducted live fire exercises off the coast of Sydney, reported to the Prime Minister by a Virgin pilot. I mean, this is farcical. We've got to get this alliance front and centre. That means supporting free speech and pulling our weight on defence spending.
Mr. Kelly, do you agree with what Mr. Shelton said there about continuing to back that US alliance, or should we as a nation be moving more towards, an independent or independence and moving away from kind of reliance on the US?
Well, if we want to scrap the US alliance, we've got to be prepared to actually multiply our defence spending by about 10. We think we're going to do it alone without the US. Look, our US relationship and alliance has been a vital part of our security since the Second World War, and it will remain to for decades into the future. There's a relationship we must treasure and we must protect. And there's a few concerns that I have of where we are at the moment on this. When President Trump was elected, Kevin Rudd should have returned and been stood down as ambassador. He should have been recalled. For the comments that Kevin Rudd had made against President Trump previously, simply disqualified Kevin Rudd from that position. He could not be effective as our ambassador in Australia. And it shouldn't matter what political party that you come from. You want an effective ambassador in Australia. If what the Democrats had have won, by all means, leave Kevin Rudd there, because of his attacks on Trump would have given him a bit of an inside door. At the moment, Rudd is squeezed out as Washington. He cannot be an effective representative for Australia in Washington. And yet, not only the Labor Party leaving him there, Mr. Dutton was asked the question about Kevin Rudd, and he said, my tendency is to try and leave Kevin Rudd there. He should be recalled and sent home absolutely immediately. The second issue is, as Lyle brought up, there was the issue of freedom of speech. Now, we have a situation where we're all on social media, where many people from America come on and make comments on our pages and bits and pieces. We'd have a situation where we're having a debate with Americans involved. If an Australian says one thing in a particular debate, we can be arrested and jailed for up to 5 to 7 years under this new so-called hate speech legislation, as where an American is protected under their First Amendment, that they don't have those restrictions on their freedom of speech. Their free speech is protected. Now, that legislation, that hate speech legislation, that hasn't started to be enforced yet. You watch till after the election campaign, when the election's out of the way and this legislation starts to be enforced, people will realise the great distinction that between Australians and Americans have free speech. That's one of the policies the Libertarians are taking this next election. We would like to see a referendum to enshrine in our Constitution very similar provisions that the United States have to protect free speech in this country that we currently don't have. And as Lyle pointed out, the Americans they want to support nations that think like they do, that believe in free speech, that want to give their citizens those freedoms. And look at Australia under both the Albanese or the Dutton government. And they see with both Liberal and Labor voted for that hate speech legislation. You said you can now be jailed in Australia for saying something that you would be perfectly free to say in the United States of America.
Mr. Kelly, you kind of touched on it there, and it raises something into my next question. And look, I think libertarianism and maybe the Libertarian Party itself, it's not something that I think, every Australian voter is aware of or maybe understands. But we do know that your party over the long term talks about, abolishing most public schools, most public hospitals. Your state MP there in New South Wales, John Ruddock, he has previously supported anarcho-capitalism. Do you think those kind of policies and those kind of viewpoints are a bit extreme for New South Wales residents and Australians?
You've got to explain it to be fair, you've got to explain these things and put them in context. It's not about abolishing public schools. Just when it comes to education, we believe that parents should have much greater choice in education than what they have. Now, at the moment, you are restricted, and I have so many parents that talk to me, that they have to send their child to a particular school because of the geographic region that they live in. Now, that school could be a hopeless school. And what incentive does that school have to improve if they've got all the kids in a particular geographic area that have to go to that school? We'd like to see our public schools in competition with each other, coming up with, so they're actually giving the best education. So you as a parent would get have a voucher, and you could send your child to any so-called public school that you'd like around the state. So you can travel. If you're in a city, you might have 10 or different public schools you could select from. And that would enforce greater competition between these schools, and it would bring greater improvement into our education system. We want to see absolutely scrapping this cross-curriculum priorities that Gillard brought in, where you've now got, instead of just learning 2 + 2 = 4, it's got to be learned through the prism of sustainability. And so the kids lose, 4 polar bears and 4 polar bears drowned because of climate change, and there's no polar bears left. That's how maths is being taught, through this prism of sustainability, rather than just through what it should be as pure maths. So our policy is for greater competition for schools, and it also basically is for much smaller government. The government, so the cost of living crisis in this country is really a cost of government crisis. We've got the highest paid public service in the world. Every time, as I think Warwick was talking about all the red tape that's involved when you want to go and build your own house, you would have all these, there's some government bureaucrat in Canberra writing out all these rules and regulations. We simply say they should be scrapped. It's your parcel of land, you're building the house on it. Get the government bureaucrats out of your way. And that reduces also the taxes that you have to pay. It gives you more freedom. So simply everything lowers libertarian. It's about lower taxes and greater freedom.
Mr. Stacey, yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
May I bring us back to defence? I wasn't asking a question on that. And as the only candidate here who's actually served in uniform in the uniform of the ADF, I'd certainly. Craig said that we need to multiply defence spending by 10. I would argue no, we don't. We need to use the money that we have wisely. That has not occurred.
If I could just jump in, Chris, that was if we left the US alliance. If we tried to go it alone, yes, well, we should increase defence spending, yes. But if we think we can be a nation that can defend ourselves by ourselves without relying on the US alliance, we would have to take a lot of money out of every other subject, every other area of government, and put it into defence spending. That was the point I was making.
Craig, but by saying multiply by 10, you're talking about 20% of GDP. That will never happen. I don't think any country in the world spends 20% of its GDP on defence under any circumstances. But anyway, I take your point. But the money that we spend on defence is hosed against the wall. And I can go back a litany of waste and failure of Defence Department decisions, failure of decisions by the head of our defence forces. So go back to the early 2000s, the Sea Sprite helicopter, a perfectly good operational helicopter, which the Australian government had to interfere with when they started cutting holes in it and putting extra seats up the front and a gun out the side. They altered the airframe and wondered why it never flew. $1.3 billion wasted. It never, ever flew. The ARH, the Armoured Reconnaissance Helicopter Tiger, by 2012, Australian pilots were refusing to fly it. It was dangerous. It was never fully commissioned, never. Taken out of service in 2016. And then we had the MRH-90. It crashed and it was immediately grounded. And then the 46 aircraft that we had that we could have sold to another 8 or 10 armies around the world that are still flying the MRH-90. It was almost $1 billion worth of helicopter. It was wantonly cut up, destroyed and buried. The government wouldn't donate it to the Ukrainians who asked for it. They wouldn't sell it and put $1 billion back into Treasury. Instead, they cut it up. The break contract clause for the French submarines, another fiasco. The break contract penalty was $136 million. Albanese paid Macron $835 million, an extra $700 million. No one has asked him why. No one has asked him to explain. He deals with $1 billion like we might throw small change to a beggar. This is how our defence is run. It is our money is wasted. It's hosed against the wall. We need a slightly bigger defence budget. Certainly, I would agree with that. But the money needs to be spent wisely. We We need better bureaucrats, better defence chiefs to choose the platforms that we require and to make sure that they are operational. We buy them and they are immediately operational, and we have the crews. Another issue, we have the crews to run them. Thank you. That's my point on defence. You were going to ask me another.
Can I say something, Leo?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that one war I'd like to end is the war on drugs. We're spending $5 billion a year on policing drugs in this country, $2 billion of that on cannabis prohibition, which would be legalised. There's a potential $5 to $10 billion a year industry that we could pursue with cannabis. So we talk about all this defence spending. The Cannabis Party is a party of peace. Let's be honest. One world war we're prosecuting on our people currently is the drug war, and there are 70,000 Australians arrested every year for cannabis, and that is an effect on Australian people on our shores that we continue to prosecute and police, and I think it's a disgrace.
Leo, can I jump in there? You mentioned
Absolutely, go ahead.
Look, obviously, I'm not going to agree in any way, shape, or form to the legalisation of cannabis. It's a harmful drug. It's highly addictive. And just because there's difficulties in policing it doesn't mean you should give up the fight. I've got a schoolmate who, when he left school, went to Melbourne, got into the pot scene, came back, his brain was completely frazzled as a result of this drug. He's now dead after taking an ill-advised swim in a Gold Coast canal one night. I've got other mates who have said to me that as a result of pot smoking, their brains will never be the same again. I've got two mates in that sort of situation. There's no way in the world I'll ever support, and that Family First will ever support, the legalisation of cannabis. It's a harmful, addictive gateway drug to other things. Alcohol and tobacco are bad enough in itself. The iron law of government policy is what you allow. In terms of what governments allow, you get more of. And yes, policing and prohibition might be difficult. Yes, we might need to look at diversion programs for young people so you don't lock them up necessarily on their first offence, but you've got to maintain some sort of a standard if we don't want to end up like parts of Vancouver that I've visited, where people are just lying in the streets in a comatose state as a result of their drug liberalisation policy. San Francisco is the same. We do not want to go. We do not want to become the Amsterdam of the Antipodes. This is a terrible policy, and it's going to fry the brains of our kids, and we must be vigilant in the war on drugs and don't give up just because it's too hard. We don't give up on the prohibition on murder because we can't catch every murderer. We mustn't give up on the prohibition on drugs because it is harmful, and we've got to maintain some standards and some level of preventative measure for the sake of our children.
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of false premises there. The first is that prohibition is a deterrent. For the people who've suffered adverse effects from drug use, they've still got it in a prohibited state. So it's not like the criminality of cannabis stopped people using it in the first place. So in fact, in parts of America where they've legalized cannabis, we've seen a reduction in use, particularly with young people. So there is those issues. The second thing is that the black market and of the drug market, particularly with cannabis and other drugs, causes a lot of the harms. Not just the criminalisation of people, which is a harm. I don't know how you can pretend that criminalising someone for carrying a plant isn't a harm, where they go to where they can go to jail, go through the court process, suffer stigmas for life. But second of all, the fact that it's grown on the black market, it's sold on the black market. There's no regulation. There's no understanding of the strength and all those sort of things. You can't put money into education. You can't, tobacco use is discouraged during legalization just through education. So I think there's a couple of false premises there. And actually, we're a party about reducing risk, and the risk is associated with criminalization. So in reality, the best way to do that, bring it into the fold, regulate, educate people, reduce the harms, but also allow the freedom. I think a lot of people on this debate actually support some form of liberalisation with cannabis. So it's most people in Australia have come to that position. It's like 80%, and nearly half the population have tried cannabis. A quarter of the young people use it regularly. To criminalise those people is a disgrace.
I'll let Mr. Shelton get in a quick response there if he wants it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, I've made my points earlier, but just because something is hard to police doesn't mean that you should decriminalise it. Murder is hard to police. Stealing and burglary is hard to police. The iron law, I'll repeat, of public policy is what governments encourage or allow, you get more of. We will get more harm as a result of this, and there's probably smarter ways to police it, absolutely. But if we open this, we open a Pandora's box and a gateway to even harder drugs like heroin and the like. We've got enough drugs in our society. The idea that you would decriminalise this and then have a public education program to stigmatise it like we stigmatise tobacco. Look, the horse will have bolted. It'll take a long while to put that genie back in the bottle. It's just a nonsense. It's a far more harmful drug than tobacco, far more harmful than alcohol, and they're bad enough as they are.
Zero recorded fatalities from cannabis, whereas alcohol, 2,000 people die a year. It's involved in a multitude of assaults, sexual assaults, those sort of things. Cannabis is rarely involved in any of them. It's
I've got a dead school, mate.
And
I've got a dead school, mate.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's. I think it's wrong. Anyway.
Mr. Kelly, this is a point where I know the Libertarian Party does support legalisation of cannabis. I'm interested both, what are your thoughts on what we've just heard there from Mr. Shelton, but also how would the Libertarians do it differently to the legalised cannabis party?
Yeah, firstly, look, we don't want to be doing anything that encourages the use of cannabis. Like Lyle, I'm 61 this year, and I've seen that many of the kids that I grew up to school with that have had their lives destroyed by getting into the marijuana scene. And, I know friends that you see them today, and they look a lot older than the rest of us if they're still alive. In your 30s and 40s, you could tell by their speech patterns had been affected by their heavy cannabis smoking. So on one hand, we don't want to do anything at all that encourages people to increase use of cannabis, because I think, as Lyle said, it is a dangerous drug. On the other hand, do we really want police going around and knocking on people's doors for an activity that they are doing inside their own home? That's probably where the libertarian policies differ a little bit. Several years ago, I went on a study tour to Portugal, which was very interesting. I know, there's all differences in countries and things, and Portugal had a very significant problem previously with heroin. And what they did, they decriminalised it, but they didn't necessarily legalise it. And they took away a lot of the criminal prohibitions if you had drugs under a certain amount. And that program has widely been acknowledged as being a highly successful program that got a lot of people off very hard drugs. And I see that, and I was able to, speak to a lot of people in clinics. Basically, what they did, if you had a certain amount of drugs under a certain limit, you were not taken through the criminal court process. You were taken more through like a medical educational process to help you get off those drugs.
All right, Mr. Shelton, quickly.
And I'm sorry, but just a counterpoint to that. And look, I think Craig's position is obviously very different to the legalised cannabis party position, but the law isn't just a big stick to beat people over the head. Law in the Western tradition also has an educative function. And, if you decriminalise this, you send a message, you green light it, as I said earlier. There's ways you can police this without dragging young people through the criminal system. But you send a very powerful message, particularly to those who will take advantage of a decriminalised situation and want to sell it. And that will always be criminal elements. And so, I just think this is a Rubicon we shouldn't cross. I acknowledge there's difficulties in policing, but I think we need to be smart about the way we're policing it. But to throw our hands up in the air and decriminalise it would be a retrograde step.
Mr. Stacey, just before we move on from this topic, so is he frozen? I think he's frozen. And no, Mr. Stacey then. While we no, we do have him. I think we've got Warwick Stacey. Mr. Stacey, I'm hoping you were hearing some of that debate, but just again, what really is the One Nation? Is he frozen? I really can't tell. I think he is frozen. He's frozen, isn't he? Okay. This is the fun part of the debate. No, back. I love this. Warwick Stacey, can you still hear us?
I can. It's coming in and out, but I'm fighting valiantly.
While we've got you, what is the One Nation position on cannabis legalisation?
So, what is One Nation?
legalizing cannabis? What's One Nation's position?
Our position is certainly for medicinal cannabis. We agree with that, and that is as much as we have at the moment. And I think that is certainly sufficient. We certainly agree with using such opiates or opioids or whatever they're called for medicinal purposes.
All right. Now, look,
I agree with that too, Leo. I think, medicinal and hemp industry, as Miles has said, that's all fine, but not opening up for people to smoke a joint in the backyard.
All right. Well, look, but kind of messed up with the rundown there because we got onto legalized cannabis fast, but very happy to get that issue done. And look, I want to keep moving on to separate issues. And Mr. Sheldon, I'll look at some of your party's policies here. Family First. I know there's the history of the previous Family First. This is the first time, though, that the Reform Party has contested a federal election. So it might be the first time people have heard about the party. The party does support things like restrictions on late-term abortions. I know you've been supportive of potential efforts to roll back same-sex marriage legalisation. Look, these are things that have passed with majority support or in polling have consistently got majority of support. Do the people in New South Wales really want to turn the clock back on things like this?
Well, just a couple of points. This is the first time in 9 years that Family First has contested a federal election, and we're very pleased that we've got 100 candidates across the eastern and southern part of Australia. With regard to late-term abortion that you mentioned, polling actually shows that most Australians are opposed to late-term abortion. We've had a couple of generations now of ultrasound and very high-quality ultrasound. Most people know when their partner is pregnant, their wife is pregnant, what is growing in that womb, and people are actually repulsed. YouGov polling in Queensland clearly shows that. So I think the media and politics are out of step with where mainstream opinion is on that. With regard to same-sex marriage, that was a plebiscite based on a whole series of false propositions back in 2017. I remember it very well. We were told there would be no consequences. We were told it was just about the love of two people. And yet here we are 7 or 8 years down the track, and we've got gender fluid ideology laced through our schools. We've got child gender clinics injecting children with harmful puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and even removing breasts from adolescent girls and genitals from young boys. Small numbers, but nonetheless definitely happening. Large numbers on puberty blockers. And we've got a freedom of speech crisis that's come as a direct result of the legalisation of same-sex marriage, where people like myself are being sued by drag queens for saying that drag queens are dangerous role models for children because they want to promote gender fluid ideology and LGBTIQA plus sexual expressionism to kids. So I think if there was a proper debate, I think Australians would have voted very differently. And I also think there's another really important fundamental part of this debate which has never really been prosecuted or been allowed to be had. And that is, if you allow two blokes to get married, as we've done, marriage is a compound right to found and form a family. And we've got a big push on now by people like Tim Wilson, who's recontesting the seat of Goldstein in Victoria, who want to legalise commercial surrogacy so that two blokes can rent the womb of a woman, usually a woman of a lower socioeconomic background who needs the money, and then have a cash market in human babies, because that's the only way they can get kids. There has to be a proliferation of sperm donation and severing the biological ties between children and their parents. And that's a fundamental breach of the human rights of the child to know and be loved by both parents wherever that opportunity is. Kids lose their mum or dad because of tragedy or desertion, but it should not be made so on purpose because of public policy. That's what same-sex marriage does. I'm convinced if we had a proper discussion about this, we would certainly Australians would want to roll back the consequences that we've seen in terms of the child gender clinics, the blokes in women's sport, but also the justice issues for children. So yes, we do want to see it rolled back. We want to see man, woman, heterosexual, monogamous marriage promoted. None of us have perfect families. None of us have perfect relationships. Relationships break down for all sorts of reasons. But that doesn't mean we should abandon the gold standard and aspire to something that's good and true and beautiful, which I think deep down all of us want for the sake of our kids and for the sake of the next generation.
But look, I mean, the plebiscite was, 8 years ago or something like that. I think I was in year 4 at the time, so a while back. I mean, it seems like this is something that's done and run. In 2025, should a federal senator really be caring about, this kind of thing and talking about potential rollbacks for
absolutely.
what was a plebiscite 8 years ago?
Yeah, well, that means you can't undo any bad policy. I mean, the whole idea of a democracy is if you've made a mistake in public policy, there's a mechanism to fix it. And I've just rattled off a whole bunch of the problems that have flown as a result of this terrible mistake that we made. And I think if we had a proper debate, and if the media gatekeepers would allow a proper debate, I think Australians would choose something very, very different. But it was all, you were only in grade 4, but I remember it well. It was love is love. I debated many of the leaders of the same-sex marriage campaign on television, in media, multiple times. They all said there was no consequences. They lied. They said there'd be no consequences to Christian schools. As soon as the ink was dry on the legislation, there's been a 7-year battle waged by the former leaders of the same-sex marriage campaign, Anna Brown, Alex Greenwich and others, to try and decimate faith-based schools and take away their right to hire staff who believe what their parents believe about marriage and biology. And the Albanese government came within a whisker last year through an Australian Law Reform Commission process of introducing legislation that would have taken away the freedom of schools to employ staff who share the values on marriage and biology, male and female, that the parents share. The government has no right to tell any faith-based school, Christian or Muslim, what teachers they should hire and what values their kids should be exposed to. But that's a direct consequence of same-sex marriage, Leo. So yes, I won't back away from this one bit. We've got to fix this problem because it's creating social chaos and taking away freedoms in this nation.
Mr. Hunt, look, we've spoken about a few issues tonight. We're not done yet, by the way. We've got a few things to cover. But look, we've talked about housing. We've talked about cost of living. You've talked about legalising cannabis, obviously. Do you think some of the things that Mr. Shelton has brought up there are things that, New South Wales voters that you've spoken to do care about at this election?
No, I don't. I think that's done and dusted. And, I do think there is capacity to look at old laws and change them. I think, the failures to set up a sovereign wealth fund and mining tax and all the sorts of things have contributed to our lack of money as a country and some of the issues we face today. So I don't think that any law is permanent, but I do feel that when you're talking about, an issue like gay rights, this is a civil liberties issue for us, human rights, things that we entrenchedly believe in as a party. I mean, homosexuality was illegal in this country, in this state, up to the 80s and 90s. I mean, that's a disgrace, and the Cannabis Party can really associate with that sort of criminalisation of people, the stigma attached with being yourself. I really feel like that's something that we've got to move away from as a country, and I think we are moving away from it. We're moving to a better place where we're tolerant, we're compassionate, and we accept people for who they are. And the Cannabis Party can understand it because it's the people who have used cannabis have faced stigma and prohibition for 100 years. So we've got we advocate for civil liberties, privacy, human rights, compassion, personal freedoms, anti-discrimination, tolerance. They're the key themes that we'll assess any policy with.
Mr. Kelly, if I try to understand, philosophies and principles regarding libertarianism, would that mean that you and your party would be opposed to any attempt to roll back same-sex marriage as Mr. Shelton is supporting?
Yeah, firstly, it was interesting you said you're in year 4 when that was going through. I was actually in the parliament at that time, and I can remember it very well. I opposed the legislation at the time, but I did say, because it was a plebiscite, that I would vote the way my electorate did. And at that time, I was the member for Hughes, which was a reasonably conservative electorate, and yet the electorate still voted 52 for, 48 against. So therefore, I thought that because we were doing it by a plebiscite, and that was what Tony Abbott had organised rather than a referendum question, that if it was by plebiscite, it was up to every individual member of the parliament at the time to vote the way that their electorate did. And that's what I finally did. And look, I understand where Lyle's certainly coming from on these points, but now we have some real serious issues that we need to tackle that are associated with, especially the issue of, women, biological men playing in female sports. One of the great changes that I've seen over my lifetime, and it's a change for the good, has been how so many opportunities are there for girls today to play sport that were never there when I was growing up. The girls had very limited sporting opportunities. Today, we've seen women professional soccer players, rugby league players, Aussie rule players, cricket players. those opportunities were never there. And all that is at risk. All that opportunities for women's playing sports today is at risk by trying to think that, okay, it's okay for someone that's born a biological male that is physically stronger because of that fact that able to play in women's sports. They're things that we need to be fighting for to prevent that from happening. Also,
you can't fight that unless you unless you deal with the issue of what is gender and why it's important. And if you've deemed marriage and you said there can't be discrimination against two people in a marriage relation on the basis of their gender, then why should you discriminate against someone's felt gender? It's the same logical extrapolation. So I mean, I know that you're genuine in wanting to protect girls and women's sports, etc., and shut the gender clinics. But I just think it goes down to these foundational principles that we lost during that fraudulent, very bad, poor debate in the plebiscite.
Yeah, it certainly was a difficult time. I think the other, I sympathise with that point. The other thing we need to also be fighting for, I think a lot of us will agree with this, is income splitting. So I believe if a family has, whether it's one or two children, there should be the opportunity for your marginal rate of tax to combine the income, split them, and you pay the marginal rate of tax at that split rate, which means that, so say for a husband supporting a wife and kids at home, he's paying a lower marginal tax rate because in reality, marriages are partnerships, where I remember, I'm thinking back to my mum and dad. A mum used to do some of the books at home. Mum was always getting dad stuff ready to go to work. She was an equal partner in my father's work in his business. And yet for taxation purposes, she's considered not part of it. I think that's a really big change that we need to do to try and encourage and strengthen the family unit. It's one of the big points that Lyle has brought up, and correctly, and this hasn't been discussed at all very much during this election campaign, is the collapse in the fertility rate and the birth rate in Australia. The way we are going, I think, what are we down to? 1.6, 1.5? Is it when we need 2.1 just to replace ourselves? We are currently at this trajectory. We're going to breed ourselves into extinction as a race of people. That's the direction that we are having unless we strengthen that family unit. And one of those ways is going to be doing it is through the taxation system, where we allow that income splitting. So we encourage that family unit and we make it as easy for that family unit to be able to afford to have kids.
All right. Conscious of time here, still got a few things to run through. But Mr. Stace, you've been sitting there, and we appreciate you sitting there. I know you've kind of dropped in and out of this call, but we've got you good now. Just really any thoughts on what you've kind of have heard discussed there?
Well, yes, a number of points. First of all, talking about the gay marriage plebiscite 8 years ago, whether it should be unwound or, as Lyle was talking about. Look, we would support anything that is going to revoke woke and progressive policies that are destructive of Australian society and Australian culture. So, but I would say that at first we have to actually take care of the problems we have at the moment, which is a complete lack of leadership in our government, and also this wanton spending on this crazed pursuit of net zero and the 82% renewables, which is just pushing up the electricity prices astronomically and the fuel prices. And this is what's causing the crisis, the crises that we have in Australia at the moment. Craig talked about supporting income splitting. That was he moved off onto that. And I'm not sure whether the Libertarians have that as a policy, but One Nation certainly does have that as a very specific policy to help families. And we're going to reduce personal income tax for couples with a dependent child, or at least one dependent child, where they can file a joint tax return. And in that way, just with the models that we've produced or the examples, if $120,000 was the income produced or brought home by one income earning parent, then they could save up by splitting that and having the income applied to both parents, $60,000 each. They could save up to $10,000, almost $10,000, which is putting money back into their pockets, and that's putting $5 billion back into the pockets of struggling families. A very specific One Nation policy. I think that's having made notes. I think those are certainly the 2 points that I'd like to make with regard to what's been going on just recently.
Okay, look, we'll keep moving through things, and
Leo,
Mr. Very quickly,
yeah,
yeah.
just to say, Family First supports income splitting in the way that Craig and Warwick have both described it.
Nice and quick. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Stacey, I'll direct this question to you on a separate matter as well, as we talk about the parties that we're representing here. Obviously, being in a party is probably more important than ever in relation to the Senate. We all know that. Mr. Stacey, One Nation has had a kind of a bit of a history of its members defecting after being elected. Can you say here tonight you'd be happy to stick with One Nation the entire 6-year term you'd be elected to?
I would be absolutely delighted to stay with One Nation. Look, I'm conservative politically, and I see One Nation as the only true conservative political party in Australia today. The Liberals have lost their way. Peter Dutton is looking over his shoulder at the moderates in his party, who should, I think, be in the Labor Party or even in the Greens. And One Nation, when I left supporting the Liberal Party because of the utter disloyalty of Turnbull, and then the failure of leadership of Morrison, I was looking for a political home. And when I looked at Pauline Hanson, as a former army officer, having been trained in leadership, I recognised in Pauline leadership principles that I was taught at Sandhurst and that I saw under tremendous military leaders, my commanding officers, two of whom became 4-star generals in the British Army. I had a wonderful commanding officer here in the Australian, when I was serving in the Australian Army Reserve, a regular officer, one of the best commanding officers I've served under. True leadership principles. Also working as a military contractor in the Middle East, I saw wonderful leadership. That has been lacking. Pauline personifies all the principles, the 6 main principles of leadership that I was taught and that I've seen in action under the commanding officers under which I've served. So I have no problem. Every one of One Nation's policies I agree with, and I certainly know I'm here. I would be delighted to be elected to the Senate for 6 years and to serve in the Senate under Pauline's leadership for 6 years.
Okay, Mr. Kelly.
I'm sorry, I've got nowhere to go. There is no other Conservative party in Australia. One Nation does it for me, and One Nation will do it for the Australian people and for Australia.
All right, Mr. Kelly, the Libertarian Party is your 4th party in 4 years. You were a long-time Liberal member. You defected to the UAP. After leaving Parliament, you were a member of One Nation for about a year, and now you are with the Libertarians. If elected at this election, can voters expect stability, given you have changed parties more than a few times?
Well, firstly, what's important, I think, is not the party, it's your values and your principles. And my values and my principles haven't changed. It was the values and principles of the Liberal Party that changed. The Liberal Party that I joined in 2009 to run for the election in 2010, when I was successfully elected under Tony Abbott's leadership, and then when we formed government in 2013 under Tony Abbott's leadership. That is not the Liberal Party of today. It is the Liberal Party that have changed their policies, not myself. My values, my principles have stayed consistent all throughout that period of time. Everyone knows exactly where I stand on all the important big issues. And if there's a question, I'm for freedom of speech. I'm for lower costs of energy. I'm for getting the UN and the World Economic Forum and these people out of the affairs of Australia. I'm for scrapping this nonsense, this destructive and futile policy of net zero. I'm for making sure we get sustainable migration rates and we end this excessive migration rate and we try and restore that great Australian dream for young Australians that they can own their home. They're all policies that I've had and beliefs I've had throughout my entire life. And they will, I'm a bit old now to change my stripes. They're subjects that I will not change my views on.
Obviously, you've touched on your kind of well-reported leaving of the Liberal Party, and we of course covered that at the time. But look, I mean, with respect to all of them, there are voters out there who can barely tell the difference between parties like the UAP, One Nation, and the Libertarian Party. Can you just explain to them why you've managed to get through all three in about 4 years?
Well, firstly, after I left the Liberal Party, my intention was to sit as an independent. and try and recontest my seat. Clive Palmer, one of the most financially substantial individuals in this country, came to you and he said, Craig, that is selfish. You just can't do this. There is too much at stake. We need to try and run another party that's coming, it was the 2022 election, to try and put pressure on the Liberal Party to be stronger in their views and to try and take on the Labor Party because their views are disastrous for our country. So we tried that in 2022. Unfortunately, for various reasons, that was unsuccessful. And then Mr. Palmer, after that election, decided to basically not re-register the party. So that was the end of the road there. I then worked for One Nation as a consultant for a short period of time. That was only a couple of months at the time. And since then, I've joined the Libertarian Party, which is probably where my heart is and where my true values are. And you are right that if you look at the differences between the parties today, we're debating here with Warwick and with Lyle. The differences between our parties are very, very minimal. That's why this debate has probably been so cordial, because we all agree. I think we all agree that net zero is a complete nonsense. We all agree that we've got to reduce migration. We all agree that we've got to protect freedom of speech. They're all issues that we all agree on. And that's why I hope in the future that our parties can all come together, because running these fragmented parties, especially in the upper house, if we had united parties at the last election, we would have had 6 senators instead of, we've had a senator elected from every state, from a minor conservative, right, libertarian party, whatever you call, if we're able to combine those votes. Now, unfortunately, the preferences don't flow in that Senate. And again, at this election, I'd say if we were all united and we're on one page and working, and then instead of having these fragmented parties at this election, we would be having a conservative senator, a right conservative libertarian senator elected in every state again at this election. But that's going to depend upon how the preferences flow at this election.
Mr. Hunt, can I ask you, because I know the legalised cannabis probably isn't as aligned to the other parties as they are aligned to each other at the moment. But look, I think the most notable, in terms of votes even, party that has pushed for cannabis legalisation is the Greens. Really, where do you split from them on your key issue of cannabis legalisation that is actually different enough to make a voter think, actually, I'll go for LCP over Greens?
Well, I mean, I just say that the legalised cannabis party is one of the fastest growing parties in the country. There's people been elected in a lot of the states now recently. There's mums and, using medicinal cannabis and realise the stigma, that it's a medicine, and there's a whole host of reasons. But the Cannabis Party, we sort of straddle the progressives who see the failure and harm reduction and the criminalisation of people, and libertarians who see why should the government be criminalising people for cannabis. So I think I just want to be clear that we do have different perspective on some of the issues raised than the other parties here. Personally, I think it's important that we move to renewable energy, and the transition is managed in a positive way for everyone. I think that's going to be better for the environment in the future. I think the world is suffering under pollution and corporate destruction, where people can pollute the world with microplastics that's in every living human and face no jail time. But you can smoke a plant and go to jail. That's an absolute failure, and it's wrong. So we're in a different perspective there. We're different to the Greens. We're a different party. We're revolutionary. Our main focus is on creating 2 new industries that will change our country and the future. So they're going to change the environment. They're going to make things more sustainable. If we use hemp as a biodegradable plastic, we can get rid of the plastic problem. We can create a clothing that is breathable. It doesn't use the same water as cotton. This is through hemp. It doesn't need pesticides. It can sequester carbon from the atmosphere twice the rate of forests. So in creating hemp, we can fix the climate problem or help with that, and legalizing cannabis, we can create a whole new industry. So, we're totally coming from a different perspective to the Greens, and I think the Greens have got other focuses. So, yeah, but it's nice that, our party's got people from both, from everywhere, and we're open to that,
All right, Mr. Shelton, just on something that Mr. Kelly brought up at the end of his comments there. When Clive Palmer joined Trumpeter Patriots, I think it was just a few months ago in February, I think you were commenting saying this would further fragment the centre-right minor party vote. Isn't that exactly what you're doing by registering Family First for this election and adding another party to this election contest?
Yeah, that's a fair criticism, Leo. I guess obviously Clive coming along and registering Trumpet creates an even further fragmentation. I guess Family First offers something that is distinctive, as much as there is some great commonality, particularly between Craig and Warwick and myself. The pro-life issue is one that's very dear to us. We are uncompromisingly for the human rights of unborn babies and proper support for their mothers. And also the euthanasia issue is one which we feel very strongly about. Once you depart from first principles, whether it's principles on gender with relation to marriage or how you define the human creature, if your public policy extrapolates from a view that says that human life isn't sacred in all its forms, from conception to natural death, then you open up a range of policy abuses, and that's what we've seen with euthanasia, certainly seen through abortion. So we're unashamedly pro-life. The other parties are not. There are individuals within Libertarians and One Nation who hold a pro-life position, and Malcolm Roberts in particular is someone I really admire. Pauline has supported euthanasia. There's varying positions on abortion. So that's a key distinctive for us, but also I guess our unashamed emphasis on heterosexual monogamous marriage and promoting and preferencing that in public policy, I guess, is also a key distinctive. So I think, Leo, what will happen in this space, and Craig has talked about this and Warwick has talked about this, the Liberals and the Nationals have abandoned the values that many of us who are Conservative voters grew up supporting. I think we're in a situation similar to what Robert Menzies found himself in 1945, when he brought together about 30 disparate Conservative groups and united them under the modern Liberal Party. I think there's still a lot of dust in the air. I think in probably over the next 5 or so years, we'll see a situation where there'll be some sort of uniting, because we do need to get that Senate representation that Craig talked about. It is crazy that we get the votes, but it doesn't translate into the seats. So we're open to those discussions at Family First, but obviously we've got some pretty key policy positions, which we think are pretty basic and pretty important principles that we don't want to compromise on.
On that, and look, I know a lot of, and of course, the obvious disclaimer is preferences are voter controlled. You can only recommend, etc., etc., etc. But look, Family First, it was just kind of came out that you guys are in Victoria, which is a really key, another Senate race, preferencing the Liberals second. Is that not going against all this talk about minor party unification and ensuring that minor parties get that Senate representation, etc.?
No, not at all. There's a real opportunity for Family First to achieve a Senate seat in the state of Victoria, and by giving the Liberals, particularly in the Senate in Victoria, our second preference. Well, the number 3 on their ticket is actually a Conservative. I believe he's a Christian. I don't know necessarily about his faith, but he's someone who's very much aligned with our values. The Liberals don't often pre-select those sort of people these days, or if they do, it's very unwinnable positions, or they generally kick them out of the party. So that was a very easy decision for us to make in Victoria. It does mean, yes, and I'm upfront about it, we've got to hold our nose a little bit with some of the House of Reps people that will be preferenced by Family First. But at the end of the day, we are fighting the Liberal Party because of its drift away from our values. And if we can pick up a Senate seat from them, that advances our aim. And, I think that's something that should be cheered on by everyone in the minor party space, because for whatever reason, the Liberals saw it in their interest to come to us. It's potentially a win-win for the cause, because if Bernie Finn gets up in Victoria, that's good for all of us on this call, except perhaps for legalised cannabis. If the number 3 on the Liberal ticket gets up, that's probably also not a terrible outcome for the values that we're all espousing.
Just on also, we talked about the subject of stability, Mr. Sheldon, and yesterday your party disendorsed its candidate for Longman. You are, as it stands, the only party that's disendorsed after the close of nomination, so he's still on the ballot as a Family First candidate. Can you explain any of the reasoning why?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. We're a family party. We believe in morality and moral values, pro-family values. This particular individual, had some social media commentary that he didn't disclose to us. So he hadn't been honest on his pre-selection form. If you're talking about salmonella and penises, I'm not interested in candidates who want to put that stuff on public social media platforms and other platforms saying that other social media posts saying that women who have abortions are degenerate. I don't agree with that. I think women who find themselves with unsupported pregnancies need all the support society can give them, and we need to be working as a society to make abortion and the protection of human life unthinkable. But this sort of commentary by someone who quite frankly should have known better is not acceptable to our party. We've got 100 candidates. One guy has slipped through the net. We're not going to put up with it. And yes, it's regrettable that this wasn't discovered until after the close of nominations, but we won't tolerate that sort of thing. It's not about cancel culture, but it is about ensuring that we uphold the values of our party. And I think that would be pretty self-evident. And it's what our supporters would expect.
All right, Mr. Kelly, you're in an interesting position here because you're running on a joint ticket. Obviously, you're leading as the Libertarians, but also on this ticket, the Heart Party and also People First for New South Wales specifically. Why do you think that kind of unity is important? And would you like some other parties, maybe some of the other parties that are here tonight, to come on board with things like that?
Yeah. Look, absolutely. Look, after the last election, every meeting that I went to, people kept on saying, you guys have got to unite. Put your egos aside, put your differences aside, try and unite and run that joint ticket. Because as we said, if we hadn't had that joint ticket at the last election, we would have had, instead of just Ralph Babet and Pauline Hanson being elected, we would have had another 4, like-minded senators in that parliament, and that would make an enormous difference. It makes enormous difference, in Senate estimates where you can all get together and work your questions together, policy debate-wise, media debate-wise, using your resources. It would have made an enormous difference to this country. And I think, as I said, eventually we have to do this to get together. So we came up with different ways to do it. We couldn't get, much cooperation from many of the parties for various reasons. But with Gerard Rennick's People First Party, they were prepared to come on board here in New South Wales. Also, the Heart Party, the former Informed Medical Options Party, a very good party that stood up very strong during the COVID period. So we're running, it's actually a triple ticket. It's a freedom coalition. And I just hope that we get some results from that and people see what we've done and give us some reward for that coalition, because really at the subsequent election, we need to try and do this, a lot stronger, a lot more, bring ourselves together. As we said, it's likely that Pauline's likely to retire after the next election. If we could bring ourselves together as one united front on the conservative libertarian right, sort out these minor, and I said they're minor differences. I said, with Warwick and Lyle, like 95%, 96, 97, probably 98 or 99%, we're on the same page of these issues. If we can sort those issues out, and we can all somehow come together as one united force at an election time in the Senate, we can get 6 senators elected in each parliament. We can get 12 over 2 periods of term. We can have the balance of power in the Senate, and then we can start getting people elected in the lower house and really make a difference to this country.
Mr. Stacey, obviously I appreciate. Quickly, Mr. Shelton.
Sorry, just on that. Look, for most of the last few years, this discussion that Craig's enunciated so well has been in play. I've said to people, if you can get Clive Palmer and Pauline Hanson into the same room, we'll come and talk. But the reality is, unfortunately, they are two, great Australians, but two very big egos, and that would have been the mechanism for uniting these voices, but that didn't happen. And then the discussions about a joint ticket happened very, very late in the piece. And whilst Craig is, I'm very much aligned with many of his values, and I really admire, what he's done with his son and the pro-life stance there, and what he's enunciated tonight. Libertarians in Victoria are a different kettle of fish, and it was just impossible for us to stand on a joint ticket with the Libertarians, particularly David Limbrick. He espouses abortion, is quite in your face about it. The drugs issue, surrogacy, a whole same-sex marriage, a whole range of issues which are incompatible with our values. But we have done what we can to help with the unity. We are preferencing Craig Libertarians in New South Wales are getting our second preference. We didn't stand in Jared Rennick's way. In fact, we're preferencing him in Queensland. There's a lot of alignment. So we've done what we physically can, but the structure of this over the last few years, when this needed to be done, was dominated by two very big players, which made it impossible for there to be unity. So that's the situation we find ourselves in.
And Mr. Stacey, I want to get your thoughts on this. I obviously appreciate you're not, the head of One Nation, and you're speaking partly for yourself here. But would you like to see some unity between, two of the parties here tonight and others?
Look, this Leo, I think, is a utopian view. It's a perfect view that in reality will never occur. And the reason for that is Lyle talked about Family First believing in morality, and nevertheless, a deal has now been done with the Liberals, which you could argue is not a Christian party. He even said that they have to hold their nose with some of the people in the Liberal Party with whom they've done this deal. We had a preference agreement with Family First, and they reneged on that.
That's not true.
They reneged. Let me finish. They reneged on that.
We never had a preference deal.
We had a preference agreement.
I'll let Mr. Stacey finish, and then you can comment.
Our Senate ticket how to vote cards have been printed with Family First as second on the vote on that how to vote. Family First reneged on that agreement. They, in the end, because they are looking at getting a senator up in Victoria, they certainly hope that they've, in a sense, created a wasteland for the rest of Australia. And I don't think that is a particularly moral position to be taken, politically moral position to be taken by a party that espouses Christian values. Secondly, the Libertarians have also reneged in the past, I understand in the 2022 election, on the preference agreement that we had with them. So you talked about loyalty before, Leo, and would I remain loyal to One Nation? I believe in loyalty. Loyalty is one of the 6 vital principles of leadership. Pauline Hanson has shown loyalty to people who show loyalty to her. And loyalty is a thing that goes up and down, and it goes sideways in command. And this is an essential, a very essential tenet of leadership. So political integrity. Clive tried to buy One Nation. Pauline wouldn't have a bar of it. So the two came into the room. Pauline was always open to listening, but she was not for sale, and she does not hold her nose she does not do deals with parties or with people with whom she would have to hold her nose. So it's self-interest, it's lack of loyalty that drives so many political parties, so many political participants. And I'm certainly in the game to stay with One Nation. And when we make preference agreements with parties, we expect them to hold. We have always held to our side of the agreement. So I think this utopian view of the small minor parties coming together and forming a united bloc, it's utopian. I don't think it will work.
Mr. Shelton, did you back out of a preference deal?
No, Warwick is completely wrong there. There was no preference deal with One Nation. They never approached us.
The preference agreement. A preference agreement.
There's no discussion with One Nation about preferences at this election.
Well, that's incorrect.
It's not. You're wrong, Warwick. You should get your facts right, because that's a pretty, it's a pretty terrible accusation to make, allegation. It's just not true.
Well, what has happened is
I suspect that One Nation had a preference deal with the Liberals, and that's why you had to rip up your out of vote card, because you made some assumptions about family.
That is honestly that is a scurrilous assumption on your part.
It's an assumption, and I may well be wrong, but there was
You're
no
totally wrong.
There was no preference.
We have not done a deal with the Liberals.
There was no preference deal or arrangement with One Nation, Family First.
Preference agreement.
There was no preference agreement with Family First and One Nation. There was no discussion with One Nation about preferences at this election.
All right. Mr. Kelly, just very, very, very quickly. I know you weren't with the Libertarians, then the LDP in 2022, so I appreciate you kind of limited for comment on that because it was brought up. But do you think, we've seen some disagreements here tonight. We've seen them laid out in the past. Do you see them publicly? Can it really work? There are so many people with, their own personalities. Can it work, or is it just a kind of utopian idea, as Mr. Stacey said?
Look, Sir Robert Menzies did it decades ago when he united all these minor parties and brought them into the modern-day Liberal Party. It can be done. But one thing, it has to be done as a grassroots party that is controlled by the members. And that is one area that's really different from, I think, both Family First and I can definitely the Libertarians. I won't speak for Family First. I'll let Lyle do that. But at the Libertarians, we are a democratic grassroots party. To be selected, I had to go through a democratic process of all the members of the party to win that number one position on their Senate ticket. And we allow our members to have a say in the policies of the party. We have branch structures now around in New South Wales. We have 12 branches in New South Wales. We're having regular meetings that we are building up our party. So looking to the future of how we're going to do this, it cannot be done where you've got a party run by one or two personalities that have dictatorial authority over what candidates they're picking and how the party run. It's got to be run on a democratic grassroots basis. And if we can do that, we can agree that as first principles, I am confident, it would have been nice to do it this election, but, there are many reasons that didn't happen. I'm confident in the years to come that we can reunite all the minor parties on the conservative libertarian right. Because we need to, Leo, because the election system we have, if we continue this bickering amongst each other, we're just going to end up with the Labor and the Greens in control of this country. And we're going to go backwards and downhill even faster than we are at the moment.
All right. We'll leave that issue there, and we want to get.
I didn't get to say.
All right, go ahead very quickly.
I'll just say on that the Legalised Cannabis is a grassroots organisation. I think we spent 20,000 last election, and Clive Palmer had about 100 million, and we got about the same percentage in some of in Queensland. So top-down parties like versus grassroots parties, like as Craig was saying, I think that's the party we are. It's about the volunteers on the ground. Trying their guts out just for a cause that they believe in. Ours is a party about trying to solve an issue, and then, it's not about us being forever politicians. So, I think that's an issue, for that side of potentially for some of these parties here. But I think the grassroots is the future.
I think, people would use grassroots to describe legalised cannabis, certainly. Look, we want to get to the part of the debate where each candidate has the chance, if they choose, to ask one other candidate one question. Now, we have again asked those candidates to keep their questions relatively short, very much direct to one candidate, so it's nice and clear. They do have the option not to ask anything. We don't know what they're going to ask or if they're going to ask anything. Mr. Hunt, if you've got a question for another candidate, the floor is yours.
I'd probably better direct mine to Lyle Sheldon, if that's okay, given our opposing views on this issue. I was going to say, if you could imagine a plant existed that had proven medicinal qualities for MS, pain treatment, sleep issues, whole host of scientifically proven benefits, have been used for thousands of years for spirituality, creativity, is not involved in any violence at all, is generally about peace and well-being, and then that same product could be used in clothing and could make degradable plastics and could create breathable concrete and could change the future. Would you say that we should criminalize that, treat it as if it's, criminalize the people who use that plant that grows magnificently on this planet, or should we treat it as a gift from God in essence?
Well, if we use it for the uses that you've just so eloquently described, Miles, I wouldn't oppose that at all. I think that's a noble use of the plant. I've been to hospital a couple of times and had operations where I've been given morphine for pain relief. That's an ingredient of heroin, but I would never for 1 minute say that we should make heroin available for recreational use in the same way that I wouldn't make marijuana available for recreational use. So I think it's with respect, and I get that you're passionate about your views here, but I think it is a little bit disingenuous to be conflating the use of hemp for clothing and concrete and the medicinal use of marijuana to then sort of say, let's have carte blanche legalization of it, when clearly the harms are well known. The medicinal use of it should only be done as approved by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, not no other way. But we should absolutely use any substance which is going to relieve pain and has other benefits for society. But we've had a long talk earlier in this conversation about the harms. I think Craig and I are on a unity ticket there. I think Warwick may well be himself, that this causes way too much social harm to allow it to be something that is just spread abroad in the community and to expose our kids to.
Thanks.
All right. Mr. Stacey, if you've got a question for another candidate, go ahead. Have we got him? No. Frozen again. Warwick, Stacey, can you hear us?
Yes, I do, Leo. I have a question for Lyle, but he seems to be frozen. I'm not sure whether it's. Can you hear me?
Ask ahead.
Can you?
Yep.
Can you hear me, Leo?
Yep, you're good. I think there's a delay.
Can you hear me, Leo? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I have a question for Lyle. For Family First, Lyle Family First has Christian policies, which I applaud. But where are your family-friendly policies? What are you going to do to reduce the cost of living? One Nation, for example, is going to reduce electricity bills by 20%. It's a family-friendly policy. We're going to reduce petrol tax, take 26 cents a litre off petrol. That is a family-friendly policy. What are your policies to put money back into the pockets of taxpayers?
Yeah, no, thanks, Warwick. Look, I think we're in agreement that the net zero issue is one of the biggest ones, and that goes to the root cause of the cost of living crisis. I think you and I are on a unity ticket in terms of getting out of Paris, ensuring that we ramp up coal, gas, and ultimately nuclear production so that we can have cheap, reliable, and affordable electricity in this country again. That'll relieve much of the cost of living burden. You and I agree on income splitting, as does Craig. That's a really fundamental reform. There's a penalty on couples at the moment who are raising children at home and who where one couple wants to work in the home. That needs to be eradicated. We haven't prescribed particular measures in terms of like cutting the fuel excise and the like, because we know that you've got to fund roads. That's what the fuel excise is supposed to be doing. But we're deeply concerned about the soon-to-be $1 trillion debt. And that's a form of intergenerational theft, and that has to be addressed. And so we've avoided saying, well, we're going to cut the fuel excise, we're going to take the GST off building materials and all that sort of stuff, because you've got to know what is the impact on the budget. And if you cut income from the budget, then you've got to obviously raise taxes in other ways. Now, I think there's a lot of waste that can be cut, and maybe there will be scope for the sort of tax cuts and cost of living relief that you're talking about, and which Peter Dutton has talked about temporarily. But I think we've got to get the fundamental issues right, and this is what concerns me so much about this nation. We're talking about giving out little trinkets around the edges, particularly Albanese and Dutton, and not dealing with the structural issues which are affecting the cost of living of every family. And that's the energy crisis, that's the intergenerational theft of debt, and the lack of a housing policy that releases more land, cuts red tape, and allows young people to get ahead. So I think philosophically, Warwick, I think we agree we've got to lift that cost of living pressure. We've probably got different ways of going about it.
Thank you, Lyle, but certainly One Nation has costed our policies. We're going to make savings of $90 billion, and we're going to put $40 billion back into the pockets of taxpayers. We know where the money's coming from. We know we're going to make the savings, and we know how we're going to help Australians in a way that the current government and the previous governments have not done.
No, I commend you on that, Warwick. I mean, we don't have the resources of Senate officers and research staff to drill down to the detail of that. So I'm sure your figures are right, and if that can be done, we'd support that. But we would have to get into the Senate and look at the numbers specifically before we could make those sort of claims.
All right. Thank you very much for that. I'm conscious, by the way, for those at home, my internet's a little dodgy, so we'll see how long this holds out. Mr. Shelton, if you've got a question for another candidate, it's all yours.
I'd just like to ask Craig, just his thoughts on why there's such a weakness in the leadership on the former party of Menzies, or the party of Menzies, and why, his observations as to why there is such tepid leadership at this critical time in our nation. I know it might be a bit of a Dorothy Dixon, but it's a genuine question, and Craig's had a lot of experience over many years on the inside of the Liberal Party. I'm just shocked that we're at this stage in 2025 where there's just such a paucity of leadership, and I guess just disappointed. And be interested in Craig's reflections on why it seems like Peter Dutton, through timidity, is letting this election slip through his fingers.
That's a pretty good question. Unfortunately, today's Liberal Party is very factionally divided. The left faction has enormous sway over the party. That's one problem, and it drifts. The party has drifted significantly to the left, since over the last decade. That's one issue. The second one is, I think it's that many members of Parliament that are there are just too frightened to speak out. They're frightened that the media will come out and attack them, or someone, on the ABC will try and criticise them or something like that. If you're going to be in this game of politics, you've got to have a very thick skin, and you've got to carry a big shield and a big spear, and you've got to be prepared to be criticised. You've got to be prepared to take the game up. I think one of Churchill's quotes that gave me sort of inspiration was that you have enemies, good. That means that you've stood up for something once in your life. And there's too many people in that Liberal Party that just sit back there, don't want to rock the boat, hope to get in the ministry, and just want to go quiet, sort of thing. And when they really need to be at times standing up and speaking out, the culture has changed greatly in the party room, where the party room used to be an area where you would have vigorous debate on policy issues. When I first started, when I left, if you stood up and you said something that was contrary to what the leadership says, you were looked upon and frowned at. I think the Liberal Party really has serious problems, and I'm really not sure where they're going to go after this election. And you were right. Mr. Dutton had so many opportunities at this election to fight so much stronger on the issues that we're here all agreeing with. He simply, which I'm sure many of the people that are watching this program tonight, the Liberal Party viewers, are going, you guys are 100% right. You guys are right. But yet we've got the Liberal Party and the Nationals still signing up to the nonsense of net zero, dilly-dallying with the Paris. I remember sorry, Leo, we're going on a bit long with this answer, but I was in the party room. Scott Morrison walks in one day, and we win the 2009 election on a policy of no to net zero. Right? Scott Morrison walks in the party room one day and says, we've decided to sign up to net zero. And I'm next to him. I said, did I miss this debate? Well, where was the debate on this? Did I go for a bathroom break or something and I missed the discussion? A lot of these things are being handed down from the senior ministry to the backbench, and the backbench just doesn't have the backbone to stand up and fight on these issues.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Kelly, if you've got a question for a candidate.
Yeah, sure. Look, my question is to Warwick. That's on the subject of freedom of speech. We saw, the last Parliament where we saw Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts abstain on that hate speech legislation. Do you think they did the wrong thing? And if you were in Parliament, would have you also abstained? And in the next Parliament, would you support a bill to repeal that hate speech legislation?
He's frozen. Oh, no.
Do you hear the question? Do you want me to go the question again? Just in case you didn't hear it.
Okay. Can you hear me? Leo?
We can hear you. If you heard the question, answer it now if you want.
I'll try. But okay, first of all, Craig, you're wrong in talking about it as a hate speech. It was a hate crimes bill. It was a hate crimes bill. Secondly, the point, you haven't listened to Pauline and to Malcolm's explanation as to why they abstained. And thirdly, even that kind of comment from you, and this is not a personal accusation if you like, but it's an indication of misinterpretation, of not understanding either a question or an answer, and these basic principles of oversight and interpretation have been severely compromised by the media, by other politicians, and so on. So just to come back to it, you talked about hate speech. It wasn't. It was a hate crimes bill for a start. We believe in freedom of speech.
Okay, well,
we believe in
simple question, yes or no.
We believe in freedom of speech.
Would have you abstained or would have you voted against it?
We believe in freedom of speech, and for us, freedom of speech ends where incitement to violence begins. And this is a problem that we have now in Australia, where people take offence at insults. Let me read a wonderful comment from the Australian High Court in 2004 on a free speech case known as Coleman versus Power. The following was stated by the High Court justices: Australian politics has regularly included insult and emotion, slander and invective in its armoury of persuasion. They are part and parcel of the struggle of ideas. We now have the situation where any kind of offence, any kind of slight insult is taken to be hate speech. I remember coming home crying because my best friend at school, Jimmy, had told me he didn't like me or whatever. And my mother told me, sticks and stones may break.
And I think we've lost Warwick Stacey.
Instead of getting back, it'd be interesting just to hear just a simple yes or no. I believe that legislation needs to be repealed in full. We now have a situation where Australians can be jailed for 5 to 7 years, which Warwick seemed to be saying there is an affront. And I'd just be interested to see what his opinion was, whether he would have abstained or whether he would have made a big statement and vote against it. And if he would, if elected, join in with other senators to have that repealed.
I'm sorry, the question was broken up, I think, Craig, because of your last question.
Sorry, yes, I was simply saying, okay, firstly, would have you abstained or would have you voted against it if you were in Parliament, last Parliament? And secondly, if an opportunity came up to repeal that legislation in a future Parliament, would you support its repeal?
I would have abstained along with Pauline and Malcolm Roberts because and for their reasons, that legislation, as you know, there's so much legislation is pushed through. That legislation wasn't a priority. It wasn't a top order. It was suddenly pushed through by the Labor government. And you know, we only have 2 senators. And I think Craig referred to the fact that Family First doesn't have the staff that perhaps One Nation now has in terms of being able to crunch numbers and so on. But as a result, Pauline and Malcolm hadn't been able to get to read through completely. The debate was guillotined. In other words, there was no opportunity to debate the various points. And as a result, they abstained in good conscience. And so I would have, you asked the question, I would have voted with them. I would have abstained in the last Parliament. In the future Parliament, I will read the legislation. If I can, I will read the legislation. If it is pushed through without allowing me to read it and without allowing my fellow senators in One Nation to read it, then we will decide how we're going to deal with it. That is the problem with Parliament today. There is bullying tactics. They're unparliamentary, undemocratic tactics taken by the major parties. They push through, they make cozy deals with themselves. They push through their legislation. They guillotine it when it serves their purpose. Pauline was just telling me about David Pocock, and he was happily guillotining bills that came through, perhaps from One Nation. And then she walked onto the floor of the Senate and he was making an impassioned speech about this particular bill that he was pushing through. And please, he didn't want anybody to guillotine it. And she went for him. And she told him on the floor of the Senate what a hypocrite he was, because he was guillotining other bills, but now he wanted his own special bill to be pushed through and not to be guillotined. This is the hypocrisy. This is the cozy deals that the major parties are making. This is what One Nation is against. We want to read the legislation. We want to understand it. We want to know what it's meaning. We want to look at its unintended consequences. We want to put in amendments where They can be where it can be amended, or we will reject it, we will pass it, whatever. But that is the problem. I think that is the problem, and that is what I hope. If I am elected to the Senate, I will be across all the bills. But if one is stuffed under my nose and I'm told to vote on it without having seen it, without expecting it to come through, then I will follow the party line, and that will probably be to abstain, as Pauline and Malcolm did.
Is it One Nation policy to actually repeal that legislation that was rushed through?
Which
hate crimes bill, where you can now go to jail in Australia for 5 to 7 years if someone perceives that you've made some type of threat, right? The previous legislation that Pauline and Malcolm abstained on. Would you support repealing that in the next parliament?
I support repealing the outrageous legislation that has been foisted onto the Australian Parliament and the Australian people over the last 20, 30 years. For example, Pauline Hanson made a few comments about a fellow senator suggesting that she might prefer to live somewhere else. And as a result, she was taken through the courts. She was found against her, and she faced considerable financial penalties as a result of that. As a result of free speech, Australian politics has regularly included insult and emotion, slander and invective. They are part and parcel of the struggle of ideas. I support this High Court finding in 2004 in a free speech case. I am not sensitive. I do not mind having insult, emotion, slander and invective used against me when we are fighting for the struggle of ideas. This is what One Nation stands for. That struggle of ideas, I'm sure you'll agree, Craig, is being shut down.
Yeah, look, I agree 100% with you. That's why I would hope that you may be having that chance. And look, when you're in Parliament, you don't have to read every word of this legislation. I implore you, please have a look at this hate speech bills, hate crimes bills, whatever you want to call it, right? I really, truly believe that is exactly the sentiment you've expressed as why this legislation needs to be repealed. I said, have a chance to have a look at it. And hopefully before the next election that you and Pauline and Malcolm could sit down and say, look, we may have made a mistake of abstaining. We've got to oppose this in the next parliament. If it comes up, we will vote to repeal it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm very, very conscious of time here. Mr. Stacey, if you have like a 5-second comment just to finalise that.
Well, the only comment I was going to say that we've had 18 years of failed leadership, and then we need a change. If the Australian people want the situation in which they now find themselves to change, they have to change the way they vote. And I think the only way that any change is going to be done is if we have sufficient senators in the Senate to hold the balance of power. We will choke every divisive and destructive piece of policy that Albanese, if he is returned, might try to push through. And if Dutton is asked to form government, then we will put political spine, political integrity, political morality and political conservatism into a coalition government, however it might be supported.
Okay, we'll leave that there, and we are going to get into closing statements now. We appreciate everyone, and look, Mr. Hunt, you're last on this, so sorry, it's alphabetical reverse. I know you've been waiting patiently. Mr. Stacey, while your internet's still with us, we will let you begin with your closing statement, maximum 1 minute, please.
Okay. Thank you, Leo. Australia's had 18 years of failed leadership, inflicting ideological renewables insanity on the Australian people. In their crazed pursuit of a fantasy climate purity, our so-called leaders have shown a careless indifference to the economic, social and cultural suffering being inflicted on the Australian people. One Nation offers leadership that puts Australia and Australians first. Pauline Hanson has shown courage, consistent, selfless leadership for more than 30 years. One Nation is the only party that will cut $90 billion of government waste and duplication with the states. One Nation is the only political party that will put $40 billion back into the pockets of Australians. We'll do that by lowering electricity bills by 20%, by halving fuel taxes, by allowing pensioners to work without their income affecting their pension, by allowing single income families with dependent children to pay less tax by filing joint income tax returns. For principled leadership that puts Australia and Australians first, vote One Nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelton. Your closing statement.
Thank you very much, Leo, and thanks very much, candidates. Family First has a vision for a flourishing Australia that starts with flourishing families, mums, dads, and kids, being able to afford to live under the one roof, for the Australian dream through housing affordability, through reducing the cost of living by getting out of Paris, ditching net zero, getting back to a system of affordable and reliable energy through coal, gas, and eventually nuclear. We believe in faith-based schools being able to be free to educate children in the values that the parents want without the government telling schools who they can and can't employ, and forcing in place role models into faith-based schools that the parents don't agree with. So we want freedom for faith-based schools. We want a situation where boys are boys and girls are girls again. We can't have a situation where both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese are going to this election with both sides agreeing that the Sex Discrimination Act, which defines woman as someone who can have a penis, that is credible and plausible. It's not even funny because it's dangerous in that it creates a situation where girls and women are not safe in their private spaces in this sport. So we want to protect kids, women from the gender fluid ideology. So please support Family First and our vision for a positive future where families can flourish, the cost of living crisis can be averted, where faith-based schools can flourish, and where gender sanity and common sense returns. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Your 60-second closing statement.
I think we all agree that the country's heading dramatically in the wrong track, in the wrong direction. I think we'd all agree that the Liberal Party is simply not strong enough to fight and hold an Albanese Greens government to account. That's why I would encourage everyone to vote for one of the minor, if we like to call ourselves, freedom parties. Whether it's, I said, Lyle here from Family First, whether it's Warwick from One Nation or the other parties. But I would argue that the best party that is in a position to take that role and to stand up and take on what would be a Labor Greens government in the future during this next 3 years of Parliament is the Libertarian Party. I believe that I've showed that I have the understanding of how politics works, how Canberra works. We need someone that can go in there from day one and be putting the boot straight in to what is likely to be one of the most dangerous and worst governments in the country. So again, I'd encourage everyone, please vote for one of those minor freedom parties. But if you do, put in New South Wales, what is that joint ticket of the Libertarians, Jared Rennick's People First, and also the Heart Party? Please give us your first preference.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, and has been waiting very patiently, and we really appreciate it, Mr. Hunt, your closing statement.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate you having us on. I just want to say that the Legalised Cannabis Party is a party of truth and bringing truth and integrity back into the political system. The criminalisation of cannabis users over the last 100 years is an example of a great failure, and it's not just wrong. We want to expunge the records of anyone who's been charged for possession because we see that as a great failure. I think that's a representation of the way that things have been done wrongly and the criminalisation of nature and the criminalisation of people. And I think the Legalised Cannabis Party is a revolutionary grassroots party that's going to change things. And there are many issues we face today around sustainability, cost of living, housing. There's a multitude of factors, international geopolitical factors, but the Legalised Cannabis Party, by creating two whole new industries from nothing, changing the way we deal with with people in the community, and bringing a huge economic potential to our country, we can really have a better future. And the future is green, so look for the leaf.
It is Saturday, the 19th of April, Easter Saturday. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now on 6 News. Talk of Labor majority, which seemed slim to none only a few months ago, is now not out of the question with the release of new polling. The latest poll from YouGov shows Labor and the Coalition tied on 33% in the national primary vote, which is another decrease for the Coalition. On a two-party preferred basis, Labor is slightly up. If this was the actual election result, it would be the lowest vote total for the Coalition ever since the Liberal Party was formed in 1944. It comes just days after a new MRP poll released by Accent Research and Redbridge conducted between February and April, showing Labor on track to win at least 66 seats in the House of Representatives, while the coalition is winning or ahead in 55, and other parties, such as the Greens and Independents, are likely to have 15. The range of likely outcomes for Labor stretching between a worst-case situation of 67 and a best case with a majority of 78. 14 seats across the board are meanwhile too close to call. An investigation has been launched after a body was found in a burnt-out car following a kidnapping in Sydney's southwest. At about 10:30 p.m. local time on Thursday night, police were called to a home in Bankstown following reports for kidnapping. Officers were told a group of unknown people had forced their way into a home and kidnapped a 45-year-old woman. During the incident, police were told kidnappers armed with a firearm assaulted an 8-year-old boy with a baseball bat before forcing the woman into a car. The boy was treated by New South Wales ambulance paramedics for serious head injuries and was taken to hospital for further treatment, while a 15-year-old boy in the home at the time was taken to hospital for assessment. At around 11:30 p.m, emergency services were called in Beverly Hills following reports of a car fire. The vehicle was destroyed, and following an examination, police located a body. It was yet to be formally identified yesterday afternoon, but police said they suspected it was the 45-year-old Bankstown woman. The crime scene has been set up at both locations, and police have commenced Strike Force Bushfield to investigate the incident. A New South Wales father who spoke on the ABC's Q&A program about his experience facing homelessness has set up camp outside Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's mansion on the Central Coast. Morgan Cox says he's taken the action in the hopes of making a difference. He spoke to 6 News.
3.5 million people are in poverty, facing homelessness, and the situation is untenable. The future is looking really bleak for all our children. And even now, a lot of people are suffering pretty horribly, and I need to do something about it. And nothing's happening. The politicians are all talking, but nothing is happening. So I just wanted to see if I can get them to listen to us.
I know you spoke on Q&A about, your obviously you're a father, you've been facing potential homelessness. Can you just talk to us about kind of the reception that you got to that, to your appearance on Q&A when you asked that question? How have you felt about some of the feedback you've gotten?
Do you mean in from the panel, or?
Oh, from the public to your question.
Okay, well, from the public has been mostly positive. Of course, there's been a few people who accuse me of racism or whatever, but for the most part, it's been greatly, positive and encouraging. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think literally millions of people feel the same way, and that's why it sort of blew up.
It is something that you've talked about, children facing. As I said, you're a father. I, as a young person, I can obviously attest to the fact that the housing market is not something I'm looking forward to dealing with in a few years. Especially for young people, why is it important for you to be standing up and taking this kind of action? Because obviously there's one thing, there's asking a Q&A question, but now you are taking some kind of real life action about this.
Yeah, well, the situation is desperate. There are homeless people living in my street. There are tents and in the bushes. There are people living in cars, elderly, vulnerable people living in cars in my local park, and all over the Central Coast. And I have no doubt that it's all over Australia. Real people are really suffering, and it's getting worse, which makes me really fear for my own children's future as well. So I guess I felt that I had to take some kind of action. I didn't really know what to do. It's a bit of a guess, but I just hope that I can get the politicians to just listen, to just really listen to us, because something needs to change. Something needs to be done. Talking is not working. All their promises of building houses have achieved nothing, and it's time to do something.
I know obviously in your Q&A question, you highlighted immigration as a big issue affecting the housing crisis. And look, you said in your answer just before that, yes, you copped some criticism for that. Do you think, or do you acknowledge though, that there might be some other factors as well regarding construction, supply, etc., that are also having a significant impact, and it's not maybe just immigrants?
Oh, of course, it's not immigrants. And just for the record, my partner is an immigrant. I'm not against immigration at all. All I am asking for is that they manage the number of people coming in. And yes, there's absolutely a lot of other things we can do. I would love to talk about short stay rentals. I would love to talk about tax reform, negative gearing. I'd love to talk about maybe universities could build dormitories for some of their foreign students. I think we had 200,000 foreign students in February alone and 0 additional houses. And obviously, those people need to sleep somewhere. So there's going to be an effect on all of the people, including these foreign students themselves. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other things that we need to talk about. Red and green tape on building homes. There's tons of it. The reason I went straight for immigration is because that is a thing that could be turned off tomorrow. It's literally, they did it during the pandemic. They cut immigration to 0, and they don't even need to go that hard. All they have to do is just manage the intake until we can talk about all those other things and get the situation under control.
So just finally, you're in your caravan now. How long are you planning to keep up this protest action, and are you planning to do any other kind of or any other real life action as well? Now that you've established a bit of a profile campaigning for this.
Well, look, I wasn't really planning. I'd love to spend Easter with my family. Actually, that was my intention. But the election coming up, this is really the best shot that we have to move the needle to actually make a difference. So I made the sacrifice, and I think I'll aim to be here until it feels like we're making a difference. It feels like we, getting a response from the government. So that'll be my hope. And as for anything else, well, I'll keep that a secret too, because if I'd rather just keep that under wraps. But I'm hoping that this by itself will be enough to make a difference.
And those are the top stories on 6 News right now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website and following us on social media at 6newsau. Stay with us now for continuing news coverage. For now, though, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. We'll see you a little later.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Ryan McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News.
The only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Candidates for tonight are Jordan Ditloff from the Libertarian Party, Warren Pickering from One Nation, Fiona Patton from Legalised Cannabis, and Jordan Van Den Lam, aka Purple Pingers, from the Victorian Socialists. I want to thank them all for being here tonight. It has been a fun time behind the scenes figuring out exact dates and exact times and exact schedules, but it's all worked out now, so we really look forward to being here. As I mentioned, each candidate will have an opening statement, about a minute max, in alphabetical order by surname. Jordan Ditloff, your opening statement.
Thanks, Leo. Look, The Libertarian Party believe that all Victorians should be free to pursue their life project, so long as it doesn't harm others, and that government overreach has grown far too large. We think that Libertarians will offer a unique voice in the Senate for a portion of Victorians who just don't see themselves represented at the moment. And we hope that if we are elected to the Senate here in Victoria and elsewhere, that we'll be able to hold whichever party forms government to account, and also to appeal to the better angels of a party like the Liberal Party, who have fallen far short of their values and the Menzies We Believe statement over the last decade or so.
Thank you very much. Next up, Fiona Patton, your opening statement.
Yeah, thanks, Leo, and hi, everyone. Yes, Fiona Patton. I'm running with the Legalised Cannabis Party, and obviously its name is on the tin and what we hope to achieve. But I think I've spent 8 years in the Victorian State Parliament, sitting on the crossbench there and able to affect some real change. So even just as one member, we were able to move the laws on women's reproductive rights, on things like safe access zones around abortion clinics, on voluntary assisted dying, on spent convictions, so someone didn't live with a criminal conviction for their whole life, the decriminalisation of sex work, the regulation of Uber. So I think I've come with a track record of being an effective crossbencher. And look, I'm not going to be changing the curtains in the lodge anytime soon, but I do hope to be able to affect change in Canberra.
Thank you very much. Next up, Warren Pickering.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks for having us on, mate. Great event. So I myself am an ex-Australian Army combat engineer, bricklayer, and all-round knockabout sort of a guy. Look, I'm a single father to a Gen Z daughter. She's now 21 years old, and I initially got into politics because at the same age, I don't see her having the same opportunities that I had at that age. And that's disappointing. You know, we live in a modern Western country, and we are the luckiest country in the world. So furthermore, I do believe in the free market economy. I am a conservative, and I believe in the Judeo-Christian value set that this country was founded upon. The One Nation Party in Victoria at the moment, so contrary to the popular belief perpetuated by mainstream media, we are the last bastion of true conservatism in this country, and we believe we're the only genuine third-party alternative to the two majors. So we've got a suite of new policies this election, and we're campaigning off the back of obviously approaching those economic issues, cost of living through energy, housing, and mitigating the effects of inflation, but also to abandon net zero targets and the Paris Agreement. And as One Nation always has, I continue to advocate for the freedoms of speech action movement and to continue to push back on the crippling tenets of globalism.
All right, thank you. Jordan Vandenlam, last but not least, your opening statement.
Thanks, Leo. Incredible stuff from just before. Over the past few years, I've spoken with thousands of people who are suffering from Australia's broken housing system. I set up shitrentals.org as a way to push back against the broken system. And I've been campaigning online and on the streets to win change for everyone who is a victim of the housing crisis. We know, however, that the housing crisis we're experiencing is simply one of the many symptoms of the greater cancer that is capitalism. And that's why I'm running for Parliament with Victorian Socialists, in order to continue that fight and to win the better, more equal and just society we need and deserve. I believe that nothing is too good for the working class.
Thank you very much. We'll get to the opening question now. By the way, just for those who are watching, don't know what was happening. Apparently my audio was bad. Seems fine now, so we will carry on. The opening question is, and we asked this to the Queensland Senate debate last night, but it's such an important issue that we're going to ask it exactly the same again. Australians agree that the high cost of living is a top issue at this election. Across all political spectrum, across all demographics, people have been saying this for years now. Mr. Vandenlam, I'll start with you first. What, in your view, has caused this, and how would you try and fix it?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Leo. It's pretty simple. It's capitalism. If we talk to the cost of living, it's, you know, the endless pursuit over profit over people. You know, the cost of living crisis is a one-sided class war that's waged by big business, the rich, and their political servants like those in the major parties. And yeah, unless we push back against it, we're just going to keep experiencing more and more of it. And yeah, we can see, you know, big banks, developers, Coles and Woolies posting record profits while we all suffer more and more. And yeah, I don't think the answer is giving billionaires more power, or giving, the ability for Coles and Woolies to make more profits. I don't think that's going to solve anything. So yeah, I think we need more power for the working class, and we don't do that. We don't gain power for the working class by petitioning the ruling class. We do that by organising in our streets, in our workplaces, in our unions.
Ms. Patton, you were a member of the Victorian State Parliament, so I imagine for the time you were in Parliament, you had plenty of constituents reaching out to you in relation to cost of living issues. What do you think's caused it?
Look, I think I think the causes are global and beyond our shores. I think what's occurred in the last 24 hours should really show that. But I agree with Jordan in many ways that housing is one of the biggest issues. The cost of housing has escalated more than just about anything else in our community and in our society. So I think housing is a significant factor that governments can play a role in, and can provide breaks on. The cost of living, is affecting all of us, but it is affecting those at the lowest levels. And we saw this when we were doing the homelessness inquiry, or even just today when we saw the independent committee coming out saying that people living on $50 a day on JobSeeker just cannot survive, and that reduces productivity. It reduces the ability for people to be able to work. It reduces the ability for people to be able to get jobs. So while I would say that legalising cannabis can have a big effect on the government's bottom lines, and on individuals, I think it is far more complex than that, and I think it is a global issue where simple fixes are not going to help, but certainly addressing homelessness and addressing the lowest level of job seeker, the lowest level of people at that lowest level of poverty, is where we can certainly make the biggest changes for the least amount of money.
I want to touch on that, Mr. Pickering, just on what was said at the end there. Some of the people, you could say the lowest of the low with regards to their economic situation, people who are really struggling. How would One Nation help those people?
So the low socio-demographics within our community. Look, the reality is we know there's a combination of have touched on numerous parts of that, but I think ultimately we do live in a one world economy, and as a result, the global reserve banks have printed a lot of fiat currency in the last few years, and that ultimately has created inflation. And again, that's not the whole problem, but that's a large portion of the problem. Now, to mitigate the effects of inflation, we need to go back and look at the things that are the cost of living that can be regulated through government. Things like our energy prices, things like GST on construction materials for housing, the taxes, €59 increased taxes in Victoria in the last 10 years alone. I mean, it's only wonder people are strangling in their own debt. We've become debt slaves to a society that's geared for young people to fail. So it's only wonder that more and more people are struggling. Look, we've got increases in homelessness and people that are unable to feed themselves, and people that are too proud to reach out and seek help where they need help. So we need to make those services more available to those people and make it a palatable alternative. It's not something to be frowned upon. I know people even now that have reached out through our offices that are, work full time and aren't able to afford a roof over their heads. There's numerous things that government could be doing, but I also believe that our current successive governments haven't set themselves up correctly to do anything about it. They've proven themselves incapable to the task because a lot of this has been foreseeable for the last 3 years and nothing has been done about it yet. Now we go into election time and all of a sudden they come up with all these great ideas.
Mr. Ditloff, I'll get to you. Your party, the Libertarian Party, does talk a lot about not having government intervention in things, your government out of lives. Can the government, in your view, do something about this, or what is really the government's role to fix cost of living?
Well, Lee, I think my fellow Jordan is probably the only person in Victoria who thinks that the solution to the cost of living crisis is more socialism, not less. And we don't have a cost of living crisis. We have a cost of government crisis. I disagree with Warren and Fiona that the sources of our cost of living crisis are global. I think that they're far closer to home. And to answer your question, the best thing the government can do to solve the cost of living crisis is to get out of the way, is to cut taxes, is to withdraw from areas that have never previously been the purview of government and are the subject of massive government overreach. We have, in the last 12 months, recent statistics suggesting that 83% of new job growth is government-funded jobs. Now, that's not growth. That's just redistributed money sluicing through the economy. And while that might have afforded my colleague at the Victorian Socialists a fine home through his public service career, and credit to him for being a prudent manager of his capital, I'm still a renter, for full disclosure. So, I look forward to that day. But when we're talking about the impact on the Victorians who are the hardest hit by government action, we're talking about fuel excise. We're talking about alcohol excise. We're talking about tobacco excise. Not that many Victorians are paying tobacco excise anymore. But these kinds of taxes are a tax on the poor and on the worst off in our society. We need to be slashing income tax. We need to be removing tax brackets and having a flat 20% income tax. And there are many, many steps that the government could take to make the lives of Victorians and all Australians easier. And all of them include doing less, not more.
I'll let Mr. Vanderlam respond to those comments then.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I don't even know where to start there. Like, I just saw a tweet from the New South Wales Libertarians saying that day one, what they do if they got in is, cut the NDIS, cut the Department of Education, cut taxpayer-funded abortions, cut the NBN, like cut Australia Post, cut the Department of Health. Like that would literally kill people. How is that a response to the cost of living crisis, making everything that you do more expensive, getting rid of your access to abortion, getting rid of your access to healthcare, getting rid of everything that we need to survive, the only kind of things that aren't profit driven, when what we could do is cut the tens of billions of dollars that we use to subsidize landlords, property developers, or like the $368 billion that we're sending to the United States to warmonger, to get a couple of submarines that we'll never actually get because Trump doesn't even know anything about.
We actually agree on
instead of yeah, well, excellent. So cut that. Maybe cut that instead of the NDIS. Jesus Christ. But yeah, instead of spending more on healthcare, spending more on education, spending more on welfare, because these are things that actually address the cost of living, not let's just disregard everything and let poor people die. That's that is genuinely.
I'll just Fiona, Miss Patton, I'll get to you in a second. I'll just let Mr. Ditloff respond to those specific comments, and then Miss Patton, I'll get to you.
Well, I haven't seen the post you're talking about. And we always appreciate the contributions of the New South Wales Libertarian Party to the debate. This isn't the New South Wales Senate debate. This is the Victorian Senate debate, and fortunately, there are many, many, many more things we can cut that will make no difference to the lives of everyday Australians, except to make it easier and better. Defunding the ABC, abolishing the E-Safety Commission are just a few examples, and there are many, many more that form part of our official policy platform. So it sounds as though on some things, such as cutting support for foreign wars, including the Ukraine and Gaza and others, are things we can agree on, hopefully. But it sounds like we're going to be disagreeing on others.
Ms. Patton?
So thank you. I suspect Jordan might want to jump in there in response to that. But I do think that the idea of cutting valuable services to people and thinking that that's going to improve the cost of living, that's going to improve society, it seems to be in la la land. The idea that if we assist people with greater education, we are going to improve productivity. We're going to improve standards of living. We know that education raises standards of living. We know education raises productivity. So to be cutting in education, to be cutting in women's reproductive health rights, and we know that women's reproductive health has a big bearing on their productivity in the workforce, which again comes down to our cost of living. So I think, certainly maybe these are not cuts that you would necessarily agree with, Jordan, but the notion of cutting some of these most basic services and expecting a better result seems fanciful.
Well, when it comes to abortion rights, that's not funded at any level, really, at a federal level. That's very much a state issue. And when it comes to education,
and I would add that one of your
Federal Department of Education employs 0 teachers, and abolishing the Federal Department of Education would indeed contribute to greater productivity and greater educational outcomes. I think anyone looking at the results of the national curriculum of the centralised federal education system that simply takes state money and redistributes it at a cost to the taxpayer while contributing nothing of value, I don't think the Federal Department of Education being cut would have a negative impact at all.
I would still go back to something like the Gonski report to look at where we could improve the bottom line and where we could improve that, and that's not cutting federal education.
Mr. Pickering, I'll let you jump in because you've been sitting there politely. Anything you'd like to cut?
One thing that really strikes me as interesting here is, forget about the how, but the why, that we all seem to agree that government has become cumbersome and expensive. And that's been an impediment to the ongoing quality of life for all Victorians.
All right. Without trying to, completely move on here, I think it was something related to what actually, Ms. Patton, you said in your opening answer to this question of cost of living. You mentioned housing there, and obviously as crossbench senators, and you would have done it in the state parliament as well. You'd have the chance to be voting on really key, critical housing legislation. We've seen, for instance, the Greens as a minor party be very central to the housing debate over the past 3 years. Do you support rent control? And I'm also interested, how would you have voted on the signature housing package that the Albanese government had brought forward this term?
Yeah, I don't think rent control is a federal issue at all. I think if there is going to be any form of rent control, and I'm certainly not saying that I support rent control, I would need to look at more evidence. It did not come up in the homelessness inquiry at all. It was not mentioned. I think the federal government can do better. We know the data shows us that we must do better. We must be building more homes and more houses. And where the government can make real value is building houses for people at the lower level and getting out of the way, and in some ways, getting out of the way in planning, where we're seeing some planning decisions being held up for 7 years. So in answer to your question, Leo, I think I would have supported the federal government as a single member sitting in the Senate. I would not have seen myself opposing it. I may have supported some of the Greens' amendments to that, but I thought that things like rent control did not sit at a federal level, and that was certainly something that should be into the states. And again, I'll repeat, it was not raised with me once during the homelessness inquiry.
Mr. Vanderlyn,
I'll jump in there, Leo. So there's a lot of people
I'll get to you quickly. Yep.
With regard to the rentals, I think a lot of people suffer the illusion that every person that owns an investment property is a capitalist and owns 20 or 30 houses, when the reality is most rental properties in this state are owned by mum-dad investors that have got one additional house as their nest egg for retirement. And they'd like to see that receive, not necessarily exponential growth, but receive some growth over the course of the life of that rental property. And now they're being priced out of the market to the point where it's no longer a viable asset. So they're offloading them, which, in one instance, I guess you could say it's working. It's putting more properties out there, but they're not necessarily being purchased, to be then made into rentals again. So, look, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this space.
Mr. Vanderlyn, you've said that landlords are a blight on our society. Why is that?
Yeah, I just want to jump in and address the One Nation comments. It's not surprising that One Nation isn't across the actual stats for housing. The wealthiest 10% in this country own 2/3 of all the investment properties. The average renter rents from a landlord who owns 2.3 to 2.7 investment properties. Like, it's not just your mum and dad, hobby landlord. Like, the wealth, the housing is being concentrated more and more into the richer and richer hands. That's not how it works. What was the original question?
society.
Yeah, they are.
So why is that?
Well, I feel like someone who's like, if your entire existence is to exploit the labor or the product of someone's labor, and that's how you profit, you don't actually do any work, or working someone else built, someone, working you think a property for decades, and that property will continue to go up in value during a housing crisis when there are people experiencing homelessness. That is a blight on our society. You're not helping anyone. All you do is own. That's not productive. And yeah, in a world where we seek profit over people, that is what's going to happen. We don't need landlords.
Mr. Ditloff, do you think landlords are productive members of society?
So landlords are investing hard-earned money, their capital, into a risk. And increasingly, one of the biggest problems, although this isn't a federal issue, this is very much a state issue that I deal with all the time in my work in the civil litigation world. Increasingly, you have to ask the question, why would someone who owns an investment property leave it untenanted? Why would that be something someone does? And the answer
Are you saying it doesn't exist?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm posing the question of why, what motivates somebody to make a decision to not have a tenant in when, by your own logic, if they were to
profit,
if you just bear with me a moment, if they were to let the price of the property simply increase in value, why would they not also have a tenant to earn additional income? And the reason, if you'll permit me to provide my answer, the reason
we'll just let Jordan Ditloff finish his comments.
The reason that we have more and more situations where people who own a property that they could tenant out but don't is that the consumer protection legislation in the Residential Tenancies Act and others makes it so incredibly risky and difficult to have a tenant. Now, I'm not saying that there are not many bad landlords in the world. They are predominantly the ones I deal with. Fortunately, the firm that I've recently tenants really where renting tantamount to a property right, to a sense of ownership. People can paint the house, they can have a pet without asking, they can do all manner of things and demand all manner of things. And that in itself is contributing to this excess stock that isn't being rented.
I know, Ms. Padden, you've wanted to interject. I'll let you speak.
Just one quick thing. One of the things that did come up in the housing inquiries was that maybe we need to change the term from landlord to housing provider. And if we're still accepting this idea that it's mums and dads just trying to get ahead and lending, borrowing good money to provide a house for somebody else, and that this is some form of good work, then they are housing providers. They're not landlords. And I wonder if that changes it. Now, I'll let Jordan respond to some of Jordan's comments, but I do think that landlords are providing us. We should be considering what they're doing.
Yeah, John Vanderlame, I'll let you get a quick word in.
Yeah, sweet. So like Victoria has some of the strictest residential tenancy laws in the country, and yet I've been into hundreds of rentals that are quite literally falling apart. On tenants, around tenants, I've seen raw asbestos everywhere. I've squelched through houses where the showers drain into the subfloor directly back up through the carpets. And this is the most strict state in the country. I think the argument that it's swung too far in the tenant's favour is a bit of a ridiculous one, where when there are literally people living in slums in Victoria.
Isn't what you just described proof that consumer protection legislation has failed?
Yeah, like that's not arguing with you on that whatsoever. But what I would say is that empty vacant houses have existed before consumer protections were in place. It was still profitable before we had the Residential Tenancies Act. This is a symptom of capitalism, and it cannot be addressed by adding more landlords or building more houses that we cannot afford and all that kind of stuff. That's not going to work. the idea that it swung too far in the tenant's favor is a bit ridiculous. And also you said like we're treating housing or we're treating renting as if it's a right. Housing is a human right. Like
I wasn't talking about human rights. I pretty clearly said property right, as in it's tantamount to full ownership. That's what I meant. So I don't want that to be taken out of context.
Can you elaborate on that? Like the
what I
idea
mean
that
is
you
that when
are
you're
renting,
leasing, you have exclusive possession of the property. You are not the true owner or the full owner of the property. And increasingly, current legislation effectively makes a tenant almost as powerful, or even in some cases more powerful, than the actual owner of the property.
Yeah, no, that's incorrect. You'd also be aware that, like, as a lawyer, like, we're signatory to the ICESCR, which provides for a continually improving standard of housing, a right to housing, but also a continually improving standard of housing.
Support withdrawal from that treaty. So,
yeah, well, like, you'd be aware that that is the current law that we're a signatory to, and what we're experiencing at the moment in Australia and in Victoria particularly is we are paying more for lower standards of housing. We are seeing that right degrade in front of us. So yeah, the idea that it's too far in the tenant's favour is a bit ridiculous, but I'll stop there. Sorry, Leo.
Final comment on that?
No,
very
we've got
quickly.
lots more ground to cover.
Okay. Mr. Pickering.
There's an elephant in the room here, though, mate. The reality is, supply and demand of the housing sector itself, and mass migration into this country that has caused existential demand on our housing sector. Now, I work in the construction industry. When we know we have a housing shortage and we should be constructing more houses, there's been a 70% increase in construction companies going insolvent in the state of Victoria in the last 2 years.
All right. Well,
yeah,
look,
you know who? Oh,
quickly.
All right, sorry,
very
Leo.
quickly.
A public builder wouldn't go insolvent. We do need more houses in this country, but we need more houses that we can actually afford. We need more public housing. Also, the idea of a supply and demand issue is not really accurate, because Melbourne, 1,000 empty homes, 100,000. In Victoria, we have approximately 30,000 people experiencing homelessness. So we have three times as many empty homes. Holiday homes are excluded from that calculation. This is metropolitan Melbourne, excluding places with high densities of holiday homes like the Mornington Peninsula. The supply, we have a distribution issue. That's what we have.
Okay, guys, I'm very much enjoying the housing discussion. I'm conscious we're half an hour in and we've got about 2 of the written questions down, but I really appreciate all the discussion. I continue to encourage rebuttals. I'll also disclose for our audience at home and also for our panelists, there's a thunderstorm, so we'll see how my internet holds up. Anyone else is in Melbourne?
Shakespearean.
Yeah. Okay. So it was interesting, and Mr. Pickering, you brought it up, but I'll direct this one to Mr. Ditloff, and it was on immigration. I'm really curious, because that seems to be another issue that people have brought up. What exactly is the libertarian approach to immigration in Australia?
So libertarians believe that the current system of quota-based, what could fairly be described as mass migration settings, is being used by successive governments of the day to essentially cook the books. They're trying to create economic growth. They're focusing solely on growth in GDP, that is GDP in real terms, where each incoming migrant generates economic activity, but they're not looking at the per capita realities of what the quality of life is for the existing residents and the existing society here in Australia. Libertarians say that the existing society should be paramount, and the migration policy that is best and the right settings should generate a benefit for the existing society. Now, we say that, and this is a point of difference between us and, for example, One Nation, that the immigration system we have can't be improved by just changing numbers, by shuffling deck chairs around. You'll still be dealing with the same entrenched bureaucracy. The immigration department won't change, and you're not going to have a better system simply by putting better people, which you're never going to maintain, even if you can change the people who administer the system. So instead, libertarians believe that there should be a sort of a market signal, and that people who want to come into Australia should be paying a migration fee with intakes determined by 1% of the existing population, auctioned monthly, and that will then allow employers to fill genuine skills gaps and demands. It will allow people who want to have philanthropic and charitable things where they want to bring people from overseas, from struggling areas. They can do that, and they can actually support those people in the community. And it's ensuring that we are getting quality of immigration, not just quantity of immigration.
All right, Mr. Pickering, you name dropped your party there, which I guess is for some would say for better or worse, known for a kind of hardline stance on immigration. What do you make of those comments there? And again, just talk about your approach to the issue itself.
I see a couple of problems with that. However, I'm not going to address those. I'm going to explain why one nation policy is going to be effective. The reality is it sets an example and it sets a precedent. So we've currently got 75,000 people in this country that are here illegally, have overstayed their visas. Firstly, we'd like to see those people deported to make an example that, our laws are to be adhered to. It is the rule of the land. And if you want to reside here, those are the rules. Secondary, we want to see effectively net zero migration. So to reduce current intake to 135,000 to counter for those leaving per annum. And then that should balance out our intake. This constant need for exponential growth, through influx of mass migration is it's decimating us. It's taking away all those opportunities that I alluded to earlier for people like my daughter who are 21 years old and don't have the same opportunity I had at that age. The reality is we need to get a handle on this. We also advocate that, people should be here contributing to this society for 8 full years before they can apply for citizenship. We're not saying that you can't. We're just saying we want to see a commitment to contributing to this country first.
Ms. Patton, I'm really interested. Does the legalised cannabis party have a view on immigration?
No, we don't. And I think that's probably quite right for a small party like ourselves. But we fundamentally will base our policies and the way we vote and the way we support legislation in the federal parliament based on evidence, civil liberties, compassion, social justice, personal freedoms, and human rights. And I think if you start using that value system to consider immigration, I don't think you would come to the same place that Warren and One Nation has come to, nor do I think you would come to the same place as Jordan and the Libertarians have come to. This globe is getting smaller and smaller every day. So to think that we can create this little island in the world that is not affected by the impacts that is happening in other countries, the damage that is happening in other countries, the wars, the effect of climate change that is happening in other countries, to think that we can just ignore that and that we can just provide this very self-centered and selfish approach to immigration and to refugees, I think is really short-sighted. I mean, all of us are white, so we certainly immigrated. Our forebearers immigrated here at some stage. Mine was fairly recently. My mother came from another country. These incredibly cruel approaches, and I think they're callous and they're cruel and they're not understanding the suffering, but also the opportunities of immigration and the wonderful cultures and the wonderful characteristics that having a truly international country and having a truly multicultural country brings.
With respect, Fiona, I think it's a bit difficult to say that your policy stance would be determined by civil liberties and compassion. And when we've just had the Australian Human Rights Commission talk about some of the human rights violations and trampling through COVID, and your voting record in the Victorian Parliament.
And you know where they focus on first, Jordan? They focus on our asylum seeker policies. Do you know where they focus on? The fact that we do not allow refugees who have been recognised as refugees to migrate to this country. We do not provide asylum to asylum seekers. I tell you, that is where our human right breaches are most offensive and are most dark.
Fiona, but we are the envy of the rest of the modern world. So if people are seeking asylum, why wouldn't safety from persecution or whatnot, why wouldn't they go to their immediate neighbours? Why do they most of them have to pass 2 or 3 continents to get to Australia? Now, isn't there a problem there?
Yes. And, there's huge problems, and we could look at why that those people cannot go safely to a country next to them. Now, generally that's persecution. For much of it, and as an atheist, this is what I hate to be saying, is, much of it is religious persecution that we are seeing people having to flee from. And that we're also looking at countries that really are taking in hundreds and thousands of asylum seekers and refugees. You only have to look at Jordan, you only have to look at Egypt, and the number of people that they are taking from Syria, from Palestine, that they are taking from war-torn areas.
From their immediate neighbours in the Middle East. I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East, Fiona. I'm aware of the situation now.
They are carrying
I'm sure if we had
we are.
a disaster in New Zealand, we'd take thousands of people from New Zealand or Papua New Guinea. Absolutely, we would, because they're our neighbours and we look out for our neighbours. The reality is the backdoor visas are being abused for citizenship.
You might want to fact check how many people from Papua New Guinea we welcome, or even like as a
I said how many we would in the event of a natural disaster.
Right. Look, I do think
we know our education systems and everything else has become a backdoor for citizenship.
I'll just let Miss Patton get her comment in.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Just quickly, yeah.
We are as I said, this is an ever decreasing globe, and we have an international responsibility, and we are also a nation of immigrants. So what, we close the door after ourselves? Is that what we say? We say that it was all right for us to come to this country, and some of us came here to seek refuge, and we close the door now. That we say that we're full, we like the way we're living, and we're not willing to share it. It sounds incredibly selfish, and it sounds incredibly un-Australian.
All right.
Can I just say something
very quickly?
To say, like, our government is a government that contributes to wars that create refugees. We are to blame for refugees existing. Also, like, we've had a lot of comments saying like migrants are to blame for the housing crisis, and we had a much higher level of migration in proportion to the population post World War II, immediately post World War II. But housing was plentiful and cheap because our government actually built a lot of public housing and also implemented rent freezes or rent controls across the country. Like, at the moment, our immigration system exists like entirely to supply a cheap, highly exploitable labor for big business, and that's backed up ideologically by people like Peter Dutton, Warren on this little chat here, to scapegoat migrants and blame migrants for problems like the housing crisis, so that we don't direct our anger to the people who are profiting from the current system, like those in power, like the landlords, like the banks and the property developers. We stand at Victorian Socialists against racism, and we stand for a migration system in which everyone coming here has the same rights to organise and the same wages and conditions as Australian workers.
It's also true that until about 7 years ago, since World War II, the average migration intake was about 1% of the existing population, as per the Libertarians' target. So I think that there might be some correlation and causation there.
All right. I'll just leave that one out there. But it was a good segue because war was brought up there. And look, Israel and Hamas has been a topic that's been brought up in Parliament for the past 3 years, especially in the last 1.5 since October 7. It's something that a lot of voters and a lot of people in Victoria do care about. Mr. Pickering, I'll direct this one to you first. I know your leader, Pauline Hanson, she's been a strong supporter of Israel. She's talked about there being terrorist people on our street supporting Palestine, quote unquote. Again, there are lots of people who care about this issue. How would you be addressing it as a Victorian senator?
Look, so firstly, rather than just addressing the issue, I'd outline my position, and I don't believe changing the Australian government's position on this overall, whoever that may be, the coalition or Labor, is going to make one iota of a difference to the people in Palestine or Israel. Absolutely not. So, while we can continue to lean on our government and demand a two-state solution or whatever else everybody else is asking for. The point is we have enough problems here at home domestically that we can influence, that we can have an outcome on. And rather than engage in the perpetual division, I think we need to unify on certain things and ensure that this country doesn't suffer the same problems that have, befallen those countries.
Mr. Van den Lam, you've been a really strong supporter of Palestine. Just something on what Mr. Pickering raised there, though. I mean, is it not true that Australia does have, and because you're obviously been advocating for the government to change its position in many ways regarding Gaza, but is it not true that Australia does have, pretty minimal influence over the Middle East?
That's not correct. Absolutely not. So Australia is the sole supplier and manufacturer, for example, in the F-35 program, of the heat treating of its bomb bay doors, of the F-35 fighter fleet's bomb bay doors, as well as its some of its landing gear. And the F-35 fighter fleet has to, those parts are very high stress parts that have to be replaced every couple of flight hours. So if Australia, just said, hey, we're not supplying those anymore, we're cancelling those contracts, we are the sole supplier of the F-35, of those F-35 parts. We could ground the entire F-35 fleet, not just in Israel, but all over the world. And yeah, like we should just do that. We actually do play quite a major part in that conflict. We like to say that we don't, but that's just because it makes Labor look a little bit better. But they are too.
A secondary plan to that, that they'd be able to have those produced and manufactured in another Five Eyes community within 5 minutes.
So fucking let them do it. Like, let us not participate in a genocide. If they want to do that, that's fine, and then we can attack them for it. But at the moment, it's our government that is assisting in the genocide
and that's
of
further
Palestinians.
decimation of our own manufacturing sector. We're just allowing it to go
as long as our manufacturing sector is fine while we're participating in a genocide. That's great.
Well, money
that's
comes from somewhere, mate.
Yeah, no, we've got to make money. We've got to make money at all costs, whether that's through the killing of children in another country. We're okay with that. We're not.
Mr. Ditloff, I know your party, and you actually mentioned this earlier, talks about getting out of foreign wars and the like. Do you have any thoughts on, what was just raised by Mr. Vandenlam there on Australian involvement rather than non-involvement?
So our position is simple, Leo, and that is that we don't trust what our government does with our taxpayer money here in Australia, where we can see it broadly and where we can observe what they're doing. And they've made a mess of things in our own backyard. We certainly don't trust governments such as our government or foreign governments to spend Australian taxpayer funds wisely overseas in war zones like Gaza or the Ukraine. To the extent that government funding participates in foreign overseas conflicts, we'd love to see that withdrawn. If that is to be private sector free trade or industry sort of trade, more power to their arm. But it's really very simple. While Australians are struggling, I'm coming to you here from the electorate of Corio, which is the seat of Richard Marles, the foreign minister in the Albanese government. And while Richard Marles is strolling around the front line of Ukraine in a flak jacket and camo gear, talking about how he's obtained $1.1 billion in funding for the Ukraine in material and funds over the past few years, there are people in Corio, this electorate, who are living in second or third world conditions, who are some of the lowest socioeconomic demographics, highest incarceration rates, and who are struggling to put food on the table, fill up their car, or pay their mortgage, or more likely rent, because it's unlikely they've been able to afford a home. So you can't save a drowning person if you're not a strong swimmer or safe yourself. And Australia needs to take a much narrower view of its national interest and start putting Australian taxpayers first.
Ms. Patton, I know you want to interject there. Obviously, you mentioned before, you and even before legalised cannabis, with Reason and the Sex Party been talking about human rights and compassion. How does that weigh into your views on this?
It just doesn't. It just doesn't. I have family in the Middle East at the moment. I'm well, you cannot look away from the horrors of what is occurring there. You cannot look away, and you cannot say, well, until everyone's happy in our country, there's no help for other people. Again, this just seems to
That's exactly what you can say, Fiona. You're running for the Senate
Jordan,
of Australia.
it's incredibly uncharitable, and it just creates more wars, which makes us even more unsafe. The idea that just letting people fight it out is not going to change, is not going to impact on Australia, is incredibly short-sighted.
We're not saying people need to fight it out. We're asking people to largely sort out their own problems, to be reasonable and be responsible.
I think we are part of this globe, and we have a role to play in it. It's why we do have a role in foreign affairs. I mean, if both of you are saying close our foreign affairs offices, I think you should say that, and I think that's an interesting point. But what's happening over there, and we have Australians who have family over there. we have Australians who have escaped from those wars, who have escaped from the terrors of the Middle East. And so I do think that we have a role to play there. And I do think that we should keep fighting for peace. And, whether that is a two-state solution, which personally I believe it is, that, as I say, Legalised Cannabis Party does not have a policy on this. And we will base it on, as I say, human rights, evidence, compassion, tolerance, and tolerance. But the idea that we would remove aid from those countries, we've just seen the United States do this with removing all aid, US aid. Now, the soft diplomacy of that and the lack of diplomacy of that is horrific. And to think that Australia would follow down that path is frightening.
All right, we've still got a lot of questions to get to, and I want to get back home now. And this one's to you, Mr. Ditloff. And reading through the Libertarian Party's platform, there's a lot in there. Over the long term, you intend to abolish most public schools and most public hospitals. I know your party's got a few elected representatives. Your New South Wales MP, I think, has been supportive of anarcho-capitalism. Do you think that is a bit extreme for Victorians, what your policy positions are on those really key things, public schools, public hospitals?
Well, those are extreme positions, Leo, and that's why they don't form part of our federal policy platform for the 2025 federal election, nor is the Libertarian Party an anarcho-capitalist party.
But they are still your long-term policies.
Fortunately for us, there are many, many areas of low-hanging fruit where it is uncontroversial that government has grown far too large and interfered far too much, where significant cuts or even abolition altogether of vast swathes of the bureaucracy of non-frontline services would not make a single iota of difference to the lives of everyday Australians, except that they would have more tax in their pocket. I've already gone through some examples of those earlier today. But in terms of, is our position extreme relative to what the median of the major parties seems to be, I'm happy for it to be called extreme, because both major parties, and certainly the coalition, who still like to wear the skin suit of Menzies and sort of paint themselves as, advocates of balanced budgets, economic management, productivity reform, and industrial relations reform, and all these kinds of things. It's been a very long time, since about circa 2007 to be precise, since the Liberal Party has had any backbone at all on any economic matters. So, if advocating for classical liberalism and far smaller governments and responsible budgets is extreme, then I am very, very happy to be an extremist.
On the other end of things, Mr. Vandenlam, goes without saying you're running for the Victorian Socialists. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to guess you wouldn't call yourself a fan of capitalism. Do you think that some of what your party's platform is, or just the idea of socialism in general, is that something you'd consider, or you think might be considered extreme?
I think, the Overton window has shifted quite far to the right. I did see a libertarian, I think it was yesterday or the day before, consider, the Teals far left, which is a bit ridiculous. And like their reasoning for that was like, they vote sometimes with the Greens. It's like, I don't even consider the Greens left. So I guess, can like in this Overton window, where we've got people like Warren on and people like Jordan on arguing for quite extreme things. I guess socialism is a bit extreme, but that's because we live under a system of capitalism, which is an endless pursuit of profit instead of meeting people's needs. And I guess some people consider that extreme.
Extreme positions like birthday cakes for Luigi Mangione, is that extreme? I'm not sure. Are we celebrating the deaths of people? Is that extreme, Jordan?
Did you watch the video, mate? Did you watch the video?
Unfortunately, watching your content isn't really high on my priority list.
Yeah, fair enough. So if you're talking about it, give it a watch. Listen to what I said. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
All right. You were name dropped there, and your party was name dropped there, Mr. Pickering, in terms of being extreme. Is One Nation an extreme party?
No, absolutely not. As I said in my opening remarks, far from the right-wing extremists that the mainstream has perpetuated this party to be, our position hasn't changed effectively since Senator Hanson was first elected in 1996 on most of these items. And I think that level of continuity is important to note in this context, because the reality is it's a matter of perspective, and we believe ourselves to be, you know, maybe just a little centre right, not extreme right by any stretch of the imagination. You know, if we were a party in 1960, we would have been considered just, you know, the run-of-the-mill Conservative Party, in my opinion.
You gave an there. Patton, if you want to say anything quickly.
Feel free to elaborate, Miss Patton.
Look, you know, when I first entered into Parliament, you know, I came from a small business background, but I also came for representing people who were unrepresented. And whether that was sex workers or the millions of people who use drugs in our community, I continue to do that. Now, you know, I don't know where people put the legalized cannabis party, but I know our voters come from both sides of possibly the spectrum that we're looking at. I don't think left and right is particularly helpful these days in looking at politics. I don't think calling the Teals extreme left is even truthful. But I still don't. I don't think I think left and right has become slightly outdated and obsolete. And there's we come from different backgrounds, and we come to different. What we should all be doing is trying to look for solutions that help Australians.
I want to, maybe this is my poor run sheet, but I want to go back to overseas issues at the moment. And it's something that's relevant today because we've seen it pop up today with the US. And I think for some people, there's been a bit of a concern about trust with the United States at the moment since Donald Trump took power. We just saw tariffs that do not exempt Australia come into effect. And I guess, you know, throughout the past Trump term, you know, there was talk of instability. We had the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull talking about this as well. Mr. Pickering, I'll go to you first. Can we still rely on the US as a strong ally for our country?
Look, I'm in two minds about this. So in context, have a look at the Chinese warship that was probing our position over the last few weeks and whatnot. Now, that's not out of character, and you'd be, you know, dreaming if you don't think we do it in the South China Sea as well. But to then follow that up with Donald Trump saying that he'd like to see NATO nations contribute more to their own defence, we do see the US effectively concentrating on their own and looking at their own nationalist, social economic situation and defence situation, to be honest. So I think while we could still depend on them, I think there needs to be a conscious effort towards our own defence. To our benefit, we are in a strategically good defensive position. But we're kidding ourselves if we don't think that economically other countries are looking at us and wouldn't like to, assume control over the things that we have, our minerals, our assets. And in saying that, our mineral assets and our ability to be self-sufficient in the event of, any conflict, heaven forbid, I think that we are in a dangerous predicament if we don't spend some money on looking after our own borders. As effectively storm clouds gather around the world, there is a very real and present threat over the coming decade that we could end up in a war.
Ms. Patton, I'm going to make an educated guess and say the Legalised Cannabis Party doesn't have a specific policy on steel tariffs, but there's been something that has popped up on the Crossbench recently, which is about AUKUS, which has been, an issue for some people for some time, kind of ramped up in the last few weeks. Again, is that something we can still have as a country if we're also getting hit by tariffs at the same time by one of the countries part of this agreement?
I think, to date, we are still being so incredibly meek to this, this so-called American statesman, the so-called leader of the world. If this is how he treats his friends, I think we do need to stand up to this. We seem to be too scared to say anything about the president and about the United States. And I think we do need to make some statements. And I do think we need to fight back. I mean, firstly, I'd like to tax those tech bros. You look at the $20 billion that they take out of this country every year. And I know I can see Jordan Ditloff shaking his head on this. But shit, like, they've just introduced 25% tariffs, and we're still going to sort of, in some ways, create this free trade for these enormous companies that are making literally billions and billions and billions of dollars in this country and taking it offshore while paying a minuscule amount of tax. And I think we do need to be standing up. I think we have been very meek, and I think our Prime Minister needs to really, get on the front foot here. I wanted to say grow a pair, but I just did. Sorry.
I'll let Mr. Ditloff weigh in.
Well, look, I look forward to the next government, whether it be the Albanese government or incoming Peter Dutton government, which is just as likely. I look forward to them attempting to impose a more punitive tax regime on X and Elon Musk. I think you just have to ask Julian and Grant and the E-Safety Commission. It might be a little bit more difficult than the Australian government anticipates to do that. And contrary to their previous beliefs, they don't have sort of global jurisdiction. As I say, I wish them luck. When it comes to
Canada, United Kingdom, and France have managed to effectively do it.
When it comes to aluminium tariffs, I think that the elephant in the room here is that the reason we have not been granted an exemption and the reason that we've been targeted. So these tariffs, unlike the agricultural tariffs, are tariffs that have been in place for some time, and we previously had an exemption. The reason that we are not being granted an exemption and the reason Australia is being targeted for these tariffs is, at least in part, because of the perception from the American regime that significant subsidies from the Australian government to aluminium smelters to basically transition to renewable energy is essentially an unfair and anti-competitive tariff internally. So we are basically creating a rod for our own back. The money that's sluicing into private companies from the government to achieve this net zero fantasy and to achieve this renewable transition is rightly being interpreted by other countries as an unfair competitive advantage economically. That's the cause, and certainly the reason we're not getting an exemption. And I think that's a fair position.
You're sort of pretending that America doesn't provide the same sort of support to its own industries.
Well, one thing I will say, and it's rare that you'll hear me say this, but I agree with Anthony Albanese. He's taken the right position that we shouldn't introduce retaliatory tariffs. The Libertarian Party are completely committed to free trade. And in the long run, we believe that the American sort of bullishness on this tariff regime will fade.
All right. Any other thoughts on this, Mr. Vandenlam? You've been sitting there.
Yeah, like fuck Donald Trump. Like, why do we have a relationship with America to continue their, little imperialism across the country? We don't need to be involved in that. We don't need to send them billions of dollars every year, and allow them to, park their nuclear capable planes on Aboriginal land, so that we are now a closer target for them, like our enemies, to bomb if they exist. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. We don't need to, why discuss this? We're anti-war. Don't like it.
All right. Moving back home now, and I'll direct this one to you first of all, Mr. Ditloff. And look, you're all minor parties here. Minor parties do have to really often try a bit of stunt to get into the headlines. We're glad everyone's participating in this debate, but the reality is there's not that much coverage. I think the largest party here would be One Nation over the years. The Libertarian Party, as you would well know, Mr. Ditloff, is still fairly new. How are you going to make sure that, you're able to get attention as a senator, and would you, be relying on stunts to do that?
No, I think that there's a huge amount that can be done from the crossbench. That, in fairness, some existing senators have been able to achieve a level of cooperation and coordination. But I think that the biggest value of a Senate seat, and if I were to win a Senate seat and be a minor party senator, is not necessarily in the legislative process, because it's very rare, although we have seen it happen in the sort of dying hours of the Parliament last year in the Senate. Sometimes it can come down to one vote, and Fiona knows that all too well. She's been in the Victorian Legislative Council in circumstances where at times her vote has been pivotal. But I think that the better view is that a minor party Senate candidate, such as myself, if I were elected, can use that platform to really shine a spotlight on the system and on the sort of deep state in Canberra, the massive growth in government and public service roles, and basically really draw attention to the way that the system has sort of grown like a garden gone wild, unchecked. And I think that if more Australians really knew how bad things were and how vastly the government has grown while they've not been paying attention, I think they'd be a lot angrier.
Mr. Pickering, I'm reminded when we talk about stunts of things like your party leader, Pauline Hanson, coming into the Senate with a burqa. These are things that you would be doing, you'd be trying to do for attention yourself?
No, not me personally. Look, there has been some theatrics in the past, of course there has, but they've usually been to highlight an issue. And I think they've been quite effective in that respect. But me personally, no, I'm not about any type of theatrics. I think the Australian people have had enough of being represented by people that claim to have a finger on the pulse of the needs of the working class community. And the reality is, what we're craving more than anything else is real people from the real world, not polished politicians that, fell into safe young Libs or young Labor seats and have had their head in the bureaucratic trough ever since. I think real people from the real world that are authentic, and that'll resonate with people. And the reality is, as Jordan Diddloff alluded to, it does offer a platform on the crossbench to highlight problems within government and whatnot that people aren't necessarily paying attention to. Whereas we're at the point now, we're having 2 elected senators. If we can get 1 or 2 more up, we're getting to the point where we actually have, potentially the balance of power in the Senate. And as we're seeing, more and more people are disenfranchised with the major parties. And that's why we've seen things like, the misinformation, disinformation bill, both major parties voting for it and the entire crossbench against it. You can no longer claim that, the crossbench, and again, as Fiona alluded to, doing away with left and right, the entire crossbench seems to represent the people of Australia and all those different value sets, whereas both major parties seem hell-bent on pushing certain legislation through. So, yeah, look, we will make a difference, and we intend to secure a couple more Senate seats so that we can hold the balance of power.
Yeah, look to the comment you made at the start. I think just about everyone here would probably have a non-conventional background into politics, certainly. Ms. Patton, I'm interested because obviously in your 2 terms in the Victorian Upper House, you had some interesting other crossbench parties serving alongside you. Do you think that from that, minor parties can still have a significant power, especially when, if say you're the only legalised cannabis senator elected, I'm sure you obviously would want more, but say you're the only one, largely you'd be acting as an independent on a lot of these issues.
Well, that's right. That's right, Leo. And certainly in my 8 years in Parliament, every vote that I made was basically a conscience vote, and I will continue in along that line. But I do think that crossbenchers can be incredibly effective. I tabled more private members' bills than anyone else ever has, but I effectively got law reform on numerous issues that were too hard for the 2 major or the 3 major parties to deal with. So whether that was sex work, whether that was drug law reform, whether that was assisted dying, and I think that is a real role. And I think Warren picked up on something. 30% of the population these days does not vote for major parties, and so the crossbench is very reflective of the community. And I think when you see the whole of the crossbench voting against legislation that both the major parties voted for, and I have seen that, we've seen that in Victoria as well. I think an important part of being a crossbencher that I learned during that time is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You're there to try and make progress, but you need to work with others. And certainly, I think I was able to do that in many areas that many people thought were not possible.
Very quickly, Mr. van der Lam, you'd be a lone voice for a Socialist Party or the Victorian Socialists on the Senate crossbench. Are you hopeful you'd actually be able to have a substantial impact?
Yeah, I don't think there's a single revolutionary socialist who reckons that, we'll get the change that we need for the working class by, holding the balance of power on the crossbench. That's a ridiculous notion. At Victorian Socialists, what we believe is hey, if we get elected, what we'll do is we'll only take the average worker's wage, that of a 6-year nurse, for example, and we'll use the rest of that money. We won't take that and, increase our own profits. We'll use that to amplify community organizing, and, fund strikes and stuff like that, and also to represent the working class in Parliament, hurl our accusations at our oppressors directly at their faces, and encourage and amplify workers' struggles across the country. Our theory of change isn't like, get enough senators in and then we can vote for a revolution or anything like that. That's a bit ridiculous.
One more topic to bring up before we get to the questions you'll be asking each other. And Ms. Patton, I think just about everyone watching understands what your party's main policy is. It was interesting, there was a comment from your Queensland candidate, Belinda Jones, and she reckoned last night that if we actually embrace the hemp industry in this country, it would outdo the resources industry. Do you think that's really possible?
Look, I heard my colleague say this, and I mean, I see no reason. I mean, this, the hemp industry, it is a remarkable fiber, and it is a remarkable product that can replace plastics, that can replace concretes, that is as strong as steel, that can grow. You can grow a house in 3 months on 1 acre, a same house that would take you 20 years to grow in pine. So I think there is a remarkable opportunity for hemp, and we're certainly seeing it overseas. Whether it replaces the resources industry, I think we're yet to see, but we've got to give it a chance, and we should be backing this industry. At the moment, we put farmers through incredible hoops to get hemp licenses. We have not funded any R&D into hemp in this country. Other countries are going leaps and bounds in this area. Hempcrete is becoming a major part. It is replacing concrete, which we know actually in Australia is often in short supply. So I think Belinda has some very good points here, and I certainly think, I mean, this nation, when the first colonizers came to this country, they were actually looking to grow hemp, because the sailing boats that they arrived here on were made fundamentally of wood and hemp, that the British Navy did not survive without hemp. And I think, yes, we could be in for another hemp evolution in the coming decades, and I hope Australia is part of it.
Mr. Ditloff, your party does back legalising cannabis. I'm curious, what differs you in your approach to what the Legalised Cannabis Party wants?
Well, as has already become clear just from sort of the conversation and the way it's flowed today, the reality is the legalised cannabis doesn't have policy on a vast swathe of things. So you really don't know what you're getting when you vote for Fiona, except that you're going to get Fiona. And if you want your weed without the woke, the Libertarian Party is a principled party that supports marijuana legalisation on a consumer choice basis, on principle, not because it's better or worse than anything else, or not because anything other than people should be free to consume what they want to consume, as it pleases them. So so you don't need to vote for a single issue party that will throw you under the bus and vote with the Labor Party 74.3% of the time, which was Fiona's voting record when she was in the Victorian Parliament. You can vote for a party like the Libertarian Party.
God, even the Liberals almost voted
that will support that will support. So in fact, David Limbrick voted against the Labor Party more than the Liberal Party in the same period of time. So,
and what did that get him? What did that get him there?
Well, it certainly didn't get him pandemic legislation. We'll come back to that later, Fiona. So, but if you are somebody who enjoys consuming whatever substance of choice you want to consume in the privacy of your own home or without impacting other people, then the Libertarian Party will protect that right, but all of your rights, and not just the civil liberties, not just the civil liberties that are convenient or that we can sort of like have the feel good kumbaya circles about, but the civil liberties that actually matter.
Yeah. If you want weed without weed killer, if you want cannabis in a regulated market, if you want cannabis that is not...
How many of your constituents do you think want cannabis to be more regulated?
Oh, I think many of them do. Many of them would like to see a legal product, like we see in the United States.
In the United States and California, you have a legal product, which, like our tobacco legal product here in Victoria, is still being undercut by a black market because it's being taxed.
You're using one example. And you're using,
one very relevant example.
Yeah, you're using California, and I don't actually think that your statistics are up to date anyway. But I do believe in a regulated market, and that does require checks and balances. We do want a safe supply of a product, and I don't think that any Australian who uses cannabis now says, I don't care what's in my cannabis as long as I can get it. I think people are aware of what they're consuming and they want a safe product. And the libertarian notion of getting rid of all of the checks and balances, getting rid of all of those safety nets, is going to create a far more dangerous product than the product that is illicitly available today.
Mr. Van der Lam, any thoughts?
Yeah, like we're pro decriminalisation of drugs. Like this is a silly argument. Like we believe in way more than just the decriminalisation of cannabis. We want to see a better world, one where where human need is met, not just us living in poverty, where workers get paid a fair amount for their wages, for their labor, and then also we can meet the needs of people who cannot work or those with disabilities and things like that. We've got there are really important things affecting us right now, and sure, some people are really concerned about their ability to consume marijuana, and you can do that in Victoria. Sure, it's real expensive, but there's more important things to be fighting for, and we're fighting for a better world. We can argue about how regulated cannabis should be. Obviously, it should be regulated and accessible and all that. I think this is a silly argument.
All right, just very quickly, Mr. Pickering, would you vote for legalising cannabis? Are you backing that?
Look, I think there needs to be more discussion around full legalisation, simply because we can't police, whether people are smoking in their house around their children and things like that. So there needs to be discussion there. But definitely, I've got friends that have suffered severe PTSD and chronic pain, and they've had fantastic for relief. So, for medicinal uses. But I also agree with people like Paul Stamets and Graham Hancock, that there is a war on consciousness, and I think there is a place in society for us to explore for medicinal treatments, things like psilocybin and MDMA. I actually do. So, yeah.
Okay, so we've got some consensus there, which is a nice way to end the structured questions. Now that we do want to give each candidate the chance to ask one other candidate one question of their own. Now, we've asked each candidate to keep their question relatively short, relatively easy for everyone to understand, and also please direct it at someone really clearly and specifically. If they want to pass on this, they do have the option to. Mr. Van der Lam, I'll let you go first. If you've got a question, what is it and to who?
Yeah, my question is to Fiona. So you and your party have a clear stance on people's right to the safe use of drugs, and my party obviously supports that, and our policy actually goes further than legalized cannabis. So why doesn't your party say anything about helping to win secure housing and other things that would actually help people enjoy drugs and other recreational activities?
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. And as a party that was registered in 2022, we are focusing on the issues that we think are important to the people who established this party, to the people who are voting for this party. And we don't shy away from the fact that we are, at this time, a one policy party that will be required to vote on a range of issues, and will use the party values to do that. And those party values, I would say, would certainly suggest things like safe housing.
No follow up there.
Yeah, no, I was just a bit confused by that. So yeah, so like, well, yeah.
We work on we work on a set of a value system. Now, for other parties to ask us, would we please expand our policy base? Yes, we will one day. Thanks.
Yeah, but like people are voting today. Like people are voting in the next federal election.
I know, Jordan, and they, and in 2022, we've got, when you look around Australia, we have 4 MPs elected, 1 in WA, just re-elected on a legalised cannabis platform. We've got 1 in New South Wales, and we have 2 in Victoria. Now, I think that, almost all the voters who voted for those people are very pleased with the work that those hardworking MPs have done. And in Victoria, I think Rachel and David have shown that they are following the evidence, that they are working broadly, but they are also working to improve the lives of the millions of people who use cannabis in Australia.
I'll leave it
All
at that.
right.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you for that. Next up, if you've got a question, Mr. Pickering.
Yes, mate. Mine's also for you, Fiona, if you can answer this. So, noting your party's primary objective, again, obviously to legalise cannabis. So, while you continue to help and re-secure successive Labor, Greens, effectively coalition governments through preference flow, does it concern you that your party's existence is a direct impediment to its own success in this regard? Because it is in their best interest to not accommodate your desires to legalise cannabis.
We've just seen the road safety laws change in Victoria, as you would be very well aware of, Warren, and that was a direct response to the advocacy and representation of two legalised cannabis representatives in the Parliament. So I don't believe.
Yeah, but I feel like that's a side issue.
I don't agree with the context of your.
That's effectively throw the dog a bone and keep it on side to a certain degree.
Actually, allowing medicinal cannabis patients to drive is not throwing a dog a bone. That is actually an incredibly significant piece of legislation. To now move into how medicinal cannabis patients are tested in the workplace, and we're seeing that effectively start to change now. We're starting to see a complete change. And for the 350,000, this great was able to voluntary assisted dying, spent convictions. Like
so ultimately, you believe that this is all
bones that are thrown
fostering your party to achieve its primary objective. You believe you're well on the way. You don't see it as an impediment to success.
Look, 80% of Australians don't believe that cannabis should be a crime. And I think voices like mine in the Senate will actually assist us in achieving it. We certainly won't achieve it not being there. And your party voted against the cannabis bill in the federal parliament just recently. And resoundingly, we had Malcolm Roberts talk about the dangers of cannabis. We had Pauline Hanson talking about it, saying that she would never support the adult use of cannabis. So really, having someone like yourself in the parliament will not help us in getting cannabis legalised.
Well, I think we are a conservative nation in general, and I think one step at a time. And 80%. I think to look at medicinal is a better target, realistically.
80%.
All right. We'll leave that one. Next up, in terms of his question, Mr. Ditloff, you've got a question.
I'm sorry, Fiona, that you're up. I think you might have known that was coming, I suspect. So Fiona, I actually had this question already that I decided I was going to ask, but I found this beautiful part of your website here: pandemic legislation myth busting. Just as I was waiting, listening to the other conversations.
Yeah.
So this is sort of like a beautiful little additional strand to my question. So today, you might be aware, in recent days, you might be aware that the Australian Human Rights Commission released a report called Collateral Damage on the human rights impact of COVID and the various pandemic responses around Australia. In your website and at the time in public comment, you described opposition to that bill as cynical hyperbole. You described the joint letter by the group of barristers expressing concern about the legislation as disappointing, that you were embarrassed for them. You said 59% is good enough in terms of people who support the vaccine mandates, and your sort of attitude towards
I don't think I said
potential,
that,
your attitude towards the potential impacts of human rights in COVID for somebody who claims that civil liberties is your North Star for the vast swathe of areas you don't have a policy for. I'm wondering whether, in light of the report's findings that human rights impacts weren't always considered or protected in the first instance, or sometimes even at all, and that governments broadly may have overreacted or lacked a sense of proportionality in their response to COVID. I'm wondering if you stand by that vote and that you would support that legislation again if it came before you in a federal context.
Look, I think 2020 hindsight is and 2020 the 2020 you get from hindsight is a wonderful thing. However, what the legislation that we fought for was to get rid of the state of emergency that was just being rolled out to introduce pandemic-specific legislation that would have the checks and balances. That was the motive there. Now, I would suggest when you look at that human rights report, having states of emergency legislation, which every other jurisdiction held, we were the only state that then introduced pandemic-specific legislation that did have checks and balances, that did have an independent committee, that did have a non-government chair scrutiny committee looking at the legislation. Now, whether that happened too late, possibly. And
isn't it true though, Fiona, that if the new laws hadn't been passed, if you had voted no instead of yes to that bill,
it would have stayed with a state of emergency.
The state of emergency would have expired, Fiona. That was the stated reason for the new legislation. But it was out. They were out of time. So the previous legislation would expire. There would not be an ability for the government to extend the restrictions. That was why there was this race for new legislation. So in fact, the alternative to voting no would have been nothing. That the restrictions simply would have faded at this point when everybody was aware that this was not a deadly disease, that it was, something that had probably been overreacted to. And instead of allowing those responses to die a natural death under the previous legislative framework, you voted yes for an alternative that would be ongoing. That still supports vaccine mandates to this day in different workplaces.
I don't believe that we could have just stopped everything. And I don't believe that we wouldn't have seen a far more draconian legislative introduction or a far more draconian answer to that vacuum that any lack of legislation would have created. I think we needed legislation, and we needed something that this won't be our last pandemic. So if we had just done nothing and thinking, well, this is the last time this will ever happen, I think that would be very short-sighted and would have been irresponsible of me.
So my actual question was, would you vote in support? Would you vote yes for a similar bill if you're elected to the federal parliament?
Well, depending on what the evidence is. And I don't know whether we would see anything like that at a federal level. That was state legislation. It was done in a state parliament. And I would look at it. But when at the time, I stand by my vote at the time, and it was based on the evidence that I received from all of the human rights organisations that I spoke to, from every human rights organisation, from every medical organisation I spoke to, from every health organisation that I spoke to. So I went on the evidence that I had received, and I believe that it was I voted in the correct way at the time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Now, very popular. It's just like last one. We had Malcolm Roberts get 3 questions. Ms. Patton, last but not least, it can't be to yourself. So
I know.
Here's your question too.
This is I hope that's probably the only time that I've ever been likened to Malcolm Roberts. It's certainly the first. Certainly the first. I hope it's the only time. Look, it's interesting when you're in these sorts of debates. They become antagonistic. But I suspect that when I look around this screen, that there's an awful lot that we have in common, and there's probably far more that unites us than divides us. I know Jordan and the two Jordans, maybe that's not the case, but
no, I think we'd have a great TV show.
I was hoping that I could ask them all whether we would have a beer at the end of this.
No comment, sorry.
A non-alcoholic Carlton Zero with you at some stage before or after the election.
Like it, Jordan. Thank you.
Beer with just about anyone, Fiona. It's the best way to get to the truth and to get some robust dialogue going, let's be honest.
Thanks, Warren.
And I will decline on that until at least November the 12th.
18, Leo, yeah.
All right. It is Saturday, the 19th of April, Easter Saturday. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now on 6 News. Talk of Labor majority, which seemed slim to none only a few months ago, is now not out of the question with the release of new polling. The latest poll from YouGov shows Labor and the Coalition tied on 33% in the national primary vote, which is another decrease for the Coalition. On a two-party preferred basis, Labor is slightly up. If this was the actual election result, it would be the lowest vote total for the Coalition ever since the Liberal Party was formed in 1944. It comes just days after a new MRP poll released by Accent Research and Redbridge conducted between February and April, showing Labor on track to win at least 66 seats in the House of Representatives, while the Coalition is winning or ahead in 55, and other parties, such as the Greens and Independents, are likely to have 15. The range of likely outcomes for Labor stretching between a worst-case situation of 67 and a best case with a majority of 78. 14 seats across the board are meanwhile too close to call. An investigation has been launched after a body was found in a burnt-out car following a kidnapping in Sydney's southwest. At about 10:30 p.m. local time on Thursday night, police were called to a home in Bankstown following reports for kidnapping. Officers were told a group of unknown people had forced their way into a home and kidnapped a 45-year-old woman. During the incident, police were told kidnappers armed with a firearm assaulted an 8-year-old boy with a baseball bat before forcing the woman into a car. The boy was treated by New South Wales ambulance paramedics for serious head injuries and was taken to hospital for further treatment, while a 15-year-old boy in the home at the time was taken to hospital for assessment. At around 11:30 p.m, emergency services were called in Beverly Hills following reports of a car fire. The vehicle was destroyed, and following an examination, police located a body. It was yet to be formally identified yesterday afternoon, but police said they suspected it was the 45-year-old Bankstown woman. The crime scene has been set up at both locations, and police have commenced Strike Force Bushfield to investigate the incident. A New South Wales father who spoke on the ABC's Q&A program about his experience facing homelessness has set up camp outside Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's mansion on the Central Coast. Morgan Cox says he's taken the action in the hopes of making a difference. He spoke to 6 News.
3.5 million people are in poverty, facing homelessness, and the situation is untenable. The future is looking really bleak for all our children. And even now, a lot of people are suffering pretty horribly, and I need to do something about it. And nothing's happening. The politicians are all talking, but nothing is happening. So I just wanted to see if I can get them to listen to us.
I know you spoke on Q&A about, your obviously you're a father. You've been facing potential homelessness. Can you just talk to us about kind of the reception that you got to that to your appearance on Q&A when you asked that question? How have you felt about some of the feedback you've gotten?
Do you mean from the panel or?
Oh, from the public to your question.
Okay, well, from the public has been mostly positive. Of course, there's been a few people who accuse me of racism or whatever, but for the most part, it's been greatly, positive and encouraging. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think literally millions of people feel the same way, and that's why it sort of blew up.
It is something that you've talked about, children facing. As I said, you're a father. I, as a young person, I can obviously attest to the fact that the housing market is not something I'm looking forward to dealing with in a few years. Especially for young people, why is it important for you to be standing up and taking this kind of action? Because obviously there's one thing, there's asking a Q&A question, but now you are taking some kind of real life action about this.
Yeah, well, the situation is desperate. There are homeless people living in my street. There are tents and in the bushes. There are people living in cars, elderly, vulnerable people living in cars in my local park, and all over the Central Coast. And I have no doubt that it's all over Australia. Real people are really suffering, and it's getting worse, which makes me really fear for my own children's future as well. So I guess I felt that I had to take some kind of action. I didn't really know what to do. It's a bit of a guess, but I just hope that I can get the politicians to just listen, to just really listen to us, because something needs to change. Something needs to be done. Talking is not working. All their promises of building houses have achieved nothing, and it's time to do something.
I know obviously in your Q&A question, you highlighted immigration as a big issue affecting the housing crisis. And look, you said in your answer just before that, yes, you cop some criticism for that. Do you think, or do you acknowledge though that there might be some other factors as well regarding construction, supply, etc., that are also having a significant impact, and it's not maybe just immigrants?
Oh, of course, it's not immigrants. And just for the record, my partner is an immigrant. I'm not against immigration at all. All I am asking for is that they manage the number of people coming in. And yes, there's absolutely a lot of other things we can do. I would love to talk about short stay rentals. I would love to talk about tax reform, negative gearing. I'd love to talk about maybe universities could build dormitories for some of their foreign students. I think we had 200,000 foreign students in February alone and 0 additional houses. And obviously, those people need to sleep somewhere. So there's going to be an effect on all of the people, including these foreign students themselves. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of other things that we need to talk about. Red and green tape on building homes. There's tons of it. The reason I went straight for immigration is because that is a thing that could be turned off tomorrow. It's literally, they did it during the pandemic. They cut immigration to 0, and they don't even need to go that hard. All they have to do is just manage the intake until we can talk about all those other things and get the situation under control.
Just finally, you're in your caravan now. How long are you planning to keep up this protest action, and are you planning to do any other kind of or any other real life action as well now that you've established a bit of a profile campaigning for this?
Well, look, I wasn't really planning. I'd love to spend Easter with my family. Actually, that was my intention. But the election coming up, this is really the best shot that we have to move the needle to actually make a difference. So I made the sacrifice, and I think I'll aim to be here until it feels like we're making a difference. It feels like we, getting a response from the government. So that'll be my hope. And as for anything else, well, I'll keep that a secret too, because if I'd rather just keep that under wraps. But I'm hoping that this by itself will be enough to make a difference.
And those are the top stories on 6 News right now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website and following us on social media at 6newsau. Stay with us now for continuing news coverage. For now, though, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. We'll see you a little later.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Ryan McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News.
The only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Hello and welcome to Uncensored. I'm Austin Pollock. Thank you for your company. It's not too far away to the next election. The budget has been handed down and it's now full steam ahead to polling day. And Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is quietly confident in another term. 3 years on since he was first elected, does he have what it takes to win over voters once again, and younger voters in particular? Leonardo Puglisi and I caught up with the Prime Minister a little earlier.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, welcome back to 6 News.
Good to be with you again.
3 years since we last spoke. How do you rate your government's performance since then?
Well, when we came to office, these were difficult global economic times. We'd been through the pandemic, and then global inflation has impacted the growth, it's impacted employment and inflation right around the world. Inflation had a 6 in front of it when we came to office. It now is at 2.4. We've reduced that whilst we have maintained strong employment growth, 1.1 million jobs, more than any in Australia's history. We have real wages increasing 5 quarters in a row. We've produced tax cuts for every single Australian taxpayer, and we've produced cost of living measures to assist people. So I think in terms of the economic challenge that was there for us, it was like landing a 747 on a helicopter pad. How do you get inflation down whilst providing cost of living relief, whilst not having a negative impact on employment and growth? We've managed to do that. I think we are turning a corner. There's more to do. At the same time, we've had significant reform in aged care, in childcare. We're taking action on climate change. We've restored our relations with the world as well.
Prime Minister, how are your confidence levels going into the next election cycle?
It, of course, is a matter for the Australian people, and all elections historically in Australia are close. The votes, two-party preferred, of the government and the alternative government usually go between 52 and 48. It's either that or 51, 50. Elections are tough, and the Labor Party, I've been here for 10 terms. 3 of those terms have been in government. But I think we've got a good story to tell. Importantly, we've got a good offer as well. The offer going forward of cutting 20% of HECS debt, the further reform in childcare with the abolition of the activity test, the deals that we've done for students, the students who will come after you will benefit from our Better and Fairer Schools funding program, $16.5 billion, doing the deals with state and territory governments, lifting up investment from them as well, so that every school student can get the resources that they deserve, whether they're at a public school or a private school, so they can fulfil their opportunity in life and be the best they can be.
We hear a lot of families, right? They're doing it tough right now, and that's something that a lot of people are struggling with. How will this budget address that immediately?
Well, there will be immediate support through the energy bill relief, the next tranche of support which is there. For students, they'll get 20% off their student debt. That will have an impact for that cohort. The work we're doing on cheaper childcare has already benefited Australian families to the tune of $2,700 on average. Free TAFE has benefited 600,000 Australians to get the skills they need for free. We've got tax cuts that have been delivered for every Australian taxpayer. These have all made a difference. But importantly as well, real wages are increasing. We want people to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. That's been an objective of my government, and we are achieving it.
As for this upcoming election, I know you've said that there wouldn't be any formal power sharing arrangements in the event of a hung parliament. Obviously, you were there in 2010 when Labor was in a minority situation. I know you are gunning for a majority here, but in the event that you don't have that, are you prepared to have some kind of negotiation with crossbenchers?
Look, we deal in the parliament all the time with people with respect. But we're not prepared to enter into any sort of coalition agreement with anybody. And I'm confident that we can form a majority Labor government. We're the only political party that stand on our own. The coalition, by definition, is a coalition of two political parties, and they go into the election with just 55 seats, with some internal chaos with people who were members of their team resigning and running against them in seats like Monash and Moore in WA. So when you look objectively at going forward, I think realistically it's only the Labor Party that could be in a position to form majority government. We think that is a strong message. Australia, the last 7 elections have produced 7 different prime ministers on election night. I seek to be the first person since John Howard to be re-elected. Part of our pitch is the stability that we have offered. We are an orderly, stable government. I haven't appointed myself to multiple ministries. We have had no scandals, unlike any other first-term government that has been elected. They've all lost ministers on the way through in their first term. We've been very focused on delivering, and these have been turbulent seas that we've had to navigate globally, but we've always had our eye on the horizon of how do we achieve the objective of building Australia's better future, how do we deal with immediate issues of cost of living pressures, whilst making sure we put in place those mechanisms for the long term, such as the transition to clean energy.
On energy, Prime Minister, you went into the last election with the promise to reduce power bills by $275 per year, but since then we've seen electricity bills rise. Now, last time we spoke to you on 6 News, I know you said you'll be happy to own up to your mistakes. So can you concede that this one was a broken promise?
Well, there have been 3 impacts, and Australia's not immune from it. Before the last election when we spoke, what we didn't know, and you didn't know at that time either, was that Angus Taylor, as the Energy Minister, had hidden a 20% spike in energy through the default market offer, the way that it works through the energy market operator. Had hidden that. It actually introduced a special regulation to defer that becoming public. So that was in place. And then, of course, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine that is still going. It wasn't anticipated that it would, and it wasn't anticipated that you'd have the spike in global inflation. So we haven't been immune to that, of course. But what we have done is act. We haven't just sat back and been passive. We introduced a cap on gas and coal prices. That was a very radical thing. We didn't promise to do that at the beginning of our term either, but we responded to the changing circumstances which are there. And since then, now we have the 3rd lot of energy bill relief, which for some people, when combined in Queensland, for example, have got through the current system some $1,300 off their energy bills.
Prime Minister, you touched on overseas relationships there. I want to take you to the United States, and it's not been long since Donald Trump did come in. Do you worry about our relationship with the United States with the AUKUS agreement that we have now he's in administration?
Well, we respect the democratic outcomes of elections, and President Trump was elected last year. I've had 2 constructive discussions with him. I've met with Democrat and Republican congresspeople and senators, more than 100 of them, when I was there for my State Department visit. And so we'll continue to engage constructively with our friends in the United States. It's a relationship which has been in place now since the Second World War, and it's a strong one. It's a strong economic relationship, a strong security partnership, and it's based upon common values that we have as 2 great democracies.
In terms of just getting back home a bit, younger voters are making up a key demographic at this election, as you know, right? Gen Z and millennials are outnumbering baby boomers. They have been moving away from major parties. They're looking for politicians to hear them. What is Labor, including especially in this budget, offering young Australians?
Well, what we're offering is a 20% cut in debt that they have through their HEX payments, and that will be immediate, will make an extraordinary difference to them. We've changed the APRA conditions so that banks won't take into account people's HECS debts when they're determining housing loans. We have a plan to build more homes for Australians, 1.2 million. We need to address housing affordability as a major issue. Many young people, of course, for young women, the reproductive health policy that we've announced, more than $500 million. Action on climate change is something that's of concern to young Australians very much. And for those certainly not really of voting age, but younger than that, of course, the education deal that we are doing, people will be familiar with the Gonski report of more than a decade ago, talking about how you make sure that every young Australian is able to get the best opportunity in life. We've actually delivered it, putting it in place, a 10-year funding agreement that will see the school resourcing standard met. That makes an enormous difference for Australians. In addition to that, the free TAFE and apprenticeship support that we have in place as well. Already 600,000 Australians have benefited from that. Overwhelmingly, they've been young Australians, but some people are retraining as well as the economy changes.
I just have to ask very quickly on the topic of young people, because it's something that caught my eye over the past, well, really year, is the social media ban. I know you were very supportive of 6 News when we last spoke, when I was 14, my other colleague, Rowan McKinnon, was 13. What since then made you kind of change your mind that it was fine for the 14 and 13-year-olds to be on social media talking to you then, but not so much now?
Well, we want to make sure that for social media, we know can be very positive. It can be a way that people can engage, but it can also cause harm. And speaking to parents who had lost their child effectively is something that is heartbreaking. The rise in mental health issues for young Australians as well requires a response. And just as the banning of phones in school classrooms has had, I think, a positive impact. The feedback is all very positive about students being able to engage in classes much more effectively, and importantly as well, actually talk to each other at lunchtime and during breaks in class as well, learning those social skills. As technology changes, we need to make sure that society has discussions about how we keep control of it rather than technology changing us. So these are complex issues. I understand that, and I understand as well that this was a tough decision to make, but we looked at the evidence, we consulted very widely. We are consulting at the moment about the details of how it will take place. That's why when we did the announcement and the legislation, it comes into effect 12 months after it was carried. But I was quite pleased that it was carried with the overwhelming support of the Parliament. People have responded to what is a need.
All right, well, really appreciate your time. We look forward to catching up again later in the campaign. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, thank you so much for coming on 6 News again.
Yeah, thanks very much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Prime Minister. And that is Uncensored. You can stay up to date with the latest news on our website, sixnewsau.com, and on social media at 6newsau. You can support our work at patreon.com/6newsau. I'm Austin Pollock on behalf of myself, Leo, and the entire team. Thank you for your company.
Well, there's been a few alliances created for this federal election. One that people maybe didn't see coming involves 3 parties. One of them itself comprised of a number of different parties. The Fusion Party was formed back in 2021 after a merger of the Science Party, Pirate Party, Secular Party, Vote Planet, and Climate Change Justice Party. And at this federal election, they've aligned with Democracy First, a never registered minor party with Vern Hughes, a perennial candidate, as one of its main figureheads. Democracy First has gone through a number of name changes since it was founded after the 2022 election. At one point, it was known as the Conservative Party. In addition to that, they've also joined forces with the Australian Progressives, which was formally registered and did contest the last federal election. And they're standing across Australia in the Senate. Miles Whittaker is from Fusion, and he is the party's candidate for the Senate in New South Wales. He spoke to 6 News to discuss the alliance a little earlier.
What we have to understand is that in this country, there is a huge impetus towards the status quo and a huge impetus towards the major parties, but that is entirely artificial, and it's being pushed by a combination of regulation and big money and special interests. And so many of us who are so frustrated by how change is stymied and stagnated in this country are coming at this from many different directions. And for years, we were trying to go it alone, and essentially one day, the circumstances aligned and the stars and the moons and the planets aligned, and essentially we said it's time to put aside our egos and time to move together, that we have so much in common that we may as well unite. And so that was essentially the founding story of Fusion Party 3 years ago. And now here we are again doing what internally we're calling Unite 2.0, where we're essentially relaunching Fusion Party for the federal election this year with a new coalition of parties. And so the old ones are still there. So we still have Pirate, Science, Secular, Vote Planet, Climate Emergency, but now we are welcoming a coalition with Democracy First and the Australian Progressives. So the Progressives themselves have a history that is almost as long as many of our member parties, being founded in approximately 2016, whereas Democracy First is much newer. And so there's new ideas, new faces, old faces, and many different people and movements coming together, which is essentially the 10-second summary of Fusion Party. Many strands woven together makes a stronger rope.
Yeah, and if you put it together a whole timeline, you're right. There are a lot of parties that have gone into Fusion alone, as you said, but also have gone into this alliance. In terms of this alliance, whenabouts did discussions start? I know, and I'll note also, as you might be planning to mention anyway, the Australian Progressives, they were registered on their own. Democracy First has never been registered. So when was this really proposed? Because it has come out of, I guess, nowhere for me.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting and a complicated question, because ultimately people and society and politics is complicated as well. And I'm an advocate against sort of oversimplifying things. But there's a great analogy here, I guess, with evolution, if I could take a sort of scientific angle, where you can look at monkeys and great apes, and then you can look at humans a few million years later and be like, okay, well, when did the monkeys become the humans? Well, the answer is there is no clear line. Like, obviously in fusion, there's points where very formal decisions were made. There were times when things were formally announced. There's sort of milestones we can look at along the way. But a great example of why there's, this kind of blurring over is how many of us in Fusion were literally volunteering and supporting members of these other candidates or parties in previous elections. Maybe not officially as, under whatever sort of label or title we wear, but we were there all the same. We're friends with these people. We're friends with their ideas. And so sooner or later, there came a point where we're like, look, we can work together more closely. We can get sort of some of the redundant barriers out of the way and actually make real change, lasting, impactful change.
And so in terms of what all these parties stand for, and that includes the original member fusion parties as well, where's the kind of collective here? What makes it, I guess, close enough that you're able to form an alliance? Because I'd imagine, you might have some differences here and there, but you've got to have some level of unity to be able to enter into a coalition.
Yeah, no, that's like the first questions everyone's going to ask. And unfortunately, there's not an answer that anyone's going to expect, because what we're doing here is fundamentally a new and a different kind of politics. And you can see kind of in the party logo here that this is kind of exemplifies the approach we take, where if you look for what is the center, what is the single one thing that Fusion is, well, there's kind of no one thing. What we have are multiple overlapping circles and colors in the logo representing different overlaps between our policies, our values, ideas. And so anyone going to our website can find the values that we stand for, the principles that we embody, the policies that we're campaigning on. And talking to our candidates, they'll say exactly the same thing. Here are my policies and my values and principles. But it's kind of like you can look at any 2 or 3 of our member parties and they might have 60 to 90% in common. but then there'll be a different sort of, 90% overlap between any two of our member parties. And so there's never any one single thing. Rather, we're kind of this sort of evolving consensus. One way to look at it is of us as a process-based political party.
I think something that's almost been, notorious among minor parties in general, not necessarily naming yours, but is there has been a lot of infighting with that kind of different policies. And you say it could be, 60% overlap, it could be 90, it could be between all these different parties. Can that really hold together to what I imagine you guys would like to build up to the point where you're winning seats? Is an alliance with that many parties and that many different viewpoints actually sustainable?
Well, no, that's a good question. And, I kind of draw back to the pirate party movement in Europe for inspiration here, where some people describe pirate politics as syncretic, where you take elements of policies and values from different movements, from different philosophies, and yet somehow can forge something where people feel united towards an identity, towards a value, towards a position. So although in Fusion Party, we haven't got any elected state or federal members yet, we actually have a number of council and local government representatives around Australia who are proud to sort of embody our work in their local representation. And so similarly at a state and a federal level, that we have the shared sort of vision and trust in each other, that if we can find a way to work together, which in the vast majority of cases we have, then we will work together.
I'm interested. I hope I didn't misquote. You said you do have local government councillors? I hadn't seen them pop up.
Yes. So they tend to have a low profile as for various reasons. Local politics tends to be depoliticized in Australia. In many cases, that's actually by request, that party politics tends to stay away from local government. There tends to be a lot of skepticism against party politics in lower government.
Right. Fusion has, and I don't know whether, and you can obviously answer this, whether you guys reject or agree with the label, but I guess by some who've seen it on the outside would put it, they'd say this goes in the left camp if you had to split it. Do you see the party fitting in that way as kind of a Greens-like party in some regard, or is that just not, does that not fit for you?
Well, no, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, one way that I like to look of us as being the last teal party in Australia, or the last of the teals. And maybe that's a bit of an unfair way to put it, because obviously the teals aren't a party, they're a movement. And so like you could look at the teals and say, look, are the teals left wing or right wing? Well, they have some left wing policies, they have some right wing policies. Are they centrist? Well, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, if you kind of look at it in a general sense, it would be fair to say we are centre left or centre to left, while acknowledging that there are some moderately far left policies and some policies which are actually supported by right wingers within our policy platform. So again, it kind of comes back to the idea of this being a process-based political party, where one thing which we try to do very hard is look at the evidence and then develop evidence-based policy, and then not being afraid to adjust if the evidence changes.
Democracy First, Vern Hughes, I think in his announcement of this, he described the alliance as non-ideological. You've just talked there about kind of evidence-based decision-making and policies, but I guess a lot of people would probably attach an ideology to a party standing for something. Can you stand for something without having some kind of ideology? Because I mean, what you say is and what's been written is pretty broad as a platform.
Yeah, well, there's a beautiful paradox there. The Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Zizek actually talks about this, about how all of us are essentially suffused or embedded in ideology in everything we do, even those who try to be non-ideological. So to sort of put aside the philosophy for a second, the paradox here as expressed through us is that we don't want to take a zealous sort of theory-driven position where the theory says one thing and so we're always going to do that even if the evidence disagrees. So it's kind of more like it's a hard and fast general rule. And so maybe in this sense, to be fair, to call us centrist, in that if the theory clashes with the evidence, we're more likely to side with the evidence than the theory. And so in that sense, we're biased towards evidence rather than ideology.
In relation to this alliance, and speaking of Vern Hughes, I mean, he's a man who's shopped around in minor parties a lot. He's been with the right-wing Federation Party. I think he was involved in the Democracy First is really part of the establishment of, or the successor to the Conservative Party, which he was involved in. I mean, that doesn't sound very not left, not right. It sounds pretty firmly right if he was involved in the Conservative Party barely a year or two ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go back to the history of many of our major influencers, candidates, organizers for all of our member parties, you will find literal socialists and Marxists and anarchists in there as well. And so like there's this weird kind of wonderful paradox where the community that we've been building and have built and will continue to build genuinely tries to find collaboration and common ground towards positive solutions for Australia that is independent of ideological positions. And so these days, Vern, I think he to me, I should let him speak for himself, but to me, it feels that he speaks more of as a centrist, non-ideological position. And so maybe it was his experience in right-wing and center-right spaces, which made him realize that when you lean too far into ideology, like most right-wing parties do, well, all right-wing parties do these days, then it simply, it doesn't work. And so we abhor extremism in that sense and look for some kind of evolving consensus.
Speaking of evolving consensus, in terms of your own policies, just as Fusion kind of standalone here, are you still maintaining those? Are you still, I guess, as a party in control of your own policies and the alliance is more broad? Is that the right kind of understanding?
More or less, yeah. And so, like anything else, the situation evolves. And so we tend to look for a permissive approach in a sense that if a candidate and the policies the candidate supports agree with our values and principles and doesn't clash with our sort of main federal platform, then there shouldn't be an issue there. Whereas on an individual level, there tends to be, the disagreement tends to be more, what should we focus on? What is most urgent? What are the problems that I personally want to deal with? And a lot of the activism and outreach that I've done in vegan community and the AI safety community and many other communities besides has followed exactly this way, where so many change makers these days will come out and say that this issue I'm concerned about is an existential risk. It is something that is the only thing we should be focusing on. And while there may be a plausible case for existential risks in the world, that doesn't mean that if we avert this catastrophe, there won't be other ones after it.
Just finally, in terms of obviously you're making this election push, you're trying to get up. I mean, even with Fusion existing as a combined entity at the last election, 0.3 in the Senate, Progressives 0.04 if we're talking nationwide. Is there really that appetite out there for an alternative party that takes on the majors? Because that is, respectfully, that is the line that basically every minor party in this country goes for. We need a third party. The Greens will go for it. One Nation will go for it. The Trumpeter Patriots will go for it. Is there really an appetite and room for this Fusion Democracy First Progressives alliance?
My theory of change is that a people-powered movement has the potential to transform politics. And obviously that's a lot easier said than done. But we've seen clear examples of how this kind of organizing on the ground can actually transform politics. And in this area, one of the areas I'm inspired by is the Obama campaign in 2008, where they utterly transformed organizing, introduced data and evidence-based policies into their strategy, had a vibrant and active tech scene, and a lot of innovation flowed through into Australia as well. Similarly as well, union-style organizing and many other forms of community organizing, like the Queensland Greens and the meteoric rise they've had in the last decade. That my hometown is Brisbane, and I was on the front lines to see that the change they made and how effective it was and the styles of organizing they employed. And so while I have disagreements with the federal and the Queensland Greens, that I have agreements as well. And one of them is that they proved, along with, for example, the Teals movement, they proved that it is possible to come in with people-powered politics, to try something new and different, and to very seriously shake the foundations of the mainstream parties in this country. And so the Greens, it took patience, it took time. And same thing for us as well. We're a new movement and a young movement, but we have the technology, we have the drive, we have the organizing methods to make a brighter future for Australia.
Joining us now on 6 News, Lee. She is the member for Fowler in the federal parliament. She was elected at the 2022 election and she is running it again now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks for having me on 6 News. I follow you guys quite a lot. You're doing great things.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So look, what have you been really hearing from the community as the top issues that they are facing right now?
Look, a lot of people are coming to me and telling me that their energy bills have gone up, from families to small business. Insurance costs have gone up. Their grocery bills have gone up. I just came back from door knocking today in a small suburb in Fowler, a place called Warwick Farm. There are so many working Australians, working class, if you can call it that, people who work on railways, lines, pensioners, people with disability. And they are all telling me, look, they don't trust any of the major parties. That's the first thing. And Warwick Farm is kind of the Labor heartland in used to be Labor's heartland in Fowler. And people are telling me that, they're very disenchanted with the major parties, disenchanted with politicians overall, by the way. And I kind of said, I'm an independent. And I said that, I do keep the government accountable, and I, ask and ask the questions, the hard questions. I don't just stick to parroting any of the government's lines. So I try to tell them that. But that's today's door knocking. People were they don't believe that the government is there for them, for the working people. But generally, cost of living has been a front and centre of people's minds here in Fowler, in southwest Sydney, and I have no doubt middle Australia.
But for you personally, what have you made of the Albanese government's performance over the past 3 years where you've been sitting in Parliament and observing it?
Look, there have been some good policies, such as, the cheaper childcare. For me, that is a good policy. However, what I have observed in the last 3 years in the federal parliament is that a lot of our policies, there isn't a huge substance behind it. So the example is that cheaper childcare, while we are trying to give cheaper, affordable childcare to every, families in Australia, that's not means tested. That means those who don't need it still get it. But also the fact that we have a workforce shortage in childcare. So therefore, it's very hard to make life easy for families who need to take their kids, put their kids through childcare. The other policy that I think, such as the National Reconstruction Fund, which is for Made in Australia. I don't know if you follow that very much, Leo, but that was a $10 billion fund to supposedly help local small to medium-sized manufacturing in Australia to manufacture in Australia. Not a single dollar has come out of that fund to medium-sized or small manufacturing businesses to help them scale. We don't know where the money, we don't know what that promise of $10 billion, what happens to that money. And it's 3 years and none of the, major or small to medium-sized manufacturing businesses that I've spoken to, they have not seen it. So how do we encourage local manufacturing when the tagline or when the government emphasize on local manufacturing or made in Australia, when we're not making anything in Australia really? A lot of times is we're importing.
I'm curious.
So
no, go ahead. Sorry.
So I think that there's a lot of headline grabbing policy announcements, absolutely, but such as building 1.2 million homes. Really, can we achieve that? And it's been a real interesting time for me to watch the machinations of a government and what major parties do in the federal parliament, because it's my first time being elected as an outsider, not understanding, not knowing the process and the procedures in the federal parliament, but seeing these men, majority of the men, making these decisions and announcing, like I said, headline grabbing policies. Our community, our working Australians are still feeling the shock, the electric shock with the rising energy bills, electric shock of rising prices that are hurting families a lot, especially in Southwest and Western Sydney.
I'm interested and curious just there because obviously, as you say, right, first time you've been in Parliament, you're not the only first-time crossbencher over the past 3 years. Have you been able to work closely or form any kind of relationship with some of the other crossbenchers? You know, I guess the tiers of, you're not Climate 200 funded, but have you been able to, you know, work with them and talk with them over the past 3 years, maybe more than you've had with major parties?
Oh, look, absolutely. You know, as a crossbench, we're all independent. So therefore, you don't have the machineries of the major parties to really support the work that you do. So when a major policy piece gets introduced in the lower house, with only one staff at the federal parliament, it's very hard for me to really delve into the piece of policy. And so we kind of check in with each other, say, especially those who've been there 2 terms, such as Helen Haynes, Rebekha Sharkie, and Zali Stegel, or Bob Catter or Andrew Wilkie, to say, what do you make of this? And you know that they will kind of, kind enough to kind of give a quick briefing about what the piece of policy does, and then it kind of gives you time to really check in with your community to say, is this, how do we vote on this? So you do have conversations with the crossbench. We don't work closely together. We don't vote together as a bloc, which is what major parties do. But we do have conversations with one another. You know, when I run into a vote and when a bell rings and you kind of in a meeting, you think, oh my God, I have to run it. I don't know what it's about. If you ask a member of the government or the opposition, do you know what we're dividing on? No, they don't know, but they just move to the section where they have to move. Whereas the crossbench, we're trying to understand, okay, what are we voting on here? How should we vote on this? So it's quite funny from that perspective for me. We're always trying to find out what's going on.
I'm interested there as well, and we'll get into the broader topic of a hung parliament in a sec. But obviously it has been, while narrow, a Labor majority. Have you felt like you've been able to be an effective independent voice when as far as the numbers go, the government does not strictly need your vote?
Oh, absolutely, Leo. I have been very effective, and I tell you, so when I campaigned in May, prior to the May 2022 election, my campaign message was on the cost of living, because I already knew out here in Western Sydney, the cost of living was impacting people. Petrol prices were starting to go up. So I knew then that as soon as I get elected, I will need to ask the question in Parliament about what will the government do with the cost of living, especially for families that are driving cars using petrol. That will they reintroduce the fuel excise tax cut, which the coalition did under the during the COVID lockdown. The government said no, we don't have the money in the budget, we can't do that. So I asked that question to the Prime Minister, that asked that question to the Treasurer. And so cost of living was front and center of my campaign. The first 12 months, the government did not focus on the cost of living. Everybody was focused on the voice campaign, the voice referendum. And I then, in that 12 months, while they were focusing on the voice, I put to the government that they need to do something around the stage 3 tax cut, because I believe that stage 3 tax cut had to be revised because we're moving into a cost of living crisis period. No, they did not agree on that. I also put to the government they need to look at reducing the HECS debt, because again, the cost of living is impacting young people in our community traveling to university to study, while at the same time having to put up with the increase in the indexation, which is impacting the HEX help debt. No, the government didn't want to do anything about that in the first 12 months because everyone was talking about the voice. And at the end of the referendum, when the referendum failed, the government then pivoted to focus on the cost of living in 2024. And I continue to ask the question around HEX. I continue to ask the question of cost of living. The government then announced in their May 2024 budget that they would reduce the HEX help debt indexation from 7.1% to 3.1%. And then they also had the revised stage 3 tax cut. And then they introduced a $300 rebate for families and $325 for small businesses to help with their energy bills. So I believe my voice really gives not just the government, but the coalition as well, a glimpse of the experiences and the struggles of families and working Australians in Western and Southwest Sydney. So I think, I believe I've been very effective. And that's why the government's policies around that they're announcing now, including the Medicare rebate, I would say that I asked a question at the half of last year about why are they only giving Medicare rebate to those under 16 and those carrying a healthcare card? What happens to Middle Australia? And guess what the government announced? The Prime Minister announced a few weeks ago prior to the cyclone, which is an $8.5 billion Medicare rebate. So a lot of the things I raised in the Parliament, which the government don't talk about, but then they announce policies to actually really address those issues. So I would say I'm somewhat effective.
It's interesting as we talk about the possibility of a hung parliament. That's possible. I know that's possible. We've seen the polling, and it goes without saying it's not something that you've hidden. It's very much on record. You are a former Liberal member. Would it be wrong for people to assume that if there was a hung parliament, you'd be more inclined to negotiate with Peter Dutton than Anthony Albanese?
Yeah, I think it'd be wrong for people to make any assumption, because assumption is make an ass out of you and me. That's assumption. Assume. I think that as an independent, I don't, the Liberal Party, ages ago, more than a decade ago, threw me out. And I don't have any kind of, strong affiliation or connection. I don't have that sense of, I have to be supporting the Liberal because I was a former Liberal member who only had a short time in the Liberal Party, and the Liberal Party threw me out anyway. So what kind of, how would I be, what's the word, be not loyal to them, but why would I be loyal to a party that really didn't want me in the first place? I'm here for the community in Fowler. I am truly independent. Like I said, I think some of the Labor Party policies I supported, not all of it, but that's what being independent is about, is looking at the policy bill by bill and how that really, and assess it on its merit and how that will actually benefit the people and the businesses of Fowler. So it's not about me. It's not about my ideology. It's about the people of Fowler. That's my bottom line. Whatever my interest is, I don't care. I'm here as a voice, as a vehicle for the community of Fowler, and what's best for the young people, what's best for the working families, what's best for the the pensioners. I'm here to advocate for them. So whoever can deliver and can give me the best, who can best deliver for the people of Fowler, that is someone that I'll be sitting down and having a conversation with, and somebody who's genuine in actually wanting to deliver for the community of Fowler.
Right. So we can basically at this point put you down as a either or. You'll see how it goes. We'll work
either
it out.
or. Yes, I mean, if the majority of Australia gave, whoever has a bit more of the numbers, and then we'll sit down and talk. But the good thing about being independent is you don't belong to anybody, and you have the choice to choose to sit down with whoever comes to the table and say, this is what we can do for your community. And my community is front and center of my work, of whatever I do here. They come first.
You touched on this at the start in relation to major parties. Obviously, your election in 2022 was, I think, at least in part, spurred on by the particular candidate Labor did choose in Christina Keneally and some of the controversy that came with her candidacy. That is obviously not the case this time around. Why should we think that it's maybe not a fluke that you got in and it was just a kind of one-time backlash and they'll return to being safe Labor again? Why should people give you a chance of re-election?
Oh, look, I think the community in Fowler here, I'm not just somebody who just have flown in and got by fluke elected at the last federal election. I have been a local, I grew up here. I came here as a refugee, grew up in a suburb not far from my office at the moment, went to school in the area, and started my journalism cadetship in Fairfield and Liverpool, which is part of Fowler. So it's not as if I just moved in here 10 years ago and gone to politics. So I actually grew up here. So I am part of this community first and foremost. Secondly, I am an elected councillor, and I have worked in this community since 2008. So people know who I am. And thirdly, since having office, my staff just had a meeting today, just said, oh my God, can you believe it? They said our cases that we have helped is coming up to about almost 10,000. 10,000 in 3 years. Now, it surpassed the numbers that the previous office had dealt with. It was about, a few hundred cases. We are nearly 10,000 in 3 years. So to me, that's an indication that my office are doing a lot of community outreach, that a lot of people are coming here seeking help and knowing that we actually deliver. And yeah, look, you don't know what the outcome is of an election. Nobody knows. And I think it's going to be one of the most interesting elections, because even in neighbouring electorates such as McMahon, Werriwa, those Western Sydney so-called safe Labor seats, you're actually seeing the member actually door knocking, which is fantastic, because as a member of parliament, you need to be out there door knocking and engaging and connecting with your community so you can understand and advocate for them. And I'm glad that I led the way in that, and I'm sure that the Labor MPs are cursing me because they have to work, but we can't take our seats for granted. As long as the community voted for me and have placed their trust in me, I will continue to serve them. Going to about, you're talking about, what is is it a fluke and could it go back to Labor? In my door knocking, Labor voters are disenchanted with the major party, with Labor, and people are disenchanted with the major parties. So with that, as you know, there's been this sense that the government has not delivered for the community on the cost of living. The trust in politicians is at a very, very low level, and I think is decreasing as months go past. So that will benefit independents, because as an independent, you do not parrot any of the government lines or don't party lines. You don't go out there and just nod and just, say what the party tells you to say. It's a great time to be an independent, because you know that you can keep the bastard honest, and you will call the government of the day to account and make sure that you speak up for the community and fight for what they deserve. And I believe I've done that.
I have to ask this though, because this is something that I've observed kind of in the background over the past couple of years, and I'm really curious on it. A few years ago, you were forming the Western Sydney Community Party with Frank Carbone. We really haven't seen much movement around that for some time. It's AEC registered, but as far as I can see, we haven't got branding, candidates, etc. Is that still going ahead for this election?
Look, I don't know yet, but I formed the party in preparation for the future of this Western Sydney community. I think that when you form a party, when you do anything, for me at least anyway, I always want to make sure that I have laid the foundation. I need to get re-elected again for me to continue to build that foundation. It's no point rushing, forming a party, and then rushing running candidates, because I need to consolidate this the seat of Fowler first, and then start to grow. So don't write it off. I mean, it's there to help establish, so that to plant the seed in the ground, I suppose. But let's, for me, the focus is to serve this community, to make sure that I am going to continue to be a strong voice for them in whichever party forms government, and to advocate for our community needs first and get that delivered. And then I can think of, growth for the party in the future. But at the moment, it's there. Like I said, just you want to plant a seed first. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one small step, and that was a small step. I planted that seed, and let's see how it grows.
Do you plan to even use the party name on the ballot? I mean, I think at least last time I checked, you're still registered with the Parliament as an independent. Yeah, are you planning to use it at all? Because I mean, it does kind of seem weird for it to be dormant for 2 years. I know I had a name change last year, but it is just as you just said, it's just been sitting there for 2 years.
Yeah, it's planting a seed, and it's not rushing into anything, focusing on the work that I have to do now. It's not about me. It's about making sure that my community gets heard, and focusing definitely on growth. But I want to lay the foundation. I want to consolidate Fowler. I want to make sure that we get, the resourcing and the investment that we need first. And once we have served the community, then I can grow.
Even I will just ask that one again. Do you think it's even going to be on the ballot though? Do you plan on using it, or do you prefer the name independent under your name on the ballot?
Look, I prefer that. I mean, but you never, in politics, as we know, Leo, we never know. We never say, for me, you got when you say it, you got to do it, and you got to say what you mean and mean what you say. At this stage, I don't know, but at the moment, it's still independent for me, and we'll see what happens on weeks out of the election.
All right, never say never. We will follow that very closely, and we'll follow the campaign in Fowler very closely. Diley, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we'll catch up at another time. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thanks, Leo.
It is Saturday, the 19th of April, Easter Saturday. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now on 6 News. Talk of Labor majority, which seemed slim to none only a few months ago, is now not out of the question with the release of new polling. The latest poll from YouGov shows Labor and the Coalition tied on 33% in the national primary vote, which is another decrease for the Coalition. On a two-party preferred basis, Labor is slightly up. If this was the actual election result, it would be the lowest vote total for the Coalition ever since the Liberal Party was formed in 1944. It comes just days after a new MRP poll released by Accent Research and Redbridge conducted between February and April, showing Labor on track to win at least 66 seats in the House of Representatives, while the coalition is winning or ahead in 55, and other parties, such as the Greens and Independents, are likely to have 15. The range of likely outcomes for Labor stretching between a worst-case situation of 67 and a best case with a majority of 78. 14 seats across the board are meanwhile too close to call. An investigation has been launched after a body was found in a burnt-out car following a kidnapping in Sydney's southwest. At about 10:30 p.m. local time on Thursday night, police were called to a home in Bankstown following reports for kidnapping. Officers were told a group of unknown people had forced their way into a home and kidnapped a 45-year-old woman. During the incident, police were told kidnappers armed with a firearm assaulted an 8-year-old boy with a baseball bat.